Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Half Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. When the wagon trains first pushed their way into the western United States, the settlers found rich grazing land in Texas, gold and silver in the hill country, and fertile soil ideal for farming on the Great Plains. Hard work brought the pioneers a good living, but not peace and security. Outlaws, gunmen, and swindlers roamed the West. Law and order might never have been established if it had not been for the masked rider of the plains. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought crime and criminals throughout the territory, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the frontier itself. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading north to Kansas! Hello, Silver! Away! Continued drought threatened one of the biggest sections of wheat in the entire West. Clem Barker, who was known as the leader of the wheat-raising community, saw disaster threatening. The lack of rain gave promise of drying up the crop to such an extent that there wouldn't even be seed for the following year. He called a meeting of his friends and...
I thought, boys, if we was to get our heads together, we might figure out some way to save a little of the wheat crop.
Ain't nothing but water can save it, Clem.
And there ain't no water. It's reached the point where we ain't likely to have enough water for drinking.
That's going pretty far, Leif.
Well, it's the truth. The spring on my place is most gone dry. I'm figuring on hauling water from the hill if it gets much worse.
I'm willing to listen to any suggestions anyone has.
Glad to hear that, Jim. You being owner of the land adjoining mine, I look to you to help me put an idea across.
You got an idea, Clem?
Reckon so.
What's your scheme?
We can't save all the wheat, but we can maybe save one crop. Maybe save part of mine, the north section.
I knowed it. Dad rat it all. He's figuring on the pack of us leaving our own fields and pitching in to help him save his. Why, you selfish old
Take
buzzard.
it easy. Wait till you hear my idea.
Go on, Clem. Never mind what Leif is saying.
We got to get seed. We all pitch in together and save my crop. Get the seed, split it up. We'll all be fixed for another year.
Dad Rather, that sounds good.
Sure, it sounds good. It's the only thing to do. First-class good sense.
Maybe so. Why, sure I get my share of the seed.
You will get your share, all
We'll
right.
see to that. We'll whack it up in equal parts.
But he ain't said yet how he figures on saving his crop.
By hauling water from the mountains, Mud River.
Hauling water? By thunderation, now I know you're loco.
Ain't so. We all got teams and buckboards. We can put barrels on the buckboards, drive to Mud River, and haul barrels full of water down to spread over that one section.
You're sure you can get men to help us, Clem?
I know blame well I can. Why, shucks, town's full of men right now. Men that ain't no crops left to work on account of the drought. All they need is cash. I got about $500 saved. I'll start the pool with that.
I reckon you know where I stand, Clem. I'll give you all I got, but that ain't much.
Whatever it is, it'll help.
I got a couple hundred cash money.
Well, that'll be 700. I figure we ought to have close to 1,000. That'll hire all the men we need.
To save your wheat.
Dad ratted Leif, it ain't to save my wheat, it's to save your seed.
Well, I'll chip in what I got.
Me too.
That's the talk, boys. By thunder, we ain't licked yet. Now, you just leave it to me. By tomorrow morning, I'll have men and horses and wagons here, and we'll start moving Mud River.
Clem didn't know that word of his plans had gone ahead of him, and that the fashionably dressed man with a beaver hat, gaudy vest, and long frock coat was schemer Kincaid, who'd swindled people in all parts of the West. Kincaid was talking to Lorimer, the one who had brought the news of the plan for saving wheat, and
he ought to be here most any minute now, Kincaid.
That's fine, my friend, that's fine. Fine and dandy. Yes, indeed. Bartender, set up another drink for my friend Lorimer.
You're right generous, Mr. Kincaid.
Don't forget what we rehearsed.
There he comes.
That the fellow, Clem Barker? Like a sheep to be shorn.
He ain't no fool now, don't get that notion. He ain't to be took in easy.
My friend, you're looking at an expert. Smarter men than him have listened to me and regretted it.
We better start talking. He's close enough to hear.
You start.
Mr. Kincaid, that rain-making gun of yours certainly did the trick for my cousin over in Dakota.
Yes, I've yet to know it to fail.
Yes, sirree. The way he wrote about you in his letter, why, I couldn't believe it.
He spoke highly of my ability, eh?
Yes, sir. He said it was the greatest invention he'd ever seen. Why, he's told everyone he's seen about how you went up there when there wasn't a sign of rain. Not even the best engines could see a sign of rain coming, not for weeks.
My invention defies all the laws of nature.
He told me they was having your rain-making gun tested out in Washington.
Oh, yes. I hope to sell the invention to the government. Change the weather. Turn deserts into fertile fields. Bring warm rain to the Arctic. Make arid plateaus rich grazing. Lush grass waving in the soft, warm breeze.
Gosh. Well, that's what my cousin said. He said that for a couple $1,000, you saved the whole blame state from starving.
How many times did he have to use the gun?
Not many. First shot he fired made the sky get sort of black. And when it echoed, it sounded like the distant thunder.
And the second shot?
At the second shot, the sky clouded up some more. Shucks, after the third shot, it was raining bucketfuls.
3 shots. I think the gun needs a little adjusting.
Clem's listening close.
Keep talking.
How soon do you reckon you'll be ready to market it?
Not until next season.
I hear rain's needed mighty bad here in Kansas.
I've only got one working model left, or I'd sell it. I sold one to your cousin.
Oh, pardon me, mister. My name's Clem Barker.
Oh, yes, Mr. Barker.
I couldn't help hearing you talk about that there rain gun.
He's a spy, Kincaid. He's trying to steal your idea.
No, I ain't. I own a wheat farm around here. How does this gun work, anyways?
I think the details would be too much for you, but I'll tell you the principle, Mr. Barker. It's a unique idea, a wonderful idea. Science claims that there are always rain clouds passing overhead, that there isn't enough disturbance to burst them open so the rain will fall. My gun is designed to break these clouds. It can't fail.
Gosh, our crops are bad this year, and we need rain.
Say, Kincaid, it's too bad you can't bring your working model out here.
Quiet, I'll let you in on the secret, Lorimer. My working model is out here.
Listen, I've got an idea.
Well?
I'd like to use that gun of yours. You just stop off to my place for a week or so, and we can pay you for the time, and...
You don't seem to realize what my time is worth, my good fellow.
Just fix the price.
Let me see.
If you were sure this rain-making gun of yours would work, I'd go as high as $1,000 for it.
For the good of the country, to save your crops, I might let you rent it. Yes, I think I should.
And the powder. You'll have to have the powder for the gun.
I will supply it.
Then it's a deal. Great. The boys will be glad. Why, we won't just save my crop. We'll save everyone's wheat.
While Clem Barker enthused about the rental of the swindler's machine, one man, a tall stranger, slipped unnoticed from the cafe and circled the big wooden building to reach his horse, tethered in the woods. At the side of the big white stallion, the stranger paused to replace his worn black hat with a white one hanging on the saddle pommel. He slipped a mask over his eyes, then leaped to the saddle.
Come on, Silver!
A few moments of hard riding brought him to a secluded camp, where he reined in.
Whoa there, Silver. Whoa, boy. Whoa.
Tonto!
Me here. You come in big hurry.
Yes, I overheard something in the town, Tonto. I was waiting in the cafe to talk to Clem Barker about the wheat crops.
You see him?
I saw him, but I didn't get the chance to speak. There was another man there, a swindler named Kincaid.
What him do?
He talked to Barker. He rented him a rain-making gun.
Oh, that no good.
Of course it isn't. But Clem paid $1,000 for the gun. Kincaid made him think he would surely get rain by using it. The only way to make him realize the gun's a fake is to let him try it.
But crooks
Wait. You said, Kemosabe, that there wouldn't be rain for many more days.
Isn't that right?
And as a weather prophet, you never fail.
Rain not coming long time.
Very well. Then we're sure Kincaid can't be lucky enough to have rain come after they start firing the gun. They'll know it's a fake. We'll let them find it out for themselves, then act.
Two shots. Dad rat it all. The sky ain't showing no sign of cloud.
Oh, Pa, I'm afraid you've been swindled. You can hear the men grumbling, Pa. They've been poking fun at you all day.
Here, Jim. Here, give me a hand.
I'll help you all I can, Clem, but I'm afraid it ain't no use.
Fire that contraption again. Let's see that rain you promised us.
Late's getting awful angry, Pa.
Get her loaded, Jim. Tamp that powder down good and firm this time.
I'll try.
Clem.
Now, take it easy. Take it easy, gents. Give me a chance. Maybe I ain't learned how to use this thing right yet.
You're working it the only way it can be worked. Putting powder in, lighting the fuse, and letting it roar. It ain't no good. It's a fake.
That's what I've been saying. That's what I said when you first fetched it over here. That thing's an ornery fake. And that critter Kincaid's nothing but a first-class swindler.
Now, boys, give me a chance.
Spent all our money. Spent all our money for that doggone thing instead of doing as you promised and hiring men to tote the water in barrels from the hill.
We got plenty powder here. We'll just keep a firing and hope for the best.
It's ready to fire again.
Stand back, Pa. Stand back.
I'll light the fuse.
Maybe this time we'll fetch the rain.
I ain't holding no hope at all. We're just beat, that's all. And it's my idea that you took that cash and kept it yourself. This is just a trick of yours to get our money.
Don't you say that about Paul.
I said it, and I stand by it.
Paul ain't no swindler. He ain't no crook.
Then let him give back our cash.
I'd like my money back, too.
I ain't got it, I tell you. I spent it. I give it to that man to rent this gun. If it don't work, you'll get it back. He said so.
Yeah, give it back. Where's he at? How can he give it back if he ain't here?
Well, he said he'd be back.
Yeah, we've seen the last of him. You can bet your shirt on that.
Get back. The fuse is lighted.
Maybe this time we'll do it.
Well, if it don't, we ain't going to let you fire it no more. You're scaring what few critters we got to the point where they're going to bust out in the corral.
Now look sharp. See if you don't see some clouds blowing up.
Well, I'm afraid we ain't gonna get no rain, Clem.
Oh, Pa, it ain't no use.
Ain't a doggone bit of use. And you ain't gonna fire that cannon no more. We've heard enough of its roaring around here. Scaring cows and chickens. Making horses bust the fences. That settles it.
Don't worry about the cash I paid you, Clem.
Well, you can worry about my cash. I want it back, and I aim to get it. If you ain't got the cash, I'll take what you owe me in livestock.
I'll pay up. I'll give you back your cash. I reckon there ain't nothing else to do. I'm just licked. Licked complete.
Oh, Pa, you should have known better. You can't make rain by firing a gun that way.
I reckon I found it out, Betty, but it's too late. Now everything's gone. The wheat. And what cash we had as well.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. When Clem Barker had fired the cannon several times with no success, he realized that he had been the victim of a swindle. Evening found him in his home with Betty, his daughter, and Jim, the neighboring farmer.
I wouldn't mind losing the cash I had. It's losing your money, Jim. That's what hurts me. Why have I got to be such a doggone old fool?
It wasn't your fault, Clem. The chances are that any one of us would have done the same thing.
All I thought was that if we could save all the wheat by getting rain, be a darn sight better than hiring men to lug water and save just enough for seed.
Don't take it so hard, Pa.
If we only had some cash left, we could maybe import seed for next year's planting. But we ain't a dime. See who's there, will you, Betty?
Of course. Likely one of the men to tell you what he thinks all over again. Oh, good evening.
Clem, I thought I'd better drop over here and...
Oh. Well, go on. Have your say.
It ain't so much me. It's Leif. He's bound to determine you're going to pay back what he gave you.
I told him he could take livestock and call it square.
And he'll do it.
So you got the door wide open for me.
You come to collect, huh?
I sure as thunder did.
Thunder ain't so sure these days.
I'll take your horses back with me, Barker.
Now, Leif.
You heard me. You owe me cash and I'm collecting. I'll need my horses to haul my belongings to new fields. I ain't staying here to starve. I'm pulling stakes.
Just a minute.
Hey, who's that?
I want to speak to you.
Masked man.
Another scheming outlaw looking for cash from you.
I am not an outlaw.
What's the mask for?
Wait a minute, Barker. I want to speak to all of you men.
A man packing guns like them on your belt, stranger, can speak all he likes.
Thanks. You aren't ready for rain yet.
Eh? What do you mean by that?
If you do get rain, it'll gather in low places, and most of your crop will be as dry as it is right now.
There ain't no rain in sight.
Well, get ready for
Are
it.
you loco, too?
You've got to plow your field. Plow deep furrows so the rain will fill them and soak into the ground. Then your wheat will get the water it needs.
I've heard enough of these fool notions.
You haven't heard all you're going to hear.
I don't see much sense in plowing the ground. Just a lot more hard work to go for nothing.
You've spent $1,000 for that gun. Why not spend a couple of days of work so you'll get the wheat you've already paid for? Get those furrows plowed, then see what happens.
Wait!
Get him back. I want to speak to him.
I'll call him.
He's loco.
Listen. Did you hear that?
Silver.
Who is he?
Clem. He called that horse Silver.
And had two guns.
And a mask.
What are you talking about?
You know him?
That's one man I listen to. Jim, we're going to do what he says.
We'll start plowing furrows in the morning.
There's still some hope. He wouldn't have told us that if there wasn't a chance for us.
Well, who is he?
Yeah. Who is that masked critter that you listen to like this?
You doggone fool, Leif Larkin. You do what he said. You plow them furrows. That man is the Lone Ranger.
The next day, Clem started early in the morning, plowing deep furrows through the wheat fields, as the masked man had instructed him to do.
Get up there. Get along.
In the nearby field, his friends plowed, following his example. Leif had forgotten his intention to take Clem Barker's horses, as he himself, impressed by all the stories he'd heard about the Lone Ranger, plowed furrow after furrow through the sun-parched wheat. And then, about noon, Betty came to meet her father, carrying some food done up in a napkin.
Oh, there, boys. Oh.
How's it coming, Pa?
Oh, it's coming along. It's sure hard work under this blistering sun, though.
I brought you your lunch so you wouldn't have to take time out to come back to the house.
That's right. Thoughtful of you, girl. I wonder how Jim's making out.
I got another package of lunch. I'm going to take it over to his place.
I sure hope we ain't making a mistake.
Even Leif Larkin's plowing the field.
We're all counting on that Lone Ranger. I don't know what he's going to do.
I don't see how he can make rain if nothing else can.
He's got a scheme of some sort. I'm staking everything on it. If he ain't, just more hard work gone for nothing.
Well, here's your lunch. Oh, Pa, there's something peculiar.
Well, what is that?
You left that old cannon you bought and the keg of powder for it in the tool shed.
Yeah. Every time I look at it, it'll remind me of the fool I made of myself. Listening to a swindling coyote like Kincaid feller.
You didn't move the powder, did you?
No, it was there last evening. Why?
Well, it's gone.
Gone?
Yep. I went out to see if it was covered so the spark from the chimney wouldn't land on it and blow it up. And it wasn't there.
Why, it's got to be there. I left it there.
Well, there was a mark on the floor where the keg had been standing, but the keg was gone.
Oh, but dad ratted who's been stealing that powder anyway. It's no good to anybody unless they want to make a lot of trouble with it. It's dangerous stuff. Wonder who's taking it.
Look, I found these where the keg had been standing.
Bullets. That's a warning of some sort.
But, Pa, look at these bullets. I never seen the like of them.
Eh? Let me see, girl. Let me see them.
They look like silver.
Doggone if they ain't. Silver, Betty. Silver bullets. That's it. That tells me where the powder is. But doggone, what's he doing with it?
Keep plowing, Clem. Keep plowing.
Hey, there he is.
That masked man again.
He's right behind that gully.
We'll meet again, Clem. Hail, Silver, away!
By nightfall, Clem's field was plowed, and the tired old man turned in with fervent hopes and prayers that his labor wouldn't be in vain. He didn't know that the Lone Ranger was riding through the night toward a distant town, where Tonto said Kincaid and Lorimer were staying.
Come on, Silver!
He arrived there and soon located the two schemers in the cafe. He waited, and when they left...
Good night, boys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sure is interesting, Kincaid, traveling around with you.
Yes, my friend. There's never a dull minute with Professor Kincaid.
Professor, now. My Ginger, you got more schemes than a man can shake a stick at.
1 minute.
Huh?
What's this?
I want to talk to you, Kincaid.
You know me?
You stole $1,000 from Clem Barker.
I did nothing of the sort. The case of mistaken identity, a grave error. Your accusations are...
The truth. The men there are looking for you. You sold them an old cannon and a few dollars worth of powder. They want to keep the powder, and they'll pay what it's worth. But you're buying back the gun. Get to your saddles, and we'll start.
But wait, you can't...
Get started.
Oh, don't jab me, sir.
Hurry.
Let's talk it over.
On your way.
We can adjust...
If you haven't the cash, you'll be taking your last ride right now. Panic-stricken, the two had no choice but to obey the masked man's sharp commands. They rode through the night, trying to persuade the Lone Ranger to take the cash and let them go. It was a futile effort. Kincaid, for the first time in his scheming, misspent life, was really frightened. He'd met one man who would not be persuaded by his glib tongue. Morning found Clem Barker fuming with fury when he stepped from his home to see another cloudless sky without a sign of rain.
Fooled again, blast it all. All that plowing for nothing.
No, Pa, I
You wish I'd stopped listening to folks.
Now the men will be furious. All the work they done yesterday thinking it would rain today.
Just because that masked man told us to. Well, I'm done. I ain't listening no more.
Oh, there's Jim riding over.
Well, you may as well get set to hear some hard talk, Betty.
Oh there. Oh.
Morning, Jim.
Well, I hope you're satisfied now, Clem.
I didn't think the Lone Ranger would fool us, Jim.
Well, I hate to think what their mothers will say.
After all, Pa, the Lone Ranger didn't promise there'd be rain.
He gave us that understanding, though.
Here they come. The rest of the men.
Oh, sakes alive, I wish I'd never listened to nobody.
Hey, what's that coming from the west?
The masked man.
Hey, there's the three of them.
Who are the others?
Kincaid and Lorimer.
Whoa, Silver, whoa. Just a minute, Clem.
String them up. Them's the ones got our cash.
Make them give back the money.
Quiet, all of you.
Don't you hold that gun on me.
Shoot them! Shoot all three of them! No, gentlemen, don't shoot. Don't shoot. Please give us a chance to talk.
Swindlers, eh? Where's my money?
Where's all our money?
And you. It was you had us plowing all day yesterday.
So it was you.
Will you keep quiet long enough to listen?
Yes, gentlemen. Gentlemen, we didn't swindle you. My invention must have failed.
You knew doggone well it would fail. Dad-ratted old discarded army gun.
Jim, you seem to have a level head.
Well, it's doggone upset right now.
Here's a package of powder. Enough to fire that gun once more. Go and load the gun and fire it.
Don't you listen to more of them fool notions.
Take the powder and do what I tell you.
Go on. Maybe you didn't fire it enough.
The disgruntled farmers resented the interference of the Lone Ranger, but no one tried to stop Jim as he loaded the cannon. Finally, with everything in readiness, the masked man gave the order to fire.
Oh!
There you are.
I still don't see no rain.
You don't care where the water comes from as long as you get it, do you?
Anywhere's all right if we get it.
Look up at the mountain.
There's water!
A regular river.
Mud River has changed its course. Do you see it? It's coming right down this way.
It looks as if there was a blast way up on the mountain.
What's that water? What's the furrows you've plowed?
There's your water. There's your water. Now are you satisfied?
Coming right down into the furrows.
It's filling up the furrows in the field.
Will it do the same to my field?
All your fields will be flooded. Your furrows filled. The wheat'll get enough water to carry it along for several weeks. By that time, you'll have rain.
Now are you satisfied?
You see, your gun brought water.
Leaping catfish. Then I didn't make a bad buy after all. There's your water. There's the salvation of all our wheat fields. Not just enough wheat for seed, but wheat for eating, wheat for flour. Wheat for all of us. Yippee! Look at that water.
Now maybe you'll have some faith in the next man that comes through this way.
I always said it wasn't a good thing for a man to lose his faith in human nature, and I was right. Look at that. Look at that water. Ain't it a sight to see?
On your way, Kincaid.
Come on, Lorimer. Let's get out while the getting's good.
Get up there. Get up.
I'm going back to see how my own fields look.
You'll find them filling with water.
Come on, Sam. Let's go see. Get up. Get up. Get on back. Get back.
For you done it, stranger. You sure enough done it.
But wait a minute, Pa. That cannon didn't bring that water.
It was fired.
Simply to save you from being laughed at by everyone, Clem, as the man who bought the rain-making gun.
But I don't savvy.
Most of the powder was fixed in a blast high up on the mountainside. A blast that opened a new channel for Mud River, so it would flow down here and water your fields.
And you fixed that blast?
My friend fixed it. Kincaid wanted a chance to get out of here alive so he could make good the things he'd done in other places, and I gave him that chance.
I begin to understand why folks talk so about you, stranger.
Here's $1,000. You can give back the money the men loaned you. It's from Kincaid.
The water, and all the wheat saved, and the cash back. Thunderation, this is more than I can savvy. Doggone it, I wasn't such a big fool after all.
Pa, don't you take no credit.
But if I hadn't bought that powder...
If you hadn't, I bet the masked man would have found some other way to save us.
I reckon you're right, Betty. I reckon you're right at that. The Lone Ranger always finds a way.
Hail, Silver! Away!
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Dillon?
Chester?
Well, what you got there?
A mail. I stopped by the depot after breakfast.
Looks like it's mostly circulars.
Yeah, it is.
And Pinkerton people sure keep themselves busy sending circulars around, don't they?
If there weren't so many thieves and murderers, the Pinkertons wouldn't keep busy.
No, that's a fact. Can I look through this batch?
Let's get rid of those two prisoners first, huh?
Well, they're mighty surly this morning, Mr. Dillon.
No? I'll bring them in.
Yes, sir. All right, you boys have repented and saw the evil of your ways. The law's ready to forgive you.
Don't be smart.
Still got some fight left, huh?
You'll find out.
Well, go on in the office and fight the marshal. I didn't throw you in jail.
You're an awful rough lawman.
Oh? You got a headache?
There's no call to try to bust our skulls open with that gun of yours.
What's your name, mister? You were too drunk to tell me last night.
Jim Cando.
Uh-huh. Yours?
Lee Binders.
How long you been in Dodge?
We come on the Santa Fe yesterday.
You planning to stay?
I'm not so sure after the welcome you give us.
Look, Cando, you were drunk and trying to pick a fight with everybody you saw. I probably saved you from getting killed. Or getting hanged.
You didn't have to buffalo me. I wasn't doing nothing. What'd you throw me in jail for?
For good luck.
Huh?
And because you're Cando's friend.
That don't make sense.
No? Maybe this does. Any more trouble out of either one of you, and I'm going to run you both out of Dodge.
You sure keep a tight town, Marshal.
Good. You've learned that much. Here. Here are your guns. Now take them and get out.
You're pretty sure of yourself, Marshal. There are two of us, and your jailer ain't armed.
I expect you're a killer, Cando, but you talk too much for a real gunman. Now go on, get out of here.
Come on, Cando, I'm hungry.
You're gonna get killed someday, Marshal. I'll be real glad about it.
Mean, ain't he?
He isn't an ordinary drunk, Chester. There's something worse than that about him.
Oh, he's kind of shifty, all right. He don't look a man in the eye. He was staring at them circulars on your desk more than he was looking at you.
Well, there'll be a circular on him before he's through.
One thing, Cando's the boss of that pair. That doggone binders don't seem very bright to me.
You know, if it took brains to start trouble, Dodge would be as peaceful a town as Boston.
I never been to Boston.
No? Now, where did you go?
That's too long a ride for me.
A lazy man like you will never see the world, Chester.
Well, you're forgetting I'm also poor.
Well, I keep telling you to save your money.
You know, I just don't seem to hang on to it long enough to save any, Mr. Dillon.
Don't worry about it, Chester. I'll see that you get a decent burying when the time comes. Yeah, you can look through these wanted circulars now. I got a letter to write.
Thank you. Oh, my. This is the one ugliest man I ever laid eyes on. This new one out on William Bonney. He wanted it. Whoa!
What?
Mr. Dillon!
What's the matter, Chester?
Oh, my goodness.
Well, what is it?
Here, take a look.
Jim Cando.
It's him for sure, ain't it?
Yeah, and he didn't even bother to change his name.
I didn't read what he's wanted for.
Name, James Cando. Alias, none. Nativity, United States. Occupation, highwayman and murderer. Charged with a stage robbery and murder near Denver. Took driver, prisoner, and cut his throat. Act committed with help of unknown accomplice. Sent information to William A. Pinkerton, Chicago.
No wonder he was staring at them circlers. I must have known there'd be one on him.
Yeah. And I had him right here in jail.
Well, if he's smart, he's probably on his way out of town already.
Well, let's go find out, Chester.
Will we try the depot next, Mr. Dillon?
There's no train for a couple of hours, Chester.
Well, they were still in jail when the stage left, so they must have walked.
We haven't looked everywhere.
No, sir. But they sure skipped breakfast. Unless they're eating in their room somewhere.
Wait a minute.
What?
They're coming out of the stable over there.
Well, what's he got two horses for?
Now, one of them's for binders. He's probably picking up supplies. You stay here.
Yes, sir.
Now, what do you want, Marshal?
You won't get very far on that horse, Cando. He's spavined.
Don't matter none. I'm renting him cheap.
Oh, you didn't buy him?
Why should I buy him?
You ride off on a rented horse, and I'll be after you for horse thieving, too.
I don't steal horses, Marshal. But what do you mean, too?
Murder.
You gone crazy?
Was Binders your partner?
Somebody's been putting ideas in your head, Marshal.
Yeah, William Pinkerton.
Maybe I better get off this horse. Now, what's this you're talking about, Marshal?
I'm arresting you for murder, Cando.
Marshal, why do you think I got off that horse? Down here on my feet.
To try to bluff me?
You think I'm bluffing?
It's like I said in the office, you talk too much for a gunman. You're nothing but a cutthroat, Cando. Now I'll take that gun.
Take it. What do I care? You can't keep me in jail.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Cando's changed his mind about leaving town. Take these horses back to the stable.
Did you get him locked up, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, he's not very happy about it.
I just run into Lee Binders. He's coming to see Cando in a minute.
I wish I could lock him up, too.
Sure is a good thing I looked through them wanted circulars, ain't it?
Huh? Yeah, you get the credit, Chester.
Yes, sir. Well, I try to keep my eyes open. I don't let very much slip past me. At least I try not.
Marshal.
Yeah.
I gotta talk to him, Marshal.
Okay, Binders. I'll go with you.
Yes, sir. I sure don't miss much in them circles. I watch the close.
You got a visitor, Kando.
How'd you know I was here, Binders?
Chester told me.
Did he tell you why?
They got a circular on you.
That circular's lying. I ain't been near Denver.
How'd you know it said Denver, Kando? You didn't see it.
Well, wherever it was supposed to be.
What happened? Did Binders hold the driver while you cut his throat, or was it the other way around?
It didn't say nothing about me.
It said Kando had a partner.
They can't prove it was me.
No, I guess they can't.
Binders?
Yeah?
I want out of here.
Well, sure, Kando. Well, what can I do?
I ain't gonna stay here. You understand what I mean?
Sure, I understand.
Then do something about it.
Well, give me time, Kando.
You've had enough time, Binders.
Oh, sure, Marshal, sure. I'll be back, Kando.
You better be.
So long. Well, thanks, Marshal. So long.
My Kando sure sounded mad at him, Mr. Dillon. What I heard.
He was threatening him, Chester.
What about?
He was telling Binders to get him out of jail or he'll start talking.
You mean about Binders being his accomplice?
Yeah.
Well, you think he'll try to bust him out of jail?
Well, he's got to. Or he'll end up in jail himself.
Yeah. And all because of me. Huh.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The Miracle Tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. And notice how mild it is.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip.
L&M's got everything.
L&M, light and mild. America's best filter tip cigarette.
Been waiting long, Matt?
No, that's okay, Doc.
Well, man came in with a bad tooth. I didn't have the heart to make him wait until after we'd had dinner.
Oh, did you pull it?
I pulled 3 of them.
Oh, poor fellow.
Oh, poor fella. No, he sat there and he drank a pint of Tanglefoot whiskey before he'd even let me look at him. Where are we going to eat? At Delmonico's?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, it is. My Lord, it's a nice day, isn't it? Oh, did Kando get out of jail yet?
No, not yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, give him time. Binders has only had a couple of days to work on it.
We're ready for him.
How?
I hired 2 shotgun guards to sit outside in front, one in back.
Say, you're taking this real serious, aren't you, man?
Just as serious as they are. They're playing for their lives, Doc. Both of them.
Yeah. Well, here we are.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Ah, there's Kitty. Shall we join her?
Sure. Hello, Kitty. You waiting for somebody?
No. Sit down. Thank you. Oh, my. You'll get a free meal for putting up with us, Kitty.
You think I didn't have that in mind, Doc?
You finished or you just starting?
Oh, I'm having this coffee, Mac.
Oh, that's not good for you. You should eat something, Kitty.
I don't worry about getting sick. I'm a friend of the local doctor.
No. I'm serious, Kitty. Honest.
I had a big breakfast about 10 o'clock, Doc.
Oh, well, that's all right then. Yeah.
Where's Chester?
He's at the jail, Kitty. One or the other of us stays there 24 hours a day now.
Seems to me if you took the key to Candle's cell and threw it away, that's all you'd have to do. Take forever for somebody to saw him up.
Well, I've hid the key. Even Chester doesn't know where it is.
You don't trust Chester?
No, I want to protect him, Kitty, if he's the one who's there when it happens.
Oh, I see.
I don't know why you go to so much trouble, Matt. Binders doesn't impress me as much of a man.
No, both of them are more weasel than lion, Doc. Did I tell you how they killed that man in Colorado?
Cut his throat.
Yeah.
They ought to hang.
Well, if he does raid the jail, Binders is going to need help.
Say, that reminds me, Matt.
What?
You know Jack Haney?
Jack Haney?
He's in town. Binders was having a drink with him over at the Long Branch a while ago.
He was?
Uh-huh.
Who's Jack Haney?
He's a gunman, Doc. From Abilene.
Oh, so that's the help Binders has been waiting for.
Well, I'm going to go find out right now.
He's probably got a room at the Dodge House, Matt.
Well, I'll try it, Kitty. Order me a steak, Doc. If I don't get back, you can eat it. Marshal Dillon, Haney. Open up.
Hello, Marshal. I didn't say to come in.
What are you doing in Dodge, Haney?
Something wrong, Marshal?
There might be.
I've never caused any trouble here.
No, not yet. What are you here for now?
Nothing, Marshal. Man needs a change of scenery now and then. I'll be going back to Abilene in a few days.
Uh-huh. Lee Binders hire you?
Who's Lee Binders?
Don't lie to me, Haney. You know him.
Okay, I know him. I had a drink with him. I know a lot of people.
I said, did he hire you?
What would he hire me for?
I ought to run you out of town right now.
But you won't.
What?
I know you, Marshal. You don't like being high-handed. Man's got to do something before you'll jump him. And I ain't done a thing.
You're smart, Haney. But you just remember something.
What's that?
Jim Cando's gonna stay in jail. And if you try to get him out, you're gonna get torn apart with buckshot. And that's a pretty bad way to die.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobacco?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are. L&M's got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
Talking to Jack Haney was a waste of time. But at least I learned for sure that he was working for Lee Binders. After that, there was nothing to do but wait. I heard from Pinkerton, and he said that it'd be a couple of weeks before he could send a man down after Kando. It turned out that there was a reward posted for him, $1,000. Well, that was fine, unless you were a peace officer. The reward didn't include lawmen. A couple of days passed, and then one night I went down to the jail to spell Chester. I said hello to the two guards in front, and then I went inside. But the office was empty. Chester.
Mr. Dillon?
Don't move, Marshal.
What?
You haven't a chance. I'll take your gun. Okay, Binders. I got him.
They made me answer you, Mr. Dillon. They'd have shot me if I hadn't.
That's okay, Chester. I had to come back here anyway.
Oh, you know, Binders, I want to get out of this place.
Don't get jumpy, Kando. Everything's going fine.
I've been in this cell long enough.
Calm down, I tell you.
I'll calm down once I'm out of here.
I'm doing everything I can. Now shut up.
You said that once too often, Binders.
For a man locked up in a cage, you talk mighty big.
Get me out of here!
You two quit arguing and we'll get this done.
Did you kill the guard out back, Haney?
Hit him on the head. Might have killed him.
They had Kando yell for me, Mr. Dillon. I walked right into him.
Kando's still locked up, Chester. Don't worry about it.
Where's the key to that cell, Marshal?
Chester claims he don't know where it's hid.
He doesn't know, Binders.
Well, it's a good thing you come along.
No? Is it?
Quit fooling around and find that key, Marshal.
You men are no closer to getting Kando out of this jail than if you were over at the Long Branch having a drink.
Where's that key?
You'll never find it.
Tell me, Marshal. Go on. Tell me.
No.
Shoot him, Haney.
What do you think the guards out front will do when they hear a shot?
Cut his throat, Binders. They can't hear that. Go ahead, Binders. Get it over with.
You're gonna find that key, Marshal?
No.
Then I'm gonna kill you.
Don't be a fool. I'm the only man in the world knows where that key is.
Wait, Binders. He's right. But I got an idea.
What?
There's a piece of rope back there. Go get it.
Okay. What are you gonna do with it, Haney?
Chester, get over by them bars on Kando's cell. Go on. Now turn around. Face this way. Give me the rope, Binders.
Here.
Here you are, Kando. What'll I do with this? Hang him.
Well, I...
Hang him. Put the rope around his neck and over that crossbar. Go ahead. Well, Marshal, how do you like this? Staring at him ain't gonna save his life. Want to find that key?
Mr. Dillon,
Yeah. What, Chester?
I'm okay. I ain't scared.
Good.
I'm ready. Don't tell them nothing.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Okay.
Hang him, Kando.
You heard him, Haney. It won't do you any good to hang him.
Go on, Kando.
Wait till I get a good hold on here. Okay. Here goes.
Wait,
Marshals are in the other room. Stop!
Guard!
What's going on, Marshal?
Watch that door.
I'll kill you, Marshal. Up and good.
My scattergun tore him half in two. Give me your 6-gun. Yeah. Here. Yeah. I'm going in there after binders. You men run around back and hurry.
Come on, Jim.
All right, throw your gun out, binders. You're trapped. Throw it out now.
I give up, Marshal. Here's my gun. I give up.
You okay, Chester?
Yes, sir. He let me go as soon as you went through the door, Mr. John.
Oh, good.
Oh, you took an awful chance jumping Haney that way.
Well, he's dead now. And these two soon will be.
What are you saying, Marshal? You still got nothing on me, except for this.
Kando,
What?
tell binders here.
Tell him what?
You gonna hang alone?
No. I sure ain't.
Yeah, you see what I mean, binders? All right, lock him up, Chester.
Yes, sir, but where's the key?
It's hanging on the wall right there by Kando's cell.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. When you try L&M's, the first thing you'll notice is how mild they are, how easy they draw. With L&M's pure white miracle tip, you enjoy all the taste. Try L&M's today. You'll like them.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Paul Dubov, Clayton Post, James Nusser, and Joe Cranston. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield. Smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield. You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio show. Harry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listing. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Lost in Brazil in invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian.
You came to me with a gun. You call it righteousness. Call it by its right name. Murder.
Have gun. Will travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Oh, Miss Wong.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
I'm sorry I frightened you, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I was going to knock on your door, and all of a sudden you come out. Oh, you surprised Mr. Wong.
You're making the rounds a little early this morning, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Many extra rooms to be cleaned for new guests. Big convention for railroad men begins today.
Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten.
Right.
Looks like I'll miss all the excitement.
Where you going, Mr. Paladin?
To Greenwood.
Oh, is that a long way from San Francisco?
No, not far. It's about 30 miles.
Well, then maybe you come back before convention ends.
Miss Wong, if it's like that last convention we had at the Carlton, I'd just as soon stay away until it's over.
Oh, it's, Mr. Wong, remember, plenty noisy, huh?
I'll say it was.
I'll say it was. Oh, me. Mr. Wong, remember something else, too.
What's that?
They make plenty big mess in rooms.
Yeah, I'll bet.
I'll bet.
Well, that stage will be leaving in a few minutes. I better get downstairs. Now, don't work too hard, Miss Wong.
Yes, sir. You have a nice trip, Mr. Paladin.
Thank you.
For some years now, we've been asking you to send your dollars to CARE to help the hungry and needy overseas. Here's what some of those dollars have done. They've bought milk and sterilization equipment so that 100,000 school children in Israel can have a glass of milk every day. Thanks to this equipment, Israel is now providing its own milk for these children, so the next CARE dollars can go to help another needy area. Your CARE dollars have sent medical instruments and laboratory equipment to a new small hospital being built in the Philippines. This hospital will bring the first medical care to this area in centuries. CARE dollars have furnished farm tools, building machinery, cotton cloth, and other needs, so that refugees in Vietnam could erect 27 villages. But there's much more to be done, and many more people to be helped in all parts of the world. Won't you continue to help? Won't you continue to send your dollars to CARE, New York 16, New York?
It had been 2 years since I'd seen Clem Brady, the sheriff of Greenwood. Now he was asking for my help. His letter seemed urgent. I welcomed the opportunity to renew his friendship and to get away from San Francisco for a few days. Clem wasn't in his office when I arrived, so I went over to the local dining room for a late midday meal and a cup of coffee. The place was empty, except for a young couple sitting on the other side of the room. A rather unusual couple. The girl, the most strikingly beautiful young lady I'd ever seen. My admiration must have been fairly obvious, for at one point she returned an embarrassed smile. This prompted her escort to step over to my table.
Hey, you.
Yes?
Keep your eyes off my girl.
I suppose I was staring, but no harm intended.
You're new here, ain't you?
That's right.
Well, let me warn you. Don't be flirting with her again.
I wasn't flirting.
Call it what you like. Just remember what I said.
Now, you look, mister. Hey, Clem Brady.
How are you? They told me you were by the office. What's going on here?
Oh, this young man and I were just having a friendly conversation.
It looked to me like he was about to tear at each other's throat. What's the matter, Sam?
Nothing, Sheriff. Nothing at all. I didn't know he was a friend of yours.
Just a misunderstanding, Clem. I was admiring the young lady over there, and he got the wrong impression.
Sam, I've told you time and again you're going to get yourself in a pack of trouble if you don't stop being so hard-nosed jealous. You got to be careful, boy.
Yeah, I guess I was in the wrong again, Sheriff. Sorry.
Remember what I say, Sam. That boy protects her like a banty rooster.
Maybe he's got a good reason. She's quite a beauty.
Ain't she, though?
Well, sit down, Clem. Have a cup of coffee with me.
Yeah, might as well.
We'll get you a cup if that waiter ever comes out of the kitchen.
Oh, he'll be out. Oh, it sure is good to see you, Paladin. I didn't know whether you'd be able to come or not.
Why not? About time we met up again.
Bye, Sheriff.
Hello, Sheriff Clem.
Hello, Martha Nell.
My, she is a charmer.
Yeah. It's pitiful, though.
Pitiful?
Well, she's part of the reason I asked you to come up here.
How's that?
It was her husband that was killed.
Oh?
Not more than 6 weeks ago. Just a boy, Paladin, barely turned 20. Sure set this town on its haunches. Oh, I got pressures all around me to clear this up.
How did it happen?
Well, the boy had been gambling at the saloon. He'd won a lot of money and left the table around midnight. Was ambushed in an alley about a block away.
Robbed?
Yeah. Poor kid was from back east. Him and Martha Nell had just been here a couple of months. So far, there hasn't been one lead I could nail down.
What about the men who lost money to him that night?
Well, every one of them has a good alibi.
Well, maybe it was a stranger passing through, saw the boy winning, and then waited for him to leave.
I don't think so. We don't have many visitors in this town, especially on a Monday night. And that's when it happened. Oh, I'm sure it was somebody right here in town.
Do you think he's still here?
Nobody's left town or acted suspicious or anything.
How'd the girl take it?
Pretty bad at first. But Sam's been a lot of help to her.
Yeah, how does he figure in this?
Well, he'd known her husband back east. He's the only one they knew when they came out to settle here. After the killing, he sort of took charge. He's done a good job of it, too. From the looks of things, they'll probably end up getting married. Sam's a nice boy, except he's a little hot-headed.
Where do I start, Clem?
The main thing is to get to know the people that was in the saloon that night. Maybe with a fresh mind on it, you might discover something I've overlooked.
Was the boy in the habit of gambling?
No, that's just it. It was the first time anyone ever knew of him visiting the saloon. Martha Nell can tell you about that.
Well, then I should go have a talk with her first.
That's a good idea. She works over at the general store.
Right.
Well, if I'm going to have a cup of coffee with you, I'd better go in the kitchen and get it myself.
And your change, Mrs. Butler.
Well, thank you, Martha Nell. Bye.
Bye. I'm sorry she took so long, Mr. Paladin.
That's all right.
Now, I've forgotten the last question you asked.
Yes, you were going to tell me why your husband went to the saloon that night.
Yes, well, it was kind of a celebration for Roy. He'd gotten his first paycheck from the freight office, and I'd just gotten my job here at the store. Seemed that everything was beginning to come our way. He and Sam came by for me when the store closed, and the three of us went over to the dining room. Roy bought us the biggest steak suppers on the menu.
Your husband worked with Sam at the freight office?
Yes, Sam got him the job there.
What happened after supper?
Well, Roy wanted to buy Sam a celebration drink, so they took me back to the rooming house and left to go to the saloon. That's the last time I saw Roy alive.
Why didn't Sam come home with them?
Roy was having such good luck at the gaming tables, he didn't want to leave. So Sam came on back to the rooming house.
Well, does he live at the same place you do?
He did then. He had the room across the hall from ours.
Uh-huh.
When he came back, he knocked on my door and told me Roy'd be home later. It wasn't more than an hour after that when Sheriff Clem came and told me what had happened. Oh, Sam.
Hi.
You got off early?
Yeah. Thought maybe we could take a ride out to Willow Grove.
All right, but you'll have to wait till we close. I have to lock up tonight.
You, buying up the store, Mr. Paladin?
Sam.
Well, he's been in here long enough.
Do you keep tabs on everybody who comes into this store, Sam?
There ain't much going on in Greenwood that I don't know about. Especially when it concerns Martha Nell.
Sam, Mr. Paladin was just asking me some questions about Roy's murder. He's helping Sheriff Clem.
Look, Paladin, Sheriff knows as much about this as Martha Nell does. Now, you let him give you all the answers. There's no need for you to get her all upset. It's better she forget about this whole thing.
I don't mind answering questions, Sam, if it'll help them find the killer.
I know what's best for you. Just let me handle it.
Oh, Sam.
You may be right, Martha Nell. I guess I did take up quite a bit of your time.
I didn't mind, really, Mr. Paladin.
Well, thanks anyway. Perhaps I'll be seeing you again before I leave town. Good day.
Goodbye.
Have a commander. Welcome aboard.
Try new king-size Philip Morris Commanders. New because the tobacco in them is vacuum cleaned. And the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Yes, the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Philip Morris Commanders are made by a new kind of machine, the Mark 8, that takes rich, full-flavored tobacco and first gently vacuum cleans it, then rolls the cigarette fully, evenly, cuts the ends clean and firm. The result is new Philip Morris Commanders with the cleanest tobacco ever rolled in a cigarette. Try a pack. You'll get a full, round, king size of solid smoking pleasure because the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Noticeably better.
Have a commander. Welcome aboard.
I spent the first 2 days in Greenwood getting acquainted with the men who had been at the poker table with Martha Nell's husband the night he was killed. As far as I could determine, Sheriff Brady was right. They all had good alibis. And they were all anxious to help us find the man who did it. I also spent a couple of hours each night in the saloon, talking to the regulars and to the barkeep.
No, sir, Mr. Paladin. If there'd been a stranger in here that night, I'd have remembered. Strangers stick out like sore thumbs in this town. Care for another drink?
No, thank you. Has there been any suspicious rumors about who could have done it?
Not that I've heard.
Well, Paladin.
Hi. Hello, Clem.
Where you been all day?
Out in the countryside, talking to some of the men who were in here that night.
Care for a drink, Sheriff?
Yeah. Make it right, Barney.
Yes, sir.
What'd you find out?
Same thing you did. Nothing new.
Yeah, it's a tough one, all right.
Sheriff?
Oh, thanks. Yep.
Clem, let me ask you something. We've been going on the basis that he was killed for the money, a robbery. Now, could there have been any other reason?
Well, he was robbed.
Yeah, I know. But did he have a run-in with anybody?
No,
or
no. He was just a newcomer. Like I told you, him and his wife had only been here a couple of months. Just happy little lovebirds trying to get a start in life. It was robbery, pure and simple.
Tell me more about this boy, Sam. Would he have any reason?
Not likely. He was Roy's best friend.
I know, but he's also pretty cozy with Roy's wife now that he's dead.
Well, I suppose you could make something out of that if you wanted to. But it's a natural thing to happen. I'll admit it crossed my mind at one time, but don't forget he was in bed when it happened.
How can you be sure?
When I went over to give Martha Nell the bad news, he came out of his room across the hall.
Yeah?
Said he heard the commotion. He'd been in bed all right.
Did she also tell you that he stopped by earlier to tell her that Roy was still at the saloon?
She did. And that was proof enough to eliminate him when it did cross my mind.
It's been a long day, Clem. I think I'll go back to the hotel and get some sleep.
All right, Paladin. I'm going to stay here for one more drink, and I'll be doing the same.
I'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Good night.
Why, you...
What happened?
Somebody took a shot at me. They ran down that alleyway.
A couple of you men look down there, see if you can find anybody. You hurt bad?
No, I don't think so.
Can you walk up to your room?
Yeah, sure.
Somebody go get the doctor. Tell him to meet us at the hotel.
Okay, sure.
Let me give you a hand, Paladin.
Right.
Oh, there you are, mister. That ought to do it.
Thanks, Doctor.
Hey, you keep your arm not sling for a few days. You'll be all right.
Good. Clem, did your men find anybody?
No. I was sold.
That's too bad.
Well, good night, gentlemen.
Night, Doctor.
Night, Doctor.
You come by the office tomorrow, Mr. Paladin. I'd like to take another look at your arm.
I'll do that, Doctor. Thank you. Well, Clem, whoever shot me could very well be the same man we're looking for.
Yeah, but I can't figure out what they'd have against you.
Well, maybe I've asked a few too many questions the last couple of days.
But you don't have any ideas?
Nope.
Well, I'll let you get some rest. Maybe we'll come up with something in the morning.
I'll give it a lot of thought.
Good night.
Good night, Clem. Who is it?
It's me, Martha Nell. May I come in?
Sure. Here, let me turn up the light.
No, leave it low. Someone may see us.
It's kind of late for you to be out alone, isn't it?
Well, I heard what happened. I wanted to see if you were all right.
I was very thoughtful, but that isn't the only reason you came, is it?
What do you mean?
You want to tell me about Sam, don't you?
Well, yes, I guess I should.
You've been covering for him. He's the one that killed your husband.
How did you know?
Why haven't you told the sheriff, Martha, now?
I've been too afraid.
Wait a minute.
Guess.
Did someone follow you here?
Not that I know of. Why?
There's somebody outside my door.
Sam.
Get over behind that chest.
Don't open the door, Mr. Paladin.
Huh?
Keep quiet. Don't open the door.
You give me that gun.
Don't move or I'll shoot.
Come in.
Sheriff!
Watch it, Clem. Get down. You all right, Clem?
Yeah. Yeah, what's going on in here?
Well, Martha Nell pulled a gun on me. Martha Nell.
I'm not a very good shot.
If you were, you would have killed me tonight in the alley. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes.
Martha Nell.
Yes, it was me, Sheriff. I killed Roy, too.
What?
Yes, I killed Roy. Then I took his money to make it look like he was robbed.
But why?
Roy would never let me leave him. It was the only way I could have Sam.
Does Sam know?
No. When he came back that night and went to his room, I slipped out and waited till Roy left the saloon. Everything worked out just as I hoped it would until you came into town. started stirring things up again. I wish you hadn't done that, Mr. Paladin.
I'll go get the doctor.
It's too late, Clem. She's dead.
Oh, no. What a pity.
Yeah.
I can't believe a pretty little thing like that would shoot her own husband. Why would she do it?
Like she said, she was in love with Sam.
Just doesn't make sense.
Love can do strange things, Clem. Especially to a young girl like her.
Here we are, Miss Paladin.
Thank you, driver.
Yes, sir. My pleasure. Good day.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Well, hello, hey boy.
Hey, boy, I wonder when you come back. Here, I take your suitcase.
Thank you.
Oh, why you got sling on your arm?
Oh, just a little accident, nothing serious.
Oh, that's good. You come home just in time.
Oh, in time for what?
To miss our big railroad convention. Everybody left last night.
Hey, boy, that's the best news I've had all week.
Yes, sir. I thought you'd be happy to know.
How's Miss Wong holding up?
Oh, not so good. She not come to work today. All tired out. But she'll be back tomorrow.
I warned her not to work too hard. Hey, boy, take my suitcase up to the room, will you please? I'm going to stop in the bar and get a drink. My throat's a little dusty.
Yes, sir. Mr. Paladin.
What?
There's a very pretty young lady in there. She told her boy she'd like to meet you sometime. Maybe you have a drink with her?
Oh? How pretty?
Oh, very pretty and very young. You'll see her.
Well, hey, boy, this may come as a surprise to you. But today, I'm not interested in the very pretty and the very young.
If you're having Thanksgiving at your house this year, with loads of relatives expected, then make double certain you pick up a pack or two of Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs when you're out doing your big Thanksgiving grocery shopping. Pictures taken with Sylvania Blue Dots will help make this Thanksgiving a day to remember forever. And don't forget, only with Flash do you get all the sharp, clear details, day or night, anytime, anywhere, with any camera. And incidentally, right now, your dealer is making this special offer. With the purchase of just a pack of Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs, the world's largest selling brand, you'll get a lavishly illustrated 32-page flash guidebook called It's Easy to Take Better Flash Pictures, loaded with helpful hints and tips, suggestions, and secrets of expert photographers. This book shows you the right flashbulb for every kind of film. Yes, this book will help you take the best Thanksgiving pictures you've ever taken. So hurry. Thanksgiving is this Thursday. Get your Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs now. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Mr. Paris. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles, Sam Edwards, Charlie Lung, Bartlett Robinson, and Ann Whitfield. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hi, you folks, hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Sugar Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We've got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of Jingles' birthday party. Kellogg's Sugar Pops. They're so good they fill the bill anytime you have a craving for a wonderful breakfast or a delicious snack. Have them as a breakfast with a little milk or cream, or grab a few handfuls out of the box after school when you're watching TV or listening to the radio, or whenever the notion strikes you for something really deliciously different. Once you try Sugar Pops, you'll know why so many people love them. I'm sure Mom will bring you home a box if you ask her real nice like. For weeks, United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok had been planning a big surprise for his deputy and faithful saddle partner Jingles. They'd turn aside from the dangerous thunder trail of justice to celebrate a special occasion for one big day. But when the time rolled around, there were more surprises waiting for them, hair-raising surprises Wild Bill Hickok hadn't planned for Jingles' birthday party.
Doggone it, Bill. What are we in such a blister-rubbing hurry to get to Plainview for?
You'll find out mighty quick, Jingles.
Oh, but you ain't told me nothing, and we've been riding like a whole Comanche tribe was breathing down our necks.
It's a secret, partner.
Bill Hickok, if you're leading me into a gun battle with a den of bandits, you'd better let me stop and rest a minute. You know I ain't no good when I'm out of breath.
No gun battle this time. Whew, Buckshot. Get your breath now. We're here.
Whoa, Joker, stand still, will you? So I can get down off your back.
Come on in, Jingles.
Woo-wee. I can hardly walk. Plainview Hotel. What are we doing here, Bill?
Well, thank goodness you did get here. Oh, am I glad to see you, Bill.
Morning, Miss Tooley.
Yeah, what about me? Ain't you glad to see me, Miss Tooley?
Well, I should say I am, Jingles.
Everything ready, Miss Tooley?
Why, certainly. Been ready since yesterday. Follow me. I've set you up in the President's Suite. The one with the silver bathtub.
Silver bathtub?
Yeah. Yeah, there you are. Everything just like you said, Bill.
What in the... Well, I'll be a pink-eared salamander.
Happy birthday, partner.
Yes, sir. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jingles. Happy birthday to you.
To me? Oh, Miss Tooley, you and Bill did all this for me?
Oh, Bill planned every bit of it.
Miss Tooley did all the work of getting it together.
Well, I ain't never had anything so nice in my whole life.
It's a complete new outfit, Jingles. Hat, breeches, and boots from El Paso, and that red shirt there came all the way from Chicago.
Well, it sure is pretty. Oh, I don't know how to thank you.
Well, don't just stand there sniveling like a shy puppy.
No.
Go crawl into that silver bathtub and scrub the trail dust off of you. Then put your new duds on and let's see how you look.
Yeah, partner, shake a leg. You got more surprises coming.
Oh, boy, I sure will. I'm going to be all duded up like a blue ribbon hog at the county fair. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me.
He sure is happy, Bill. I hate to spoil it.
What do you mean?
It's about the party. Ma Daniels was in Tuesday to get the fixins, but she was nervous as a cat up a tree.
You find out why?
Couldn't. That worthless son of hers never let us alone for a minute.
Split Daniels, huh?
Yeah. Split kept saying there wasn't going to be any party and not to bother. And Ma Daniels kept saying there was going to be a party or she'd know the reason why.
Has anybody been invited?
Not a soul.
That's funny.
Nobody knows about it except me and my brother Daggett. I saw him talking to Split for a minute when they were in.
What's that you're saying, Martha?
Oh, Daggett. I didn't hear you come in.
Howdy, Hickok. Well, don't let Martha scare you with her wild ideas. They got the surprise party all set.
Shh! Not so loud. Don't let Jingles hear you.
How do you know the party's set, Daggett?
Like Martha said, I talked to Split and Ma Daniels. They're expecting you early this afternoon.
Are you sure,
Sure,
Daggett?
I'm sure. Just put some bear grease on your hair, straddle your pony, and head it west, Hickok. And you'll run into the biggest surprise party you ever saw.
Hey, Wranglers, you ever taken a good look at those pictures of Guy Madison and Andy Devine on the package fronts of Kellogg's Sugar Pops? Those pictures sure do look exactly like Guy and Andy when they're rootin' and tootin'. And, of course, most everyone wants to let out a yippee for Kellogg's Sugar Pops because they're so good tasting. Just about everybody loves Sugar Pops. Moms love Pops. Kids love Pops. Pops love Pops. You can eat 'em most any time you got a notion to. For breakfast with milk or cream, or for snacks right out of the box. And 'cause the sweetening's already on 'em, you never need any sugar with Kellogg's Sugar Pops. When Mom goes to the store, have her look for the colorful packages of Kellogg's Sugar Pops with the pictures of Guy Madison and Andy Devine on the fronts. Now, let's sing her song.
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Later, I got a special message for all of you about how you can get a Wild Bill Hickok treasure map. But right now, let's get back to Wild Bill.
With Jingles all dressed up in his new outfit, red shirt flaming in the sun, Wild Bill Hickok headed west on the trail to the Daniels Ranch. They were almost there when Jingles called a halt by a small creek.
Whoa, Joker. Let's stop here and get a drink of water, Bill.
Ooh, Buckshot. Sounds like a good idea, partner.
Bill, you sure are good to me. Giving me all these fancy new glad rags. Sure is a walloping birthday.
Just how old are you, Jingles?
Huh? Oh, now, I ain't telling you that. But I feel like I was about 50.
Well, don't get those things wet while you're drinking from the creek.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, Bill. I'll be real careful.
Sounds like Joker's thirsty, too.
Oh, that hammerhead is always either thirsty or hungry.
Yeah, and he's coming after a drink.
No, Joker, back.
Look out, Jingles. He's moving in.
No, Joker, doggone. Now look what you done, you loop-legged brother to a yellow-backed horny toad. Bill, get me out of here. I'm going to run that ornery horse 4 miles the other side of Kansas City.
Now, get a halter on that temper, partner. Joker didn't mean anything.
But look at my new birthday duds.
Here, give me your hand. No need standing in the creek.
Doggone it, now everything happens to me.
No harm done, Jingles. You'll dry out in the sun. You better break those 6-shooters out and get them dried off right. Hold it, partner.
Well, what is it, Bill?
Don't let on. Just kneel down alongside me here like we're going to take a drink out of the creek.
I don't want nothing more to do with that doggone old creek.
Quick, do it.
Oh, all right.
Now, don't ruffle the surface of the water. Just look at it.
Oh, yeah. Just like a mirror. My red shirt sure looks pretty, don't it? What?
Don't look at your shirt. Look at the reflection of that hill above our head.
Huh? Hill? Yeah, I see it, but I don't see what you're... Oh, Bill.
Yeah.
There's 2 of them, Bill.
That's right.
Oh, what are they doing up there?
I'm not sure. They're working on something behind that big rock.
Bill, didn't that sound like a small charge of blasting powder up there?
It sure did. Jingles, that big rock.
As they blasted it loose, it's falling down on us.
Jingles, run for it.
Here, Joker.
Buckshot, Tim. In the saddle, partner.
Those low-down coyotes. Here it comes, Bill. kill us.
Yeah, Jingles. A little surprise party for your birthday.
Well, they didn't have to go to so much trouble. I'd have been satisfied with a piece of blueberry pie.
They sure don't give up easy, partner.
Now, that's going just too far, Bill.
Yeah, let's head uphill on this trail here. Ooh, Buckshot, pick 'em up, boy.
We going after those 2 mountain goats, Bill?
We sure are. I want to know what this is all about.
You bushwhacking coyotes! You put a hole through my new hat and I'll stretch your hide in the sun to dry.
That was their parting shot, Jingles. They started down the other side. Come on, after them.
We catch up with those sidewinders, I'll darn well pull their fangs, all right. All right, Joker, just a few more feet now, come on.
That's it, Buckshot. Now!
Bill, I don't see them up here.
They've hightailed it, partner. But they left a trail a sick chicken could follow. Well, come on.
You said it. When I lay hands on them, I'm going to celebrate my birthday by playing Yankee Doodle on their broken ribs. Go, Joker, stretch out. I'm plumb mad now.
Daggett, I ain't sure I like what you're doing.
What you like's got nothing to do with it. And get this straight, Split Daniels. I'm giving the orders. Now ride and don't talk so much.
But you said we was just going to surprise Wild Bill and Jingles. You tried to kill him.
Yeah, and you helped me. Yeah, don't forget that.
I didn't do nothing.
They don't know that. Now head for your ranch house. Or up, boy. Run, you crowbait.
You ain't going to tell Ma about this.
Shut up and ride, I'm thinking.
I wish I'd never sold you half interest in our land.
Yeah, what if your ma knew about that? And if you don't want her to know, you better let me do all the talking. Oh, boy. Come on, Split.
Whoa.
We're going in.
Hey, I don't know what you're up to, Daggett, but you better watch.
Shut up.
Well, it's about time you got back, Split. Good afternoon, Daggett.
Good afternoon, Ma Daniels.
Split, what's the matter? You look worried, son. Ain't Wild Bill and Jingles got to town yet?
Yeah, they got to town.
That's right. We saw them, and then we rode on out.
Well, I'm sure glad you're early for the party, Daggett. It's nice. Say, ain't that 2 riders coming?
Ma.
We better go inside, Ma.
Well, you go on in. I'll stay out and greet them. Might be Bill and Jingles.
Get inside, I said.
What?
Don't you talk to my ma like that, Daggett.
You know what, you mule-headed pup?
Daggett, that gun. What's this mean?
Get inside, both of you. Come on, get in.
Daggett.
Yeah, that's better.
Daggett, what's got into you? And you be careful not to mess up this house. It's all ready for Jingles' birthday party.
There ain't gonna be none. The only birthday party Jingles and that high and mighty Hickok are gonna see is a hail of lad when they ride up here.
Split, what's he talking about?
Ma, he's trying to kill Wild Bill and Jingles, and that's them riding this way out there.
What? He can't do that. Daggett, is that true?
I warned you, Split. Now I'm gonna take care of you first.
No! You ain't taking care of nobody, Daggett. Too late.
Look out, Split, he's got a gun.
I don't care, Ma.
You just dug your grave, you young maverick.
No! Ah! You've killed him. You've killed my boy.
I'm getting out of here.
Run, you coward! Wild Bill Hickok will catch you. You can't get away.
Bill, did you hear a shot?
I sure did, partner. And it came from the Daniels ranch house. Come on, hi, Buckshot, hi!
That's where those 2 Jaspers were headed.
You said it, partner. I don't like this.
Now, doggone it. They can't do this. They're going to wrap up my birthday, and that ain't fair.
Well, we'll find out who it is right pronto. Who, Buckshot?
Whoa, Joker. Rear back and stand.
Come on, Jingles.
I'm coming, Bill. There's just more of me to get moving.
Hello. Ma Daniels?
Bill, we better be careful. There's shooting in there.
Oh, Bill. Bill, he's killed my boy.
Bill.
I'll take care of her, Jingles. You look inside.
Sure.
Now, you come on in and sit down, Ma. Don't try to talk yet.
Bill, it's Split Daniels all right, but he ain't dead.
He's not? Oh, thank heaven.
He's got a crease on the side of his head. Enough to knock out a mule, but he's breathing.
Now, you take it easy, Ma. Here, let's see. Yeah, that was a close one, all right.
Bill, was that Split grown?
Yes. Looks like he's coming around.
Oh, Split. Son, can you hear me?
Yeah, he's waking up, Ma.
Ma? What? Oh. Ma, you all right? I gotta tell you.
Better not try to talk now.
No, I gotta talk, Wild Bill. was Daggett Tooley that shot me. And it was Daggett that tried to kill you. He tried to make me help him.
What holes he got on you, son?
We found salt in the hills.
Salt? Now, what's that got to do with
Wait a minute, partner. Let him talk.
Oh. Yeah, I've got to tell you, Wild Bill. Daggett talked me into selling him half our land, the part with the salt on it.
But Split, you can't sell our ranch. It's in my name.
He didn't know it. I wanted money.
Oh, I'd have give you money, son, if you'd have needed it.
I'll pay him back. I'll work and pay it back.
Oh, we'll take care of it.
Oh, what about salt?
Well, it's a salt deposit, like a mine. Daggett says it's the only one in the West. He says it's worth more than gold.
And he's just about right. But why was he trying to kill us?
He didn't want you nor no one else to know about it. He was scared he'd lose the whole thing.
And you turned on him and he shot you.
Sure.
He tried to kill Split.
Well, he's not going to try killing anybody else.
Hey, look. Hey, Bill, look, a big cake.
Now you get away from that, Jingles. It's a surprise.
Yeah, Jingles, you're going to have to wait for the rest of your birthday. We're going to set up a surprise for Daggett Tooley.
Oh, doggone that Daggett anyway. He's plumb ruining my birthday.
I'll bet Daggett headed for the salt mine up in the hills, Wild Bill. If you're going after him, I'm coming with you.
No, now, son, you're not strong enough.
I got plenty left to help Wild Bill and Jingles smoke that no-good coyote out in the open.
That's the spirit, boy.
All right, you two. Let's go get him. We'll get back when we've got him hog-tied, Ma. Don't you worry.
All right, Bill.
Yeah, and with that cake waiting there on the table, you can bet your prettiest apron it ain't going to take as long to round him up. Come on, let's go. This ain't getting him off that ledge, Bill.
You're right, partner.
Yeah, but there's no way of getting up to him without crossing right in the open where he can get a beat on us.
Yeah, and every minute we waste in here is letting that cake get that much more stale.
Right again, partner. This has gone on too long already.
What are you going to do, Bill?
Go up and drag him off that ledge.
Bill, you can't do that. You wouldn't get 10 feet in the open before he...
Yeah, we get back down behind this rock. Bill, he's a dead shot.
Can't waste any more time, Jingles. Sun's going down. It's now or never.
Don't do it, Wild Bill. You won't have a chance.
Keep him interested, partner. See you later.
No, Bill. Come back here. Doggone that mangy mountain goat. Come on, Split. Give it to him. He's a shooting at Bill.
Hey, partners, I just been looking over this Wild Bill Hickok treasure map. And I mean to tell you, I've seen lots of maps in my time, but I've never seen anything that measures up with this one. It sure is a humdinger. Something that any one of you cowpokes can be mighty proud to hang on the wall in your den, room, or clubhouse. This here's a powerful big map, too, fully 2 feet high and 3 feet wide, and just packed with pictures of cowboys, Indians, pirates, and marking the spots where famous treasures have been reported. And along with this colorful, exciting map, you also get a secret treasure guide. Now, this guide describes over 300 different treasures, some in every state there is. Why, some of these treasure spots might be located right in your own hometown. You let the other cowpokes in your gang see this treasure guide and treasure map, and you can bet your best 10-gallon hat they're all going to be hustling to get one for themselves. Now, here's how you can be one of the first to get yourself one of these Wild Bill Hickok treasure maps and secret treasure guides. All you got to do is write your name and address on a sheet of paper and send it along with 25 cents in coin and 1 box top from Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops to Kellogg's, Box 320, Battle Creek, Michigan. But you better get a move on, because the supply of these maps and treasure guides is limited. This offer is good only in areas permitting such offers. Now, back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Though every step he took across the open space was an invitation to death, Wild Bill Hickok climbed on, up after the treacherous Daggett Tooley. Above him, crouched in the protection of the ledge, Daggett's defiance was turning to frantic fear.
Stay back, Hickok!
I'm coming for you, Daggett. Put that rifle down.
Climb into your grave. I gotta bleed on your wishbone.
You've reached the end of your rope, mister.
Stay back. This salt is mine.
Your luck's run out, Daggett. You tried to swindle, and that didn't work. 3 times today, you tried killing, and that didn't work either. Now I'm taking you in.
Why don't you follow?
You're nervous, mister. A gun's no good when you're shaking. Now drop it.
No, you ain't taking me.
No, you don't. Now slow down.
See how this rifle butt feels over your head?
That was your last move, Daggett.
Bill! Bill, where are you?
Back on the ledge, Jingles.
Doggone it. I ain't no mountain goat. Bill, you all right?
You got him, Wild Bill.
Yeah. Now get up, Daggett.
I'll take care of him, Bill.
Split, I thought you...
Yeah, you thought I was dead. Well, I don't kill that easy, Daggett.
Say, Bill, is this the salt mine he was talking about?
Sure is, Jingles. Whole cliff, solid salt, and way back in that cave.
Oh, makes me thirsty to look at it.
And it's mine, you hear?
Your scheme won't work, Daggett. Split didn't own this land. It's all in his mother's name.
Oh, you young crook. I gave you $500 for this.
And I'm paying every cent back to you.
Where he's going, it won't do him any good. You'll have to put it in his bank account.
That's right. Now, you better get back to your maw, Split. When Jingles and I get this Jasper locked up, we'll be back for the party.
Hey, that's right. Hey, let's hurry. That cake is calling me like a coyote calling for its mate.
Ma ain't been much good to you up to now.
Well, son, it takes a lot of growing to make a boy into a man, and, well, there's nobody what's got by without making a mistake or two.
Being with Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles today showed me the difference between being a man and being a sneaking weasel like Daggett Tooley.
Oh, that's good, son. Wild Bill's a good pattern to set by.
He sure is.
Here comes Wild Bill and Jingles now. And look who's with them.
Hey, Ma, looks like the whole state is coming.
Oh, my land. Open the door, son. Welcome the folks.
Ma, it's Miss Tooley. She brought everybody, I'll bet.
Oh, well, bless her heart. Come on in, folks. Everything turned out just fine. Come on in and welcome.
I brought everybody I saw.
Well, the more the merrier. Hey, Split, get over by that table and ask the folks to help themselves.
Ma, you don't know how we appreciate this.
Oh, we sure do.
Isn't it wonderful? Now, I think we ought to all sing happy birthday to Jane.
Miss Tooley, you don't need to do that.
Oh, it's a grand idea. All together now.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jingles. Happy birthday to you.
Well, partner, it looks like you got your party after all.
Yeah, it sure is a lot of palooza, Bill. Thank you, folks.
Now, I think Jingles ought to tell us how old he is.
That's right, Jingles. How old are you?
Well, now, that'd be telling. But I'll give you an idea if you won't spread it around. I'm old enough to know better and to get into trouble, but I'm young enough to still want to.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
Be with us again on Friday, folks, when Andy and I will have another Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you.
Yes, sir, and this is a real rip snorter called One More to Go.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Sugar Pops.
Right, it's a great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Sugar Pops are great. So long.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Colleen Collins, Gail Bonney, Eddie Firestone Jr., and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Friday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok has one more to go. Now, this is Charles Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Sugar Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. And Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Case for tonight, paid in full.
It is 7:45 p.m., August 18th, 1941. Nick Hubbard, a West Texas farmer, is seated at the dinner table with his wife, Min. But Hubbard is not eating. Instead, his attention is riveted on an advertisement in the newspaper before him.
Will you stop staring at that thing and eat your supper, Nick?
I ain't hungry.
You've had your nose buried in them new car ads ever since you got the check for the cotton crop. That lot of good it's doing you. We can't buy one.
We could if I didn't have to pay that Mexican for working on shares.
You could have made the crop yourself if you wasn't so lazy.
You want to shut up or do I have to fetch you a punch in the mouth?
I didn't mean nothing, Nick.
Now shut your trap and keep it shut. $1,100 for my cotton, and I gotta give half of it to that Mexican.
Ain't nothing you can do about it, Nick.
Don't you go telling me what I can do. Doc took him and his family in, and now fed him, let him live in a shack on my land. Seems to me that's enough for any man to do for him, Nick. Worse, that's so. Morales didn't chop enough cotton to make into a nightshirt.
How can you say that, Nick? You got $1,100 out of his crop. Even half of that's more than you made before doing the work yourself. He knows you got the check, Nick. You can't stall him much longer. It's been 3 days now, and he's coming back again tonight. Reckon that's him now, Nick.
Coming right up on the front porch like you own the place. You're busy with your dishes. I'll handle him. Well, Morales, what you want?
Senor Hubbard, I come for my money for the cotton.
I told you I'd bring it to you when it come. I ain't got it yet. I can't give you what I ain't got.
Please, senor, por favor. I don't like to bother you, but my wife, she's sick. We're going to have another baby.
Look, I got troubles of my own, Morales.
Senor Hubbard, I know you got the money. I asked the cotton buyer. He tell me that everybody is paid.
You checking up on me, you stinking wetback?
I am not a wetback, senor. I do not sneak across the border. I am a good citizen of this country.
Good citizen. All right, come on in. Now, look, tell you what I'll do, and it's better than you deserve. Here. Here's $50. We'll call it square, and you and your brute can get off my land by morning.
No, senor, no. You don't give Jose Morales $50. I want my money, senor. All my money.
You better pick that 50 up, Morales, because that's all you're going to get.
Senor, you do not give me the money, tomorrow I go to a lawyer in the town.
Lawyer? Well, you got no good.
No, senor, please. Please, let me go, senor.
You're going to take that 50 and sign a paper right now.
Nick, what is it?
You stay out of this, man. Me and Morales just made a deal. Where's that pencil and some paper?
In the second shelf.
I do not sign any paper, senor.
Come back here, Morales.
I go to the law, senor.
You ain't going far.
Nick, no. No, not the shotgun.
Let go of me.
Nick, you're crazy.
Get back. Come back here, you stinking wetback.
No.
All right, then. That brush ain't going to cover you.
Oh, Nick. Nick, what'd you do?
Shut up.
Nick. He's dead, Nick. What are you going to do, Nick?
Shut up. Let me think. I gotta get him off the place. Help me lift him. I better get him off the place.
I can't, Nick. I can't touch him.
Help me, I said. Keep your mouth shut. Forever from now on, keep your mouth shut. Or I'll shut it like I shut his.
The body of Jose Morales was discovered 2 days later by a field hand. It had been dumped in a thicket in rugged country near a path used as a shortcut to town. The sheriff was summoned, and he, in turn, asked for the help of a Texas ranger. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned.
Good thing you were towing your horse trailer, Jace. Be a rough go on foot.
That path looks like it gets plenty of use, though.
Yeah, field hands use it for a shortcut to town when they're walking or mounted. Guess they figured 3 miles of this is better than 8 miles of highway. Body's just up ahead. I rode down a ways to meet you when I heard your horse.
You said something about somebody reporting Morales missing before the body was discovered.
That's right. His wife came into my office yesterday and said he hadn't been home all night.
Means he might have been killed the night before last.
It seems that way. Oh, here we are. Oh, boy.
Whoa, Sharky.
Right in that thicket.
Shotgun, huh?
Yeah, got it behind the head and through his back. Heavy charge.
12 gauge, probably. He just like he was found?
Yeah.
Wasn't killed here, then.
Not killed here. Why not?
We're at the head of the body. That means he'd have been walking this way, through the thicket, when he was shot. And he'd fall forward on his face toward us.
That's right.
All right, now look at the thicket behind his feet. Direction you would have been coming from.
What about it?
It hasn't been disturbed. He couldn't walk through that thicket without breaking some of it down. Besides, he wouldn't be walking off the path.
I see what you mean. He must have been on the path when he was shot then. Whoever gunned him carried the body over this way and dumped him into the thicket.
Let's have a look at that path around here. Well, blood from his wounds should have left a mark someplace, a stain on the ground.
Yeah, nothing here. No sign of blood, no sign of the earth being scuffed over to hide it.
No. Well, we're not going to find anything. Not around here. If he'd been dumped when that wound was fresh, we'd have found something by now. He was brought in here after all the bleeding had stopped because somebody didn't want the body found where he was killed.
Well, that means we got to find out where. It's not going to be easy.
It never is. There's one good thing about it. Once we do find the place, it isn't going to be far from the killer or the body wouldn't have been moved. Well, there's nothing else for us to see here. Lab man's flying in from Austin. Might find something when the medical examiner does an autopsy.
I'll have to stay here a while. Men who directed you here are bringing pack animals to take the body into town.
There's no sense in both of us staying. I'll get started. Hey, you know where Morales lived?
Yeah, shack near the cotton fields on the north rim of Nick Hubbard's farm.
Yeah. Thanks, Sheriff. Don't suppose you know if Morales was having trouble with anybody?
Not that I know of, Jace. I reckon his family might know something, though. Or maybe the Hubbards.
I'll see them both. Meet you in town when I'm finished.
Okay, Jace.
Get around, Sharky. Up, boy. Come on, let's go. I got back to my car, loaded charcoal into the horse trailer, and drove to the Hubbard farm. Hubbard wasn't there, but his wife was out back scrubbing clothes. She was trembling and kept wetting her lips as she spoke to me, and I could see that she'd been crying.
Yes. We heard about it maybe an hour ago. Somebody called on the party line to tell my husband.
Where's your husband now, Mrs. Hubbard?
He drove out to the Morales shack to tell Mrs. Morales and see if maybe there wasn't something he could do for her and the kids. Morales worked shares for us, you know.
So the sheriff told me.
I don't know what his woman will do now.
How far is the shack Morales lived in?
A little over a mile. Our place goes back quite a ways. Land ain't too good. We got a lot of it.
Morales ever come here to your house, I mean?
Only when he had some business with Nick, my husband.
When was the last time?
I don't rightly know, Ranger. Like I said, he'd come to see Nick.
He'd probably be around when he came, though. When was the last time you saw him?
I can't say for sure. I'm too upset to think. Oh, there comes Nick now. There's his car coming across the field.
Good. Maybe he'll know something. I'd like to know if Morales was here the night before last.
Nick will know for sure. He'll tell you.
Howdy, Ranger.
Howdy.
your car here as I was coming across. Mighty slick looking. Puts my old bust to shame.
Nick, the ranger wants to know some things about Morales.
Well, I could figure that for myself, man. What else would he want to know about? Yeah, I just left his widow. This thing's hit her kind of hard. Sure feel sorry for him and them kids.
I know.
Of course, Min and me'll do anything we can to help them. I told her they could stay on the shack, Min. And that we wasn't fixing to charge him no rent nor nothing.
Poor woman.
Come in. Hold on to yourself.
Your wife can't help how she feels, Mr. Hubbard. There's just a couple of things I want to know. When'd you see Morales last? Your wife couldn't remember.
Well, you sure are broken up, Min. You ought to remember Morales is here night before last.
I wasn't sure, Nick.
Night before last, huh? What time?
What? Just after we finished supper, 8 o'clock, maybe.
The same night he was killed.
What? You mean he's been dead that long?
Judging by the appearance of the body, yes. We'll know for sure when the medical examiner gets finished with him, but why are you so surprised?
Well, I mean, he was only found a little while ago.
He's been missing since the night before last, though. His wife reported that to the sheriff's office yesterday. You knew that, didn't you?
Well, sure I knew it, but, I figured he was off on a toot, celebrating with that roll of money.
What roll of money?
Money I paid him for working shares on a cotton.
Is that when you paid him? When he was here night before last?
Sure, handed him $550. That's why I'm surprised Min didn't remember him stopping by. Why, you remember, Min, you was there when I handed him the cash and he made his X on that receipt I wrote out.
I wasn't sure of the night.
So he had $550 cash on him. Well, now I can see a reason for his being murdered.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
What? Something Mrs. Morales told me just a while ago when I was over there about a field hand who dropped in the night Morales disappeared. He wanted to borrow some money. Waited around for him, but when he didn't come, the fella said he'd walk down toward my place here and see if he couldn't meet Morales on the way.
She mentioned the field hand's name?
Can't remember. Shorty, I think. Shorty something.
Anybody show up here that night looking for Morales?
No, not while he was here, not after he left. Wasn't nobody, was there, man?
No.
Must have met Morales away from here then, Ranger. Maybe the man you're after.
Sure looks mighty possible, Hubbard. I'm going to see Mrs. Morales and find out who that man was. You want to point out the way?
Do better than that, Ranger. I'll ride out with you.
Fine. Let's go. Goodbye, Miss Hubbard.
Bye, man. Back later.
Bye.
Sure is a smooth car you got here, Ranger. I'm going to get me a new car soon. Oh, she sure do hum, don't she?
Yeah. Am I heading right?
Yeah. Straight across the field and follow that fence line. Sure is a shame about Morales. But, I reckon you ain't gonna have much work once this woman tells you who that fella was, the Shorty.
It looks like you had a motive, all right.
Sounds like the killer to me. I hope you get him, Ranger. Morales is a mighty fine Mexican, mighty fine. Hate to see anybody get away with killing him. Man, this is a fine car, ain't it? Ha! Listen to her purr.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. But first, here is an important announcement.
Next Sunday, over most of these same NBC stations, you will hear Tales of the Texas Rangers at a new and earlier time. Yes, beginning next Sunday, listen 1 hour and a half earlier for this program. This new earlier time will bring you Tales of the Texas Rangers immediately following the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show and right before Theater Guild on the Air. Remember, next Sunday, tune in 1 hour and a half earlier for Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea, and tonight's case, Paid in Full, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The Morales shack was threadbare, but scrubbed clean like the two wide-eyed kids who clung to their mother's skirts. There was heartbreak in her eyes. She kept it smothered for the sake of her children, till she sent them outside so we could talk.
Go. Play in the back. Papito, help Rosa find her dog.
I try not to cry when they are near me.
Take it easy, Mrs. Morales.
Easy? What is easy?
Life is hard for me, for them. And now they have no father to help them.
Now, everything's gonna be all right. I told you can stay on here rent-free and everything.
We didn't want to stay here. We were going to move away and get a little place of our own for the new baby that's going to come. As soon as you gave Jose his money. Why do you make him wait so long?
Well,
For 3 days, every day he asked you for his share. And you keep saying you don't give the check yet. But you did.
What is this, Hubbard?
Well, it's just a little misunderstanding, Ranger. I can explain it. I didn't want to give Jose the money. I wanted to give it to Mrs. Morales here. I asked him to bring her down to the house and collect it.
Why?
Why, for her sake and the sake of the kids. You know how some sharecroppers are. He might have taken all that dough and blown it in on a tequila binge.
Jose would not spend our money that way. He was a good husband.
Well, I got no way of being sure of that. I was just trying to look out for you and your youngsters. Is that a crime?
No, but while you were being so considerate, you could have driven out here with the money instead of expecting this woman to walk to your place to get it. Mrs. Morales, Mr. Hubbard says you told him about somebody coming here to borrow money from your husband the night he didn't come home.
See, a man who worked with Jose someplace once before, 2 years ago. They call him Shorty. Shorty Davis.
You tell him your husband had gone down to Hubbard's place?
See? Then he said he would not wait anymore. He would walk down and try to meet Jose. Then he went away. That's all.
You see, it's just like I told you, Ranger. Probably met Jose, talked him into going to town when he found out he had the money. Then he murdered him when he got him off on that shortcut trail.
My poor husband.
Now, don't you worry. They'll get that Shorty fella.
We haven't got him yet, Hubbard. A couple of things don't fit. Mrs. Morales, did Shorty Davis have a shotgun with him when he came by?
No.
Probably had the whole thing planned in advance, Ranger. Had the gun stashed away on the shortcut.
Still doesn't add up, Hubbard.
Why not?
Because Morales wasn't killed on the shortcut. He was killed someplace else and taken out there.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because there'd be certain signs at the scene of the murder that weren't around where the body was found.
You mean like blood on the ground? Things like that?
Yeah, things like that.
So, Shorty must have killed him someplace else.
Somebody did. We'll pick Shorty up and see what he's got to say. Goodbye, Miss Morales.
Goodbye.
Come on, Hubbard. I'll drive you home. When I got back to the sheriff's office, it was late afternoon, and the medical examiner and our lab man had finished. The sheriff had a complete report.
Hoping this speaks with your approval. Oh, the report's right there on my desk, Jason. That top folder.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Yours very cooler. I'll sign it later, brother.
Anything special in this lab report?
Yeah, a few things. Yeah, let me show you. Look here.
Shot followed a downward path, indicating that the gun was fired from above and behind the victim. Pattern of shot spread, a number of pellets striking target from normal number of pellets in regulation 12-gauge shell. Further indicates that shot came from approximately 20 yards behind victim with gun muzzle at high level.
That's pretty interesting, isn't it, Jace?
Plenty interesting.
Means that Morales must have been shot by somebody who was standing on something above the ground level, or maybe somebody mounted.
That's the way it shapes up. You know anything about a field hand named Shorty Davis?
Yeah, I've been around here for quite some time.
You know where to find him?
He doesn't live any place regular, just grubs around. Got hurt in an accident before the cotton season and never had a chance to put any money by. I reckon he's mighty hard up. Why do you want him?
Tell you while we're looking. Let's find him. We combed the town until midnight, but there was no sign of Shorty Davis. I called my headquarters and with the sheriff supplying a description, put out a statewide pickup. It was just after dawn when it paid off. Shorty Davis was picked up by the highway patrol less than 50 miles away. They brought him back to us.
All right, Shorty. Sit down over there.
Mr. Sheriff, what for those men bring me back here? I ain't done nothing.
If you haven't, you'll be taken back to where you were picked up. Meanwhile, where were you going?
Just heading for El Paso to see my folks, Mr. Ranger.
Kind of sudden decision, Shorty. You've been hanging around here for months.
I couldn't go before, sir. I was waiting to get me some money.
You mean you've got money now?
Why, yes, sir.
Where'd you get it, Shorty?
What? From an accident. You remember the accident I had, sir, when Mr. Hoxie Wilson hit me with his automobile? Well, the lawyer man, Mr. Corby, he got me some settlement money for getting hit.
Is that the truth, Shorty? Won't take long to find out if it isn't.
I wouldn't lie to you at all, sir. You could ask Mr. Hoxie Wilson.
You better call him and check, Sheriff.
I sure will. I'll bring it. Give me Hoxie Wilson's place. Yeah, Hoxie Wilson.
Mr. Ranger, where did the sheriff think I got the money?
You'll find out later, Shorty. How much have you got?
Well, I had $100. Just spent a couple for eating yesterday.
Hello, Hoxie.
When'd you leave town?
Yesterday morning.
What time?
Early, right after the bank opened, and Mr. Hoxie got me the money.
Then you didn't know that Jose Morales was found dead yesterday morning?
Dead?
Murdered. He was murdered the night you stopped by his shack to see him.
I never did see him that night.
But you did stop by the shack.
Yes, sir, but he wasn't home. His wife tell you that, sir.
His story about the money is okay, Chase.
Sir, I ain't telling you no stories. I'm telling you the truth.
Well, just keep on telling it. Go ahead, Chase. I've been listening with one ear.
Mrs. Morales told you where her husband was, didn't she?
She said he was at Hubbard Farm, that's all.
And didn't you leave the shack saying you'd go down to the farm and meet him?
Yes, sir. I wanted to get the lender some money from Jose. He knew me. We worked together once. He loaned me before, and I always paid him back.
We ain't asking about your credit rating, Shorty. What we want to know is what happened after you met Morales.
I never did meet him. Wasn't nobody at Mr. Hubbard's place.
The Hubbards weren't there?
No, sir. I knocked hard on the back door, and there wasn't nobody there at all.
Now, you've been mighty sure of what you're saying, Shorty.
I am sure, Mr. Sheriff. That old house was just plain empty. Jose wasn't there. I thought maybe he'd come back, or maybe he hadn't been there yet. So I went over in the field and sat me down on a stump and waited. Then Mr. Hubbard and his wife, they drove up real slow. Had a couple of horses hitched to the back of the car.
Horses?
Yes, sir.
What kind of story are you trying to invent?
I ain't inventing nothing, Mr. Sheriff. That's gospel.
Didn't Hubbard see you?
No, sir. Like I said, I was in the field, sitting by a stump.
Well, didn't you let him know you were there?
No, sir. It was Morales I come to meet, and he wasn't with him. I didn't want Mr. Hubbard raising a fuss with me and asking me what I was doing around his property tonight. No, sir. That man, he mean.
Jeez. Hubbard wouldn't be towing horses around at night without a reason.
The only reason I can think of is for packing something to a place he couldn't get to in his car.
You mean like packing Morales' body up that shortcut trail?
That's right.
But why'd they kill him?
Because Hubbard was lying about paying Morales his share in that cotton crop. He acted mighty funny when it came out he'd stalled about paying. Shorty?
Yes, sir?
I want you to repeat your story and we'll type it.
Yes.
Take your statement.
Statement. Yes.
After that, Sheriff, we're going out and have a good look at Hubbard's farm.
A darn good look. Excuse me a minute. Hello? Speaking. How did it happen? I see. Count on me for whatever it costs.
Sheriff, what's the matter?
That was Doc Barker. Mrs. Morales come into the funeral parlor to see her husband. She fainted, fell. Jace, she lost her baby.
We headed for Hubbard's farm, but we parked off the road about a half mile away and cut across the fields on foot, hoping we could check around outside the house without being spotted. We were in the cover of some trees, and we saw Mrs. Hubbard come from the back of the house carrying a wash tub.
What the devil's she doing with that wash tub, Jace?
I don't know. Don't let her see you.
Hey, she's dumping it by the brush.
Yeah.
Why didn't she dump it in back? I never saw a woman carry a laundry tub around to the front of the house to dump it unless she was growing something.
A lot more than one tub full has been dumped in that spot. Look at that ground. It's soaked. Come on.
Gonna let her see us?
I want to find out what she's doing. Hubbard isn't around. The garage shed is open and the car isn't there. Just a minute, Miss Hubbard.
Oh, it's you, Ranger. And the sheriff.
It's a funny place you picked to empty a laundry tub, ma'am.
Well, the ground seemed kind of dry.
It's dry all around here, except for this one spot by the brush. Quite a lot of water's been dumped here. Much more than you had in that tub. Take a look around, Sheriff.
Well, what are you looking for?
Maybe a couple of blood stains dried into the ground.
If there was anything here, Jace, we're too late now. Mud's an inch thick, clear to the base of this brush.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but there's one thing that's still here. Take a look, Sheriff.
What is it?
The leaves on this brush. Holes ripped through some of the leaves, just the way they'd be if a shotgun charge came through.
There've been some bugs.
Bugs never made these holes, ma'am. Sheriff, look at the porch of the house. How far away did you say it was?
Well, maybe 18, 20 yards. What make... Hey, the lab report said the shot was fired from approximately 20 yards.
With the muzzle level above the victim, and that porch is the only elevated spot it could have come from. Hubbard must have fired from there.
That ain't so. Nick didn't kill Morales. He didn't.
He did, and you know it. When I asked you when you'd seen Morales last, you kept stalling your answer until your husband came.
He's committed 2 murders if the truth is known, men. Because Mrs. Morales just lost the baby she was carrying.
Oh, no, no.
Nick is your husband, men, but lying for somebody like him ain't right before earth or heaven. You know it.
I told him not to do it. I begged him to pay Morales, but he was greedy. He took a shotgun and...
Where is the gun, ma'am?
In the house. I'll show you. I can't go on with this no more. All last night he was dumping water out there by the brush where Morales fell. Something you said yesterday about bloodstains scared him. It scared me, too. That's why I brought the laundry water out there. I couldn't stop thinking about it. There's the gun. There in the corner. Maybe I ain't a fit wife. Maybe I shouldn't have told you, but I feel better about it now. I feel better. Some night maybe I'll sleep again if I live to be old enough.
Where's your husband now, Mrs. Hubbard?
I don't know. He left this morning before sunup to drive to Center City. Said he'd be back before noon.
I guess we'll just sit and wait then, if you don't mind.
Wait a minute, Sheriff. Car coming up the drive now. Let's take a look out through those curtains.
That ain't Nick's car. Well, that one's brand spanking new.
That's Nick in it, though. So that's what he went to Center City for.
She's right, Sheriff. That man really loves new cars. Yeah, stand back from the window. Let him come in.
Hey, man! Come give your eyes a treat.
Howdy, Hubbard.
Yeah, howdy, Sheriff. Ranger. And why are you looking at me like that?
I told him, Nick. I told him everything. I told him how you cheated Morales, how you shot him in the back.
Shut up! Shut your crazy mouth!
No, you don't. I'll try that again. Now get up.
Mrs. Morales lost her baby, Nick. Ain't you proud of that? While you was buying your new car, she was losing her baby.
Don't say any more. Please, Ben.
You got a new car, didn't you, Nick? You know where you're going to drive in it, don't you, Nick? You know where.
Take care of her, Sheriff. I'll take him.
Right, geez.
Come on, Nick. Let's go.
At his trial, Nick Hubbard broke down and confessed to the murder of Jose Morales. He was sentenced to Huntsville Penitentiary for the rest of his life.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Virginia Gregg, Whitfield Connor, Ed Begley, and Juster Hairston. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Remember, next Sunday over most of these same NBC stations, listen 1 hour and a half earlier for Tales of the Texas Rangers.
Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you're dialing right. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night, NBC.
Phil Baker invites you to join the $64 question next on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a homicide detail. Naval intelligence tells you that 2 Marines have been picked up by the shore patrol. They're reported sick. One is in critical condition. Foul play is suspected. Your job? Investigate. Here's what leading tobacco publications have had to say about king-size Chesterfield.
U.S. Tobacco Journal, Atlanta, Georgia. Chesterfield King Size is going strong. One jobber reordered twice this week in addition to his regular order.
And the Chicago Weekly, Tobacco Leaf, reports more calls for Chesterfield king-size cigarettes than for most brands being marketed.
The reason for king-size Chesterfield's amazing success is this. All king-size cigarettes give you quantity, but only Chesterfield king-size gives you quantity plus quality. Premium quality.
That means Chesterfield King Size contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king-size cigarette. The same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield. Enough more of this tobacco to give you over a fifth longer smoke.
So remember, Chesterfield is the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size.
Buy 'em either way you like 'em. Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, July 10th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 7:58 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Morning, Joe.
Hi.
Just get in?
Yeah.
Anything in the book?
I'm looking.
What's the matter? You hacked about something?
No. Why do you ask that?
Well, figures you're sore about something. What do you do, take a sour pill? You keep this up, you won't be asked to post toothpaste ads.
Well, now, that's funny.
All right, Joe. Tell your Uncle Dudley. What's the matter?
Dallas had court deal yesterday. It was miserable.
Thing you and Gaffney been working out?
Yeah, the white glove bandit came up while you were out on vacation. Spent over a month on it. Covered it from every angle.
Yeah.
Looked like we had the guy any way he turned. We had an idea how much he'd taken on each job. Lee thought he traced him on every move he made on each of the deals. We figured we really had the guy. DA's office thought so, too.
They quit him?
Yeah. Let him walk right out. 12 men, good and true. Let that cheap hoodlum walk right out on the streets a free man.
Well, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Is there Mr. Friday here? Yes, sir. I'm Friday. Is something I can do for you?
Well, I'm Richard Houston, Naval Intelligence. Deputy Chief Brown directed me to you.
I see. Well, it's my partner, Frank Smith. Lieutenant Houston.
Hello, Smith.
Like, sit down, sir. What is it we can do for you?
Well, we got a weird one. That's why we thought your department ought to be in on it. About all I can tell you is just the skeleton of the thing. We don't know all the details. We haven't gone into it completely yet. We figured you fellas would like to be in on it from the beginning. Looks like it's going to be a police investigation.
Yes, sir.
To begin, I should go back 3 weeks ago and tell you the story as near as we've been able to reconstruct it.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Well, a couple of Marines left the base. They'd just gotten back from Korea, both on a 48-hour pass. We figured they came up here to L.A. They had a lot of back pay in their pockets. We don't know where they started, but they ended up in a cheap hotel. We got a call from the shore patrol early Monday morning. They'd gotten a complaint that the 2 boys were causing a disturbance in the hotel. They picked them up and found they both were in a pretty bad way. They had them shipped to the Naval Hospital down at Long Beach. By the time they got there, they were really rocky.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but I don't quite see just how we're connected with this.
Well, I'm getting to that.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'm a little long-winded. Anyway, last night, the boys had been AWOL for over 2 weeks. They were brought into the hospital, like I said. Doctors did what they could, but it was too late to help. One of the boys died late last night. We're not sure about the other one. That's where you come in.
Sir?
They were both poisoned.
9:06 a.m. Frank and I talked with Captain Lorman, then we checked out a trip car and left for Long Beach. When we got there, we talked with the doctor in charge. He told us that it would be later that night before the boy would be completely out of danger. He said, however, that we could talk to him if we phrased our questions so that the answers could be kept fairly brief. We looked over the boy's record. His full name was Jack Wayne Walker, age 24. He'd enlisted in the Marine Corps on January 14th, 1950. He'd spent almost a year in the Far East, and his service record had been good until this time. The record of the victim, PFC Edward Monahan, was pretty much the same. The boys had both come from the same town in Arkansas. The date of their enlistment was the same. They'd served overseas the same time. At 3:48 p.m., the doctor ushered us into Jack Walker's room.
Who are you?
Police officers, Jack. We'd like to talk to you.
Well, what's it about? I haven't done anything. At least I don't think I did.
No, it's not that. We'd like to find out what happened while you were up in L.A.
Well, I killed my buddy up there. That's what happened. You heard about that, didn't you?
Yes, we did. That's what we want to talk to you about.
Poor Ed. A year in Korea. Guys taking pot shots at us. Cold, mud. And we got to come back here to get it. I didn't trust that little crumb. I knew we shouldn't have had anything to do with it.
Well, you shouldn't have trusted who, Jack?
Stubby.
You know the rest of his name?
No, just Stubby. I just can't believe it about Ed. He shoved off for L.A. going to have a last fling. Ed was getting married as soon as we got home.
All right, if you could just start right at the beginning.
Oh, sure. Well, first, we both had a 48-hour pass. We figured to go to L.A., like I said, for last fling. A few drinks, look at some of the lights, have a little fun. Sort of a bachelor party for Ed before he got hitched, you know. Well, we pulled into town. Let's see, I think it was Saturday morning. A couple of buddies told us about a joint up there where we could have some fun.
Yeah.
Well, we head up there, and nice little place that hour in the morning, I guess about 10:30. Well, we start in to drink. It gets pretty foggy after that. Like little parts in a jigsaw, you know. You sort of see a little bit of everything, but the whole picture ain't there.
Yeah.
Well, I remember we hung around the place for 2 days, and then it all really goes black. Next thing I remember, we woke up in some flea bag. I remember looking at the calendar on the wall. We was already a couple days AWOL. Ed and I talked about what we should do. And then we get to trying to think up an excuse for the CO for being AWOL. With our CO ain't easy. He's had experts try. Ed says he'd figure out something, so we start for the bus depot, get back to base. On the way, we pass this bar, and Ed says, well, maybe we ought to stop and have one more for the road, so we do, and I don't remember much for a couple more days. And I remember once we stopped and watched the guy get tattooed, Ed and I got talking about it, you know, whether or not we should have it done. Finally, we figured it was kind of kid stuff, so we didn't. I remember that because it was right after we left the tattoo place, we went to this bar where we met Stubby.
Well, this is the fellow that you were talking about?
Yeah, it's him.
And you met him in a bar?
Yeah. Ed and I were sitting there trying to figure out what we was going to do, you know. We were pretty broke by this time, and then, too, we was over 2 weeks AWOL. Anyway, sliced it, we had big trouble.
Yeah.
Well, we walks into this place. It was about 4:30 or 5 in the afternoon. At least near as I can tell, that's about what time it was. The whole deal gets kind of foggy. We sat down at this bar and ordered a drink, and just sitting there minding our own business, trying to figure what we ought to do. Then this Stubby joker comes up, sits down next to Ed, brings a drink with him.
He was in the bar when you came in, is that right?
Yeah, well, at least I think so. I didn't pay much attention, but he had a drink when he come up to Ed and me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, he got to talking about the Corps, and next thing we know, he's setting up the drink. The way we was fixed, as long as he wanted to buy, we wasn't going to argue.
Did they seem to know this Stubby in the bar?
Yeah, the girl who waits on tables called him my name.
All right, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, well, this Stubby kept going on about how he liked the Corps and how he'd won a whole flock of citations in Korea. Told us all about the time he'd spent in Japan. First, we thought he was just throwing a bunch of coconuts at us, but we'd ask him about places in Korea and things you could only know if you was there. He'd come up with the answers all right, but even with all that, there was something that just didn't ring true with it.
Yeah.
Anyway, along about 8 or 8:30 that night, Stubby got in a thrash with the bartender, something about the price of the drink, so he suggested we go up to his place and get a jug, you know, and drink up there. Well, I wasn't too hot for the idea, but Ed said we had nothing to lose. We didn't have a sack for the night, and there wasn't much dough left, so we shoved off with him.
Where'd this Stubby live?
A hotel down on 5th. I'll tell you how to find the place.
Same place you were picked up in?
Yeah.
We got the address then.
Oh, okay.
Well, what happened when you got Stubby's room?
Well, we cracked the jug, sat around drinking for a while, and then Ed and I went to sleep. I tell you, the next morning we had the biggest hangovers in the entire United States and Canada, both of us. We felt miserable. Ed started beefing about the cheap booze Stubby'd rung in on us. That's when he tried to tout us on them pills.
What pills are those?
Oh, them things supposed to relieve hangovers.
Oh, you mean the kind they sell in drugstores?
Oh, no, not them. Stubby told us about that one. He'd come back to the States. He'd stood some duty in a hospital and said that while he was there, he got them pills. Said there was a special prescription, that they was great for head shrinking. He wanted us to try them.
Did you?
Well, no, not right away. He kept after us, though, kidding us about being big, tough Marines with a hangover. And then he took one of the pills, leastwise we thought he did. So Ed and I figured then we didn't have anything to lose.
You took one of these hangover pills then, did you?
Yeah, we both did.
Mm-hmm. What happened then?
Well, nothing right away. Stubby said it'd take a little time for it to take effect. We got up and started to get dressed. Ed and I thought we'd better get back to the base, you know. We'd probably be in enough trouble as it was without worrying about a hangover.
Yeah. You left the room?
No, we was just getting our stuff together, and Ed took sick. Said he had awful pain in his stomach, like a cramp, you know. And we asked Stubby if the pill could have caused it. He said no. Must have been the booze.
Yeah.
Well, right about then, I was getting ready to mop up the place with this Stubby. I figured sure he'd given us a Mickey. I couldn't figure why, though. Then it hit me.
A pill, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Real bad cramps in my stomach. I got real dizzy. The room started to go around. And we asked this Stubby to call a doctor, and that's when we knew he was really in trouble.
How's that?
Well, we knew then he was nuts off his trolley. And neither of us could walk. Ed doubled up and passed out, and I could hardly keep awake. We both just lay there on the floor. I kept asking this bum to get us a medic.
Mm-hmm. Did he?
No, he just stood there and laughed at us. Laughed like a crazy fool. He kept saying we was big, strong Marines. We should be able to take a little stomach ache without running to a doctor.
At no time did he make any attempt to get you medical help?
No, just like I said, he just stood there and laughed at us. Then he got real mean. Got crazy leer on his face. Said he'd show us, he'd fix us up good for what we'd done.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I don't know. All I thought about was getting Ed and me to a doc. About this time, I didn't much care what the little screwball did. Then it really started harping on how he's getting even with us. I tried to get at him. I'd have killed him if I could have. I tried to get at him, but I fell and went out, I guess. And that's when he said that thing about that we wouldn't be the last ones he'd get.
What?
Well, he said like this, you guys are the first, just the first. But there's going to be more, a lot more.
We continued to talk to Jack Walker. He gave us a complete description of the man he'd known as Stubby. And going over the story again with him, there were a few changes in it, but none that couldn't be accounted for by his condition. We got the address of the bar where he'd met Stubby. We checked with the doctor, and he told us that both boys had been given a powerful corrosive poison. He went on to say that it was a miracle that Jack Walker was still alive. 9:26 p.m. Frank and I drove back to Los Angeles. We checked into the office and ran the name Stubby through the moniker file in R&I, but we found nothing. We got out a local and an APB on the description and the name. The stats office started a run on the M.O. Frank and I checked the hotel on 5th Street, and the manager showed us the room, but he said that it had been cleaned and occupied since the two Marines had left. Leighton Prince went over the room but failed to come up with anything. We took the hotel registration card and booked it in as evidence. The man had signed his name as Alton Richard. The manager gave us the same description as the one we'd gotten from the Marines. We ran the name through R&I, but we failed to come up with any new leads. There'd been no replies to the broadcast, and the stats office had finished the run and had come up with 4 possible suspects. These were checked out, but they led us nowhere. 2:30 a.m. We checked the bar, but we found it was closed. Wednesday, 8:14 a.m. We briefed Captain Lorman on the developments, and then we went over to again check the bar where the two Marines were supposed to have met Stubby. The place was deserted except for one man drinking a beer. The waitress was sitting in a rear booth filing her fingernails. Frank and I went back to talk to her.
Yeah, something you want?
Well, police officers, miss. We'd like to talk to you.
Cops, huh?
Yes, ma'am. This is my partner, Joe Friday. My name's Smith.
Yes. Boy, does that sound phony.
Here's my ID card.
Yeah, it's Smith, all right. What do you want?
Do you mind if we sit down?
No, go ahead, live.
Thank you.
What's this all about?
Do you work here steady?
Yeah, most of the time.
What's your name, miss?
Vera. Vera Gay.
Well, Miss Gay, were you working here around the 8th or 9th or the 10th of July?
Yeah, and you can make it Vera.
Mm-hmm. You know most of the people who come in here regular, do you?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Wonder if you'd look at this description and tell us if you know the man here.
WMA. What does that mean?
White male American.
Yeah, WMA. 36 years, 5'7" to 5'9", 155 pounds stubby.
Yeah?
Yeah, I know him. Comes in here all the time. Nice guy. Loud when he gets drunk. He's always nice to me, though. Tells me I should be in pictures. You know, the movies.
Yes, ma'am. Have you seen him today?
No, he hardly ever gets in before maybe noon, 1 o'clock. It just doesn't bother you, does it? Am I following my nails?
Not at all.
He does bother some people, you know. Like running a piece of chalk down a blackboard.
Miss Stubby, does he have any other name? Did you know it?
Yeah, Paul Rogers.
That's another one, Joe. Yeah. Do you want to go ahead, miss?
I went out with him a couple of times. Finally gave it up. I couldn't go that route.
What's that, ma'am?
All he talked about was either him in the Marine Corps and what a big hero he was, or else how he was going to get me in pictures, movies.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't come out to California to get in the movies. No, I came out to be a private secretary, only those jobs are a little hard to get, so I work here. Make enough for coffee and cakes. And when a job comes along, I'll take it. Work in a big office, nice boss. Who knows, he might even marry me. No, that movie hokum for me. No, sir, not your little Vera.
Did you work on the night of the ninth? It's the night before last?
Let's see. Yeah, I was in.
You happened to see the stubby Rogers that night?
Well, I got to think about that. Let's see. That was the night we had the fight just before closing. Yeah, he was in earlier.
You happen to notice if he was with anybody?
What's it all about? He do something you want him for?
No, we just like to talk to him.
Yeah. Well, if he did anything, we had nothing to do with it. This is a good place. We got nothing to do with the people who come in. Got the price of a drink, they get served. We don't ask for trouble.
Oh, we aren't going to cause any trouble, miss. We just want to talk to this Rogers.
Yeah, well, as long as we aren't rung into it.
Do you remember if he was with anyone?
Yeah, he was with a couple of Marines. Left with him, had a beef with Sam. He's the night bartender. Complained that the drinks were too high. I don't know what he was crying about. He's been drinking here a long time. Never had problems before.
You saw him leave with these two Marines then?
Yeah, 3 of them walked out. I think, actually, they sort of floated out. The 2 kids were really boiled.
Do you remember what time it was when they left?
Oh, that'd be kind of hard to tell. We were pretty busy.
It was pretty important, miss.
Let me think. I guess maybe around 8, maybe 8:30, around in there. It's just a guess, though.
Do you have any idea where this Rogers lives?
Yeah, I've been there a couple of times. Hotel on South Hill.
Can you give us the address?
Yeah, I got it in my purse. Yeah, I should have known he was a phony. Always saying it's how he could get me in pictures, in movies.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't come that way. Of course, you understand I didn't come out here to get in pictures. I came out to be a private secretary. Here's the address. Here, keep it. I won't be using it anymore.
All right, thank you, Miss Kay. Here's our card. If you think of anything more you think we ought to know, we'd appreciate a call from you.
Yeah, thanks.
Sure appreciate your help.
Well, you never know. Maybe I'll need your help sometime. Matter of fact, you might be able to lend me a hand.
What's that, miss?
You know any picture producers? Movies?
Frank called the name Paul Rogers into the office, and a supplementary broadcast and an APB were gotten out. A stakeout was arranged on the bar. We went back to the city hall, and a check through R&I on the name Paul Rogers netted us nothing. We drove over to the hotel on South Hill. The manager told us that Rogers was not in his room. He went on to say that Rogers had not been using his room regularly for the past week or so, but that he had been in a couple of days before in the company of a soldier, and that as far as he knew, the soldier was still in. In the company of the manager, Frank and I went upstairs. The manager unlocked the door, and we went in. Come in, Frank. There's someone in bed.
Yeah.
Come on, you.
How about it?
Just a minute.
How about it, Joe?
I don't know. He's dead.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
And now a report every smoker should hear.
Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report published about any cigarette.
A responsible consulting organization reports a study by a competent medical specialist and staff on the effects of smoking Chesterfield. For 6 months, a group of men and women smoked only Chesterfield, 10 to 40 a day, their normal amount. 45% of the group have smoked Chesterfields from 1 to 30 years, for an average of 10 years each. At the beginning and end of the 6 months, each smoker was given a thorough examination, including x-rays, and covering the sinuses, nose, ears, and throat. After these examinations, the medical specialist stated,
"It is my opinion that the ears, nose, throat, and accessory organs of all participating subjects examined by me were not adversely affected in the 6 months period by smoking the cigarettes provided."
Remember this report and buy much milder Chesterfield, regular or king size.
Wednesday, July 11th, 12:40 p.m. We called the coroner's office, then we got in touch with the crime lab and the photographers. After the pictures had been taken, the body was removed. The victim was a soldier in his mid-30s. On the nightstand beside the bed, we found an empty pill bottle and a suicide note. The note was booked as evidence and turned over to Don Meyer for comparison with the handwriting taken from the hotel registration card that Rogers had signed. The men from Leighton Prince went over the place thoroughly. They came up with several classifiable prints. Fingerprints found on the bottle belonged to the victim. There were several other sets in the room which were not identified. The crime lab went over the room, and then they went back to the lab to make their analysis. All officers in the area were alerted to be on the lookout for Rogers. Frank and I talked to the manager of the hotel, a Henry Corey. He told us that Rogers had lived in the hotel for the past 4.5 months. He said that Rogers was quiet, kept pretty much to himself, and for the most part was a good tenant. He said that on several occasions Rogers had gotten behind in his rent, but that he'd always managed to come up with the money. The manager told us that in the conversations he'd had with Rogers, the main topic had been the Marine Corps and the suspect's record overseas. Rogers presented himself as an armchair general, constantly calling down the way the situation was being handled. He would refer to his own exploits, but when questioned about his leaving the service, he became vague and evasive. Additional handwriting samples were obtained and sent to Meyer. The manager told us that the latest victim had come in with Rogers the night before, and that at the time he'd been pretty drunk. They'd gone upstairs, and when Rogers had left in the morning, the manager had assumed that the soldier had gone the night before. 3:20 p.m. Frank and I went back to relieve the stakeout at the bar.
Back again?
Yes, Miss Gay.
Sit down.
Thank you.
It seems like every time I see you, I'm doing something with my nails. This morning filing them, now I'm filing them again. I'm going to put polish on them after this. I guess you think I'm pretty vain.
No, not at all, miss.
A new color called Frosted Rose. And pretty? Kind of iridescent, what the label says. To sprinkle your nails with stardust.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a pretty bottle, too. They sure put things up nice nowadays. Uh-oh, here comes your boy.
That's Rogers.
Yeah.
Yes, Stubby, well, it be. Bourbon Coke. How's it going, Stubby? Same old sixes, boys. Yeah, pretty dull. Yeah, you're doing a great business. No, it's early yet. Here's your drink. It'll be 4 bits. There you go. All right, thanks, good.
All right, Frank, let's go.
No trouble now.
Not unless he makes it.
Hi, fellas. Something you want?
You Paul Rogers?
Yeah, who are you?
Police officers. We'd like to talk to you.
I don't want any trouble in here.
No, there's not going to be any trouble.
Always fights. Why is it everybody comes into a bar and starts fights? Ain't there someplace else to be?
All right, come on, Rogers.
What for? You got nothing to haul me in.
We'll talk to you about that, too.
Well, let me finish my drink.
No, afraid not. Let's go now.
Look, I said I was going to finish my drink. Don't lean.
Let's can it, mister, and go.
I said I was going to finish my drink.
All right, mister, on your feet. Nothing on him. All right, let's take him to the office.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Sure appreciate it.
Well, what's that?
Thought for a minute there you were going to have a fight.
We took the suspect back to the city hall. Then we checked the name through the Marine base in San Diego. Lieutenant Richard Houston called back to say that Rogers had received a court-martial and a dishonorable discharge in January of that year. He'd been tried by a military court on the charge of stealing alcohol from the hospital pharmacy and selling it to the patients in the hospital. We stopped in handwriting analysis, and Don Meyer took an exemplar of the suspect's writing. When we checked by the office, there was a message from Sergeants Bill Cummings and Harry Hansen stating that their investigation had shown that the death of the soldier in Rogers' room was suicide beyond any doubt. 7:46 p.m. Frank and I talked to the suspect in the interrogation room.
Terrible thing, treating a veteran like this.
All right, let's save it, Rogers. There's a few questions we'd like some answers to.
I got nothing to hide.
All right, what were the conditions of your discharge from the Marine Corps?
What do you mean?
Did you get an honorable discharge or a dishonorable discharge?
I had a little trouble. Lousy officers never did understand what the problems of the enlisted man were.
What do you do for a living, Rogers?
I work.
Where?
Around.
You have a steady job?
What do you mean steady?
One you've held for, say, more than 6 months?
Haven't been out of the service that long.
Where'd you serve in the Corps?
Japan, Korea.
How long were you there?
About 4 or 5 months.
Why'd you come back?
I was wounded.
How?
What do you mean, how?
Just that. How were you wounded?
Well, I wasn't exactly wounded. I had my feet frostbit.
Mm-hmm. According to this here, you went AWOL and got lost. When they found you, your feet were frozen. Is that right?
What's that you got?
Your record in the Corps.
You got a lot of nerve digging into that. That's what you got me in here for anyway. I done nothing that puts me in line for this kind of treatment.
You know a couple of Marines named Ed Monahan and Jack Walker?
Monahan? Walker? No, I don't think I know him.
You ever register in a hotel on 5th Street?
No, I live over on Hill.
You know a soldier named Marty Wilton?
What's he got to do with it?
We found him dead in your room.
You're cracking up.
Yeah, sure, Rogers. We just dreamed we found that body.
Nothing to do with him. Met him in a bar. He said he wasn't feeling too good. Said he didn't have a place to sleep. I let him have my room. Something wrong in that? Be a little kind, and now even that gets you in trouble.
You sure you don't know a Marine named Ed Monahan?
Positive.
There's something wrong, Rogers. Girl at the bar says she saw you leave the place with 2 Marines. They could have been Monahan and Walker.
Well, maybe I know them. I might and still not know their names.
You didn't take them up to a room you'd rented in a hotel on 5th Street?
No, I told you once I never lived on 5th.
Checked with our handwriting man. He says your writing matches some samples we found on the hotel register.
Maybe I write like somebody else.
No, we don't think so, mister. How about Jack Walker? Maybe you know him, you just didn't remember him.
No, I keep telling you, I don't know them.
Vera says you do.
Well, she's lying.
Is she?
Sure she is. She's trying to save her own skin.
From what?
She doesn't want to stand a rap for murder, can't you see?
Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
I'm saying nothing until I see my lawyer.
You sure you don't want to tell us why you did it?
I got nothing to say.
Makes it tough, Roger.
What do you mean?
Just makes it rough, that's all. Looks like you're going to have to stand a murder rap.
Yeah?
That's the way it looks.
Well, I didn't mean it. I didn't. I just wanted to get even, that's all. Just get even.
For what, Rogers?
For the way the court treated me. Kicked me out. I didn't do anything really wrong. Copped a little alcohol, that's all. No harm done.
They look at it a little different.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Stinking brass, they're all alike. They don't care what happens to us, the guys in the field. Try to get a job. I looked everywhere. I just didn't fit. Seemed like everywhere I went, I got into trouble. I wanted like it was when I first went in. Like it was after boot camp. Walking down the street, girls looking at you, a Marine, a big man. They took that away from me. They wouldn't let me enlist again. I tried, but they wouldn't let me. You can understand what that'd do to a guy, can't you?
I don't know.
Well, it tore me apart. Right then, I decided to get even with all the stinking gyrenes in the world. They wouldn't let me in, and I hated them.
Yeah. Remember what happened the day you gave the two boys the pills, do you?
Sure, remember all of it. Oh, they cried for a medic. They weren't big men then. No, sir, they sure weren't.
All right, Rogers, we'll get a stenographer.
Tell me, Sergeant.
Yeah.
Did I get both of them?
No, Walker's going to be all right.
He the young one?
That's right.
A real nice kid. Lucky, too.
Is that right?
Yeah, no worries. Really got it made. Uniform, that's what does it. Uniform makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah, well, don't worry. You'll get one.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On November 13th, trial was held in Department 87, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. In modern crime detection, the working detective depends on scientific research. He relies on the services of trained experts in ballistics, communications, fingerprints, to name just a few. He's interested only in facts. And as a smoker, you should be interested only in facts. That's why the report you heard earlier is so important to you. Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report ever published about any cigarette. Remember it. And next time, buy Chesterfield. Regular or king size, premium quality Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
Paul M. Rogers was tried and convicted on one count of murder in the first degree. He was sentenced to life imprisonment in the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Virginia Gregg, Jack Crucian. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder Chesterfield.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Tonight, it's Barry Craig, confidential investigator on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 150. Investigate a fire at 2124 Brandon Street. And that's all. Rosenquist.
listeners everywhere, thrill to these true exploits of crime detection, reenacted for you on Rio Grande's radio program, Calling All Cars. You are able to feel that you are a part of this relentless war on crime. Every time you hear a siren shriek, every time you hear a police motor roar, your heart beats a little faster. And while you cannot actually take part in police activities, you can experience every day at least a part of their thrill. You can use in your car exactly the same Rio Grande cracked gasoline that starts police cars so quickly. The same even burning gasoline that speeds them so swiftly through dense city traffic. The same powerful gasoline that lifts them so easily up steep hills without motor ping or shifting of gears. In other words, you can have police car performance. Just drive into any Rio Grande independent service station tomorrow and say, fill her up with cracked gasoline. Before night, you'll know why so many city and county police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline in preference to any other brand. We guarantee you'll get as great a thrill out of using Rio Grande cracked gasoline as you get out of listening to Calling All Cars. Use 10 gallons of police car performance, and you will never again be satisfied with ordinary, sluggish gasoline. Remember, only Rio Grande gives you gasoline refined by the patented Sinclair cracking process. Try a tankful tomorrow at any independent service station displaying the big Rio Grande sign. Tonight, in commemoration of the National Fire Prevention Period, we have as guest in our studio Chief Ralph J. Scott of the Los Angeles Fire Department, who will speak to you. Chief Scott.
Good evening. I should like to thank the sponsors of Calling All Cars for their cooperation in helping to make this yearly function of the fire department the success it is sure to be. Through the medium of radio, it is possible for us to show you how terrible a thing fire really is when it is out of control, and particularly as in the case you will hear tonight, in which we are dealing with a pyromaniac, a person who sets fires because of some mental derangement. We have in this department a division whose entire duty it is to discourage and prevent such crimes. This is the Arson Bureau, in charge of Captain Paul Wolf. It is his job to try to prevent incendiary fires, and when such crimes are committed, to discover and prosecute the individual responsible. A hard job, inasmuch as these pyromaniacs, or firebugs as we call them, are usually as sane and as intelligent appearing as any normal human being. There is no mark of the killer stamped upon them. Often there is no past record to help identify them. They work completely alone, and yet they are potentially the most dangerous of criminals. We of the fire department need the help of the public. You people who are listening may at any time have the opportunity to help your fire department solve this type of crime. And now on with the story.
It is 8 o'clock in the evening, July 19th, 1928. Summer night school classes are in session at one of the larger Los Angeles high schools. Suddenly, one of the students, chancing to glance out of the window, notices a faint red glow and wisps of black smoke issuing from an upper window of the nearby administration building.
Miss Merrill! Miss Merrill!
Yes, what is it?
Miss Merrill, look, it's on fire, the administration building.
Fire? Why? Oh, my goodness, how dreadful. It is on fire. Here, stop all that noise. James is dead.
Hey, Miss Merrill, shall I turn on the fire alarm? It's right down at the end of the hall.
Yes, James, and hurry. It's blazing something terrible.
Okay, Miss Merrill. Let's see. Oh, break glass and pull lever. There.
firemen finally succeed in extinguishing the stubborn blaze, but not until it's destroyed the scenery dock and part of the stage of the school auditorium, with a property loss amounting to $8,000. The cause of the fire is a mystery. It appears to be more than an accident, and on the following day, July 20th, 1928, Captain Paul Wolf of the Los Angeles Arson Bureau receives a telephone call from Fire Chief Bert Enos, telling him to go to the school and make a complete investigation. Captain Wolf hurries to the scene of the previous night's fire. But a thorough inspection of the charred building fails to disclose a single piece of material evidence that the fire was of incendiary origin. However, while questioning one of the witnesses who were at the scene of the fire, he unearths a startling bit of information.
Yes, Captain, I saw the fire last night. I had a class in English history. My classroom's right across from the administration building. Tell me, do they think this fire was started by whoever set all those other fires here?
Huh? Other fires? Why, what other fires?
This fire in the gym last month and the one in... Well, matter of fact, I don't really know. I shouldn't have...
Go ahead, Mr. Pritchard. Let's have it.
Well, I shouldn't have said anything. I really don't know much about it.
Yes, but you do know that there were other fires. You said so. Now, what about them?
I'm sorry, Captain Wolf. I can't tell you anything further. Mr. Reynolds of the Board of Education knows about the fires and can undoubtedly give you the information you wish. I suggest you talk to him. I know nothing more about it.
Realizing that something is very much wrong at the school, Captain Wolf makes an appointment to see Mr. Reynolds, Superintendent of Maintenance of the Board of Education, at the latter's office.
Well, yes, Captain Wolf, there have been other fires at the school. As a matter of fact, during the past 18 months, there have been 8 fires, 3 very bad ones. Last night's, well, was the most serious yet.
Good heavens, man. Why in the world wasn't the fire department called and the arson squad notified? Why, do you realize, Mr.
Oh, yes,
Reynolds,
of course,
that...
Captain Wolf, of course, but that's just the point. We're in a terrible position. You see, there have been threatening notes warning that the school would be bombed if we notified the police or other authorities of the disturbances.
I can well appreciate your position, Mr. Reynolds. That's a tough spot to be in. But you can't just let a thing like this go on without making some attempt to check it.
Oh, no, of course not, Captain. While we've tried to keep the whole thing quiet, at the same time, we've been carrying on a private investigation into the matter with absolutely no results. Fires have been started under our very noses and all sorts of acts of vandalism perpetrated, and the threatening notes continue. It's apparently the work of some secret terrorist organization within the student body. But as to whom it is, we haven't the slightest idea.
And now, what makes you think it's an organization within the student body?
Well, in the first place, the signature on the notes. They're all signed Holy 21 Society. The contents of many of the notes demanding certain changes in faculty personnel and management of the school, and the subsequent depredation against school property. Now, according to Dr. Frederick's report, Dr. Frederick's the school principal, of course, the notes started appearing about 18 months ago. The majority demanded all manner of changes in the school, and threats of violence if the demands were not carried out, or if the police were notified.
Yeah, that sounds pretty serious, all right.
Yes, I'm afraid it is. At the same time, all sorts of acts of vandalism began to occur in the school. Washrooms were flooded, desks torn up, and fires mysteriously started in various sections of the school. Meanwhile, those infernal notes keep appearing in every conceivable place, and the destruction of school property continues. The faculty is living under a virtual reign of terror out there.
I'd like to take a look at some of the notes, Mr. Reynolds. Have you got them?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, I haven't, Captain Wolf. I believe Dr. Fredericks, the principal, has most of them.
Dr. Fredericks,
yes.
Huh? Then he's the man I want to talk to next. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
From Dr. Fredericks, Captain Wolf receives affirmation of all Reynolds has told him. Takes the notes to his office. A careful examination of the 100 or more threatening missives, however, yields not a single meager clue as to the possible identity of the writers. But the fact that the notes are written in 3 distinctly different handwritings lends support to the theory that more than one person is behind the sinister disturbances. The following day, Captain Wolf returns to the office of the principal, Dr. Fredericks.
Now tell me, Dr. Fredericks, how many students have you in the school?
3,200, Captain Wolf.
Can you get me samples of their handwriting?
All of them?
Yes, Dr. Fredericks, every single one of them.
Well, it'll be a little difficult. May take a little time, but I guess I can manage it.
Good, and when you get them, send them all to my office, if you please. And, yes, these square sheets of scratch paper that the threatening notes are written on. Is this regular school scratch paper?
Why, no, Captain Wolf, it isn't. I supposed it was at first, but I found it doesn't match up with any we use here.
That's odd. I'll have to make a check on that.
Yes? Who is it?
Price, sir, the janitor.
Pardon me, Captain Wolf. Come in, Price. What is it? I'm very busy right now. You'd better...
Excuse me, Dr. Fredericks, but I think you ought to know. It may have some bearing on the fire the other night.
Let him come in.
Come in, Price. Now, what is it?
Well, I've been waiting for you to come in, sir. I didn't know you were here until a few minutes ago. I thought you ought to know right away, sir. It's about last night. At about 9 o'clock, I was on my way to my room. I'd been down to the corner to eat. As I came around the corner of the chemistry building, I saw a couple of figures drop to the ground from one of the windows. They saw me just as I saw them, and they beat it. I chased them and hollered for them to stop, but they got away.
Did you see what they looked like?
Price, this is Captain Wolf. He's investigating the fire.
I'm glad to know you, Captain Wolf. Why, yes. They were young fellows. One was a colored boy, the other white. The colored boy, well, he looked about like most colored boys. The white boy had dark hair and sort of slant eyes.
You didn't recognize either of these boys as students here, did you?
Why, no, sir.
Does that mean that they couldn't be students here? Do you know all the students by sight?
Oh, no, sir, I don't. You see, there are over 3,000. I know a lot of them by sight, but nowhere near all of them.
Well, would you recognize these boys if you saw them again?
I think so. At least the white boy. I might not recognize the colored boy. But the other I think I'd know.
Good. Now, I may need your help. Are you here every day?
I'm here all the time, just about. I have a room in the basement in the north end of the building. You see, I'm the janitor here. I've been kept on as caretaker and watchman for the summer. And maybe I can help you some in your investigation, Captain Wolf. I've been sort of working on the case on my own hook. I haven't run down anything definite as yet, but I may at any time. If I do, I'll get right in touch with you.
Well, that's fine, Price, and I won't hesitate to call on you if I need you.
Armed with this meager bit of information, Wolf returns to his office, sets the machinery of the Arson Bureau into motion. In rapid succession, he uncovers the following bits of information.
Samples of school paper, handwritings of each of the 3,200 students enrolled at school fail to show any similarity with any of the mysterious Holy 21 notes.
Fingerprint samples of all 40 members of the faculty board, after being carefully checked by the Department of Identification, failed to bring to light any indications that might serve to point a suspicious finger in that direction.
Yes, sir, I discovered the first fire. No, sir, I didn't call the apparatus. I didn't think it was necessary at the time to bother the fire department. Well, of course, I realize my mistake now, sir.
Every attempt to locate samples of the scratch paper upon which the notes are written ends in failure. Each school, stationery store, paper house in Los Angeles County is searched, but the answer remains the same. And it is this that finally leads Captain Wolf and an assistant to make a bold move.
That don't make any sense of this journey, Paul. What are we going to gain by prying into the cellars of this school, looking for boogeymen?
No, not boogeymen. Swill buckets.
Swill buckets?
Exactly. You know what they are, the things you throw swill into.
Sure, I know what they are, all right. But would you mind telling me what swill buckets have got to do with this particular case?
And it'll be easier to show you. Here's the spot now. See, now, 3 nice big cans just loaded with refuse. Now we're going to play sabotage.
What?
Come on, now, give me a hand.
What in the name of all that's holy's got into you, Paul? You're making an awful mess.
Sure, that's the main idea. Come on, give me a hand with this other one here. There we go. Over on the side, and out comes the sugar. You know, I've always wondered what made these birds like to bust things up. Now I'm beginning to understand. Hey, they just bust stuff. Well, here we are.
I hope you're happy. Certainly made a lovely sight out of this place. Now what do? Set fire to it? Burn the place down?
Well, I don't blame you for being a little skeptical, Art, but it's really on the up and up. I think you'll understand more clearly in a couple of minutes. Come on.
Leaving the filth-smeared north cellar, Wolf, closely followed by the bewildered aide, proceeds to Janitor Price's quarters. Finds him in.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you, Price, but I'm afraid our friends have been at work again down in the north cellar.
How's that, sir?
Well, I just came from there. The swill buckets are all knocked about, and everything is dumped all over the floor. It's not a pretty sight.
The swill buckets?
Yeah, the swill buckets. Anything unusual in that? Seems to me it's the sort of thing that's been happening around here lately.
Oh, why, yes. Of course, Captain. It was just that I was a bit surprised, I guess.
You'd better get down there and clean it up before it begins to smell. The sanitation board would like nothing better than to find something like that in the pool, you know.
Yes, of course. I'll go down immediately.
If you gentlemen will excuse me.
Of course.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, we wait here until Mr. Price gets busy with that swill down there, and then we're going through his room.
What?
You heard me. We're going through his room with a fine tooth comb. I don't just know what to look for, but for some reason or other, I've got a niche to see it. Come on.
A search of Janitor Price's room uncovers very little at first. But Wolf, skilled in the art of investigating without leaving telltale traces, leaves nothing unturned. And at last, in the bottom drawer of Price's dresser, he finds the first real clue. Several pieces of scratch paper identical with that of the notes. Convinced that Price is the guilty man, but faced with the problem of proving it not only to himself but to the district attorney's office, Wolf tries various methods of approach. He sets a stake out at the school in which he himself plays one of the watchers. But night after night, as he lies in bushes watching the suspect, nothing happens. Yet in the morning, inevitably some further act of sabotage has occurred within the school. And then one day, as he sits in his office examining the meager facts at hand, he receives a call from Fire Chief Enos, instructing him to investigate an accident between a piece of fire apparatus and a delivery truck at an address on Brandon Street. At the scene of the accident, Wolf makes a routine investigation, finds the driver of the grocery truck to have been at fault, tells his driver to take him back to the office. And as the car speeds on to its destination, his mood is not of the pleasant.
And all the way out to this forsaken spot to do something that anyone in the department could do instead. Say, what am I? Assistant bottle washer of the force or something?
Maybe the chief wanted you to come out because he knew you do the job right, Captain Wolf.
Hey, don't try to solve something. I've been in this department long enough to recognize it when I hear it, and it won't help.
That's it. I wasn't meaning to.
Yeah, I know. Only see that you don't do it. Say, Eddie, isn't that the school over there?
Yes, sir.
You know, I've got half a mind to do something drastic at this point. I'm just about sore enough to get away with it.
What's that, Captain?
Say, pull up at the first fire block, you see, will you, Eddie?
Sure thing. There's one here in the corner.
Hey, hand me that fire phone out of the pocket.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Right. I'll be back in a minute.
Fire department.
This is Captain Wolf. Let me talk to Chief Enos, will you?
Right away, Captain.
You know, I have a feeling Enos isn't going to like this. But I know how to take care of all that.
Hello, Paul. What's up?
Hey, listen, Chief, I'm out here by the school, and I'm going to bring Price in.
What's that?
I said I'm going to bring Price in for questioning.
Oh, listen, Paul, you're taking a terrible chance. You haven't anything on him. If you do this and we can't crack him, you'll be wise. And we're whipped.
Huh? I can't hear you very well, Chief, but I'll be in soon, and then you can tell me.
I'm telling you not to do it. Can you hear me? Don't do it.
Okay, Chief, I hear you. That's fine. I'll have him in there in a jiffy. Goodbye.
How'd you make out?
Oh, fine. Just fine. The chief was delighted. And now drive me over to that school and don't waste any time.
At the school, Wolf finds Janitor Price busy at his duties, explaining that there are a few points that he would like cleared up, but giving no clue that he suspects Price. Wolf drives him to his office, offers him a chair, a cigarette. Then, in a conversational tone of voice, he carefully baits his suspect.
You know, Price, you're an amazing sort of a fellow.
Well, thanks, Captain Wolf, but I don't quite understand what you mean.
Well, here you are a janitor and working at a school in a menial sort of a job, and yet it's easy enough to see that you're an intelligent man. You've had an education.
Circumstances sometimes alter one's plans, Captain Wolf.
Sure, I guess they do. But you're not a very good janitor, are you, Price?
I feel that I am.
Yet you let all these things happen right under your nose and you don't stop them. How do you explain that if you're such a good janitor?
You know as well as I do, Captain Wolf, that those things are unexplainable.
No, you're wrong there. I know, but not as well as you do. Isn't that right, Price?
I don't see where all this is leading to.
Oh, yes, you do. Only too well. Now, look here, Price. Why don't you stop all this fooling around and settle down and tell me the truth about this mess?
Are you insinuating that I know who's doing all this?
More than that, Price. I'm saying that you're doing it. And I've got certain facts to prove my statement.
Why, this is mad. You're mad. The whole idea's mad.
Mad, huh? You seem to like that word, Price. Maybe it has some bearing on all this.
What do you mean?
Don't you have moments when you go a little mad yourself?
How do you know? Who have you been talking to? I know.
I know that man on the car, that man that knew me.
Sure, that's the one, Price. That's the one. Now, come on, take it easy. Spill it.
All right. All right, Captain Wolf. I'll do my best. There are some things I'm not just clear on, but I'll do my best.
Say, that's fine. Now, just tell me the whole story and everything will be all right.
Well, I have headaches. Bad headaches. Had them for a long time. Ever since that day in Brookline.
Yeah? Well, tell me about that day, Price. What happened?
It was before they sent me to the Westboro Asylum. I was working as a linesman for a power company. One day in the rain, I was up repairing a transformer, working on a line outside the second story of the powerhouse. Mac was down below on the ground.
How's she going, friend?
Okay, Mac. Won't be long now.
I hope not. I'm getting waterlogged. Hey, sounds like that thunder's getting lots closer, eh? Hey, did you see that flash of lightning?
Yeah, plenty close, too.
Oh, good Lord, it hit him. It knocked him down like a fly. Hey, give me a hand here, somebody. Give me a hand.
Knocked to the ground when the lightning struck the powerhouse. Fractured my skull. At least that's what they thought, but I guess my head was damaged more than that. After I got out of the hospital, I began to have spells. I'd kind of wander around. Then when I'd come to, I'd usually be near some burning house or barn. You know, Captain Wolf, I don't know myself if I set those fires to the barns and things back there. I'm not sure at all.
Well, it's more than likely that you did, Price. Go on.
Well, they finally picked me up and stuck me in the asylum. I was there a year when on Christmas Eve, I was trimming a Christmas tree, and I fell off a ladder.
Yeah, had another fall, huh?
Yes, landed on my head again. But apparently the fall removed a blood clot that had been pressing on my brain and restored my sanity. They decided I was all right and released me.
What did you do then?
Came to California. Everything was smooth sailing for quite a while. I felt fine. Never had any more dizzy spells or anything. Then one day, when I was riding in a streetcar, I felt as though someone was looking at me. I looked up and recognized a man I used to know back at the Westboro Asylum. He was staring at me, and his eyes seemed to get bigger and bigger and closer to me until they were almost touching me. Those huge, big eyes. I got dizzy and my head hurt. I got off the streetcar at the next corner, feeling pretty badly. Well, after that, I began getting terrible headaches again. About that time, I got the janitor job at the school. The spells and headaches kept getting worse. Then one night, while I was lying in bed in my room in the basement with my head feeling like it was going to burst, I thought I heard a voice.
Frederick Price. Frederick Price, my son.
Who is it? Who are you? Who are you?
It is I, your father, Moloch, the god of fire and flame. Mighty Moloch, god of fire. Do you know me, my son? Don't you know your father, Moloch, god of fire?
Yes. Yes, I know you, Father. I know you.
There is work to do, my son. Work to do. Work. Work.
Yes, Father. Yes, I know. Work to do. Work.
You must burn. Destroy.
Yes.
Burn.
Yes.
Destroy.
Yes.
Burn. Destroy. Burn. Destroy.
I guess I must have gotten out of bed and gone out and started a fire, Captain Wolf, because I suddenly came to and found myself in one of the upper halls of the school near a flaming coat closet. I put it out myself and reported it to the head janitor next morning. It's been like that ever since. Oh, I guess I'm crazy, Captain Wolf, but I swear I can't help it. I can't stop when I hear that voice. I want you to lock me up somewhere where I can't do any more damage. That's the only thing to do with me. Maybe sometime they'll kill me. But for now, lock me up. Put me away. Please put me away.
We take pleasure now in presenting Judge Thomas C. Gould of the Superior Court, Los Angeles County. Judge Gould.
Frederick Price was bound over to the Superior Court of Los Angeles County, and his trial there upon the charge of arson followed. It was evident at all times that the man was suffering from some mental disease which turned him at moments into a true pyromaniac, causing him to set fires of which he had no knowledge later. This court found him not guilty by reason of insanity and sent him to the State Insane Asylum at Patton, where he spent some time. Later, at the request of a large organization of which he was a member, he was released to be transferred to a private sanitarium in the East, where he is now confined.
Thank you, Judge Gould. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to bring pleasure to some boy or girl of your acquaintance without extra cost or inconvenience to yourself? Then listen to this. Every youngster who follows this program, and there are thousands of them, longs to be a detective, a policeman, a G-man. Rio Grande has brought reality to this dream for thousands of boys and girls by giving junior G-man and detective outfits absolutely free. You could make this dream come true for your boy or girl just by a little cooperation. Drive to your nearest Rio Grande Independent Service Station for your next tank full of gasoline. Ask for a free copy of Calling All Cars News. Besides interesting detective and movie news, it tells all about police badges, G-man flash guns, Sam Brown belts, and other gifts that will delight the heart of any youngster. You could get 14 different gifts just by using a few gallons of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. If you happen to be the youngster, pass this information on to the proper party. Your very first tank full of Rio Grande cracked gasoline will show you why police and fire departments of Los Angeles, Oakland, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties buy it in preference to any other brand. Your Rio Grande independent dealer will also recommend Sinclair motor oils as enthusiastically as he endorses Rio Grande cracked gasoline. He knows Sinclair oil will stand up under the most grueling use. In fact, he guarantees it to stand up. Sinclair motor oils are recommended by independent dealers from coast to coast. Sinclair eyes for safety.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. A cancellation of broadcast 150. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That's all. Rolls report.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country.
Tonight, the story of a crime against the community. Bank robbery.
A man walks into a bank, holds up a teller, and walks out a few minutes later with thousands of dollars. How was he finally caught? How was he traced? What is the clue to his identity? The answer seems easy. The teller could describe him, that's true, but until 1934, there were about 600 bank robberies every year, most of them successful. Last year, there were 37, most of them unsuccessful. What brought about the change? The explanation that in 1934 Congress gave the FBI jurisdiction over certain banks is not enough. The main clue to work on is still the same, the robber's description. The real explanation lies in the FBI itself, in its organization, in its coverage, in its methods of following up a description, of tracing bank robbers, of hunting down, for example, the two men who began plotting a bank robbery in a small rooming house in a Midwestern city a few months ago.
Hi, Artie.
Oh, hi, Phil.
What time is it?
2 o'clock?
Was I sleeping that long?
Yep.
Who are you riding with?
Nora.
Oh.
Told her I'd hit Cincinnati around the 20th.
Uh-huh.
That'll be the blow-off for us then, kid.
Really gonna marry her, huh?
Yep.
Then what?
Then I lay off for a couple of years.
That's for squares.
So I want it.
Where you gonna take her?
Got a spot all picked out, kid. Up in Minnesota. Nothing to do all day but fish and hunt.
Yeah. Cigarettes.
On the table.
She know about you and larceny?
Nope. And she ain't gonna.
What's in this box?
Look out for that.
Huh?
Handle it real easy. It's loaded with dynamite.
Real dynamite?
Yep. I've been working on it all morning.
What for?
It's Betsy.
What?
She's gonna go with us on the bank job tomorrow.
I don't get it. You figuring on blowing the joint up?
Nope. She just makes the job easier.
Look, Artie.
Let me give you the setup. We take Betsy into the bank with us.
Uh-huh.
I hand one of the tellers a note.
Yeah?
The note says if he don't hand over all his cash, Betsy will go off in his kisses.
And you go with it?
No. He ain't that brave. He hands over the cash.
Look, what's the matter with using a gun?
That's for kids. This makes it a nice, quiet, clean operation.
Oh, wait a minute. I ain't gonna...
Phil, that's how we're gonna do it, see?
Artie.
Yeah?
Special accounts window is free now.
Uh-huh.
We can still do it the other way.
Just stand by, kid. This'll be a cinch.
Help you, mister?
No, thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Are you making a withdrawal?
Yeah.
Well, may I have your passbook, please?
I don't think you'll need it.
I beg your pardon?
Just read this note.
What?
Read it.
If this is some sort of a joke...
It's no joke, mister. Don't try any funny stuff.
I wasn't going to.
Betsy here wouldn't like it. She could go off real easy. Well?
How much do you want?
Everything you've got.
Singles, too?
Everything. Use that money bag then.
Yes, sir.
Hurry up.
That thing won't go off by itself, will it?
It might. Just keep on moving.
Yes,
sir. Don't forget them 20s.
I was just putting them in. There, that's all the currency. You want the silver, too?
No. Just give me the bag.
Yes, sir.
Remember what the note said about not giving any alarm.
I know.
You better let me have that note.
Oh, of course. Here.
Thanks. So long, chum.
What is the next step in the holdup of a bank? What do the criminals do next? In this case, they stopped a taxi, drove to the downtown section of the city, and rushed into a busy, crowded department store. That took 15 minutes. Long enough for the bank to notify the local police and the FBI. Long enough for the teller to give a description of the robber. Long enough for both robbers to have disappeared before the FBI and the police could throw a cordon around the department store. 15 minutes and the trail was cold except for a description of the man. But for the agents of the FBI, that was a beginning. That was a lead. That was a clue which would lead to other clues sooner or later.
Busy, Jim?
No. Come in, Ray.
Thanks.
Any further developments?
No. No trace of either one of them.
Well, they probably went in one door of that department store, not another.
Yes.
Did you get a description of that second man?
Not a very good one. The teller gave us a detailed picture of the first one, though.
The one with the dynamite?
Yes.
Was it given to the police?
Yes, they're sending out a general alarm.
Good. Fowler speaking? Oh, yes, Sergeant. Yes. Yes, go ahead. Want to take this down, Ray?
Sure.
Black Chevrolet sedan. 4-door? 2-door.
Got it.
1940 model. Illinois license plate Y235.
Y235.
Stolen from employee's parking lot. Where? Behind the Federal Building. Thanks, Sergeant. We'll put that on the teletype right away. That might be the getaway car, Ray.
The Federal Building is in the same block as that department store.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like we've got work to do.
Now there are two descriptions. The description of a man and the description of a car. Now there is more to work on. Now the trail picks up again. But what of the bank robbers? If they have planned this crime well, they know that the stolen car will be reported, will be watched for, will lead to their capture. What do? They keep off the main highways, keep clear of the state roads, keep driving swiftly along lonely, unused back roads.
Artie.
Yeah?
Do me a favor, huh?
What?
Get rid of that box, will you?
Betsy?
Yeah.
What for?
Well, you done what you wanted with it.
I know. I just feel better having her around.
What's the matter?
I don't know.
Oh, great.
Take it easy.
No dice, huh?
No gas. Look at the needle. Empty.
Ah.
Now, don't get excited, Phil. This is no problem. One car goes dead on you, so you pick up another one.
Where?
What's wrong with that one up ahead there? Just coming around the bend.
Hey.
Come on. Let's hop out quick.
What do we do?
Flag him down.
I mean, how do we grab the car?
Just tell him we want it, that's all.
Look, you're not going to use that Betsy routine.
Why not?
Takes too long. I got a better idea.
Well, put that gun away, will you? Give him a wave. I'll go get Betsy. All right, flag him down, will you?
Okay.
What's the matter?
Our car ain't running.
Oh.
Looks like we got to borrow yours.
Huh?
Pile out, mister.
Oh, no.
I told you to wait till I got Betsy.
We got the car, didn't we?
When the FBI works on a case, it does not work alone. It has the cooperation of the local police in the city, in the surrounding counties, and the whole state if necessary. It was a local policeman who found the wounded man and telephoned in his report. Immediately, the special agents checked the engine number of the abandoned car, checked on the man who was shot, found that he had a car, and broadcast a description of it. It wasn't long before that broadcast got results.
Fowler speaking.
Hello, Jim.
Ray?
Yes. We've traced our men across the line into Missouri.
Are you sure?
Positive. They held up a farm family in Monticello, took some food from them, and stole their car.
How about the car belonging to the man who was shot?
They abandoned that. The sheriff who reported it checked the motor number.
I see.
How badly was that man wounded?
I think he'll pull through.
I hope so.
Ray,
Yes?
what's the dope on this latest car they took?
1938 Ford. We've got all details on it. An alarm has been sent out.
Good.
Another small lead.
Hmm?
This farm family heard the two men quarreling. They talked of splitting up.
In that case, one of them would leave the car.
Yes.
Well, let's send their descriptions to every bus depot, airfield, and railway terminal in, let's see, Missouri, Iowa, and Illinois. That ought to cover it.
The more stops a criminal makes in his flight, the more perfect is the description he leaves behind him. When the bank robbers held up the Missouri farmer, they indirectly presented the FBI with a portrait of themselves. Now the special agents knew what both men looked like, and that knowledge was broadcast throughout the whole region. That's why when a short, dark man of 35 with several moles on the right side of his face boarded an eastbound bus at Fairchild, Iowa, the local police who received the report from the station notified the FBI. The agents immediately checked the schedules, found where the bus would stop next, found when it would stop, and found that they could get there ahead of time.
This is a 5-minute stop. 5 minutes only.
They're starting to get off, Jim. Yeah. The bus is pretty crowded.
We want to do this as quietly as possible.
I know.
Jim.
I see him. Come on. Just a minute, sir. We'd like to talk to you, please.
What for? Just step over here.
What is this? We're special agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Ah, you might be able to help us.
Well, I will if I can. We're looking for two men who held up a bank on Saturday. Later that day, the same two men shot a farmer over in Easton County. They stole his car. So? The farmer they shot is still in the hospital. Would you mind letting him look you over?
Don't bother. He'd know me. Never mind the frisk. I'm clean.
How about money?
From the job?
Yes.
I got my cut.
What's your name?
Bardo, Phil Bardo.
Where's your partner?
I don't know. We split up the other side of Fairchild.
What was his name?
Told me it was Artie Clinton.
Where was he headed?
He was going to see a dame in Cincinnati.
Where in Cincinnati?
I don't know.
What about that dynamite gadget?
You mean Betsy?
Betsy?
That's what he called it.
Oh.
He kept that with him, which was okay with me.
Well, Jim, at least we can tell Washington headquarters that one of them is in custody.
Yes. But Arthur Clinton and Betsy are still at large. That means this case is still pure dynamite.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on Arthur Clinton, bank robber. We'll return to this case in just a moment. Tonight, we'd like to introduce two widely separated members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States to each other and to you. Mr. Litton, we'd like you to know Helen McGrath. And Helen, we want you to meet Mr. Henry C. Litton, president of the Hub, Henry C. Litton and Company of Chicago, Illinois. Having attained the remarkable age of 98 years, Mr. Litton ranks as a senior member of the Equitable Society. Helen is one of our youngest and newest members. Yesterday, she was 4 months old. Mr. Litton, when you became an Equitable member in the year 1861, the Society was facing its first great crisis, the financial difficulties brought on by the Civil War. Since then, the Equitable Society has continued to grow and expand through 3 more wars and 7 major depressions. And so, Mr. Litton, after your 73 years' experience with the Equitable Society, we think you could tell little Helen McGrath that her father showed excellent judgment in making her a member of this society. You can assure her also that as long as she lives, the funds of her society will be put to work in many different ways that will benefit her and her family. Equitable dollars are invested in the farms that help feed her, and in industries which provide jobs for her father and millions of other fathers. By serving its members, old and new, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on Arthur Clinton, bank robber.
Almost every criminal has a great sense of loyalty and equality. His loyalty is to himself, and his belief in equality is a belief that if he's caught, his partner should be caught. Philip Bartow told the special agents of the FBI everything he could about his partner. Told them his name was Arthur Clinton, told them he was going to Cincinnati, and told them that he was going there to marry a girl. That was a clue, but Cincinnati is hardly a small town. And like every town these days, the majority of its population is women. Still, it was a clue. A clue to be followed while other agents investigated Arthur Clinton. A clue that later on turned out to be accurate. For Arthur Clinton was in Cincinnati, had married a girl there and was living with her in a quiet hotel.
Me, honey. Howdy.
Oh,
Hello, baby.
hello, darling.
How you coming with your packing?
I'm afraid I haven't made much progress.
I brought the car on, honey. Downstairs.
Oh, I'll hurry then. Aunt Mary phoned.
Yeah?
Hmm? She kept me talking for almost half an hour.
What you want?
Oh, you know. Why was I going away? Why didn't we have a church wedding?
What'd you tell her?
I said we were married by a justice of the peace because that was the way we wanted it.
Atta girl. Can I get those dresses out for you?
Oh, thanks. She wanted to know all about you.
Yeah? You tell her?
Well, just about 10 minutes worth. I said you were wonderful, and I was very happy.
Suppose she wanted to know where we were going on our honeymoon?
Of course. I just said we didn't know. We were going to get in the car and travel.
Get some dresses, honey.
Oh, put them on the bed, will you, dear?
Okay.
You can close that bag there.
Sure.
You know, Aunt Mary really is very sweet, but she still thinks that I'm about 12 years old. She doesn't want us to go away at all.
Why not?
Oh, on account of my painting, mostly. She thinks I should stay here in Cincinnati and study.
Did you tell her you were going to take your paints along with you?
Yes. I said I'd get more work done that way than ever.
There. Now then. Anything else I can do?
No. No, I think I'm just about ready, dear.
Okay, honey.
Oh, well, would you put these shoes in your bag?
Yeah, sure.
You know, I didn't realize how much...
Oh, look out, honey.
Huh?
Don't touch that little box. Just put the shoes on the other side, huh?
Oh, all right. What's in it?
The box?
Yes.
Nothing really. It's just kind of a good luck thing I carry around.
Oh. Well, I'm all packed.
The description of a criminal can sometimes lead to his capture. But the chances are better if that description can be checked against something else. The FBI had something else, the fingerprints that Arthur Clinton had left on the abandoned cars. The prints checked were those of a man who had been arrested 4 years back in Jackson, Mississippi. The name was different, but the description was the same. The trail was easier to follow now. It was smoother, and it led straight to Cincinnati, to a marriage bureau, to the family of the girl Clinton had married. But after that, once again, the trail stopped dead.
Well, let's see what we have here now, Ray.
Well, there's the description of Clinton.
Yes?
Description of the girl.
Yes.
Also some data on the second-hand car he bought in Cincinnati.
This girl knows nothing about Clinton's background.
Not a thing. Her family was quite shocked when they heard about him.
Too bad.
He had told them that he had his own business out west, that a relative had died and left him money. That's how they could afford this long honeymoon.
Has the family had any word from them?
One postcard, mailed from Chicago. I have it here.
No indication where they were going.
No. They appear to be heading west, though.
This car must have Ohio license plates.
They went out on the teletype, but Clinton's probably changed them by now.
Yes.
One possible lead is the girl's interest in painting.
Oh?
She studied art for a number of years. In fact, she sold 1 or 2 watercolors to some local dealers.
I see.
Her family said she brought her equipment, paints, canvases, along with her.
That could be a very good lead, Ray. By the way, did you see this?
A wanted notice on Clinton.
Yes. Mr. Hoover ordered that for national distribution.
In cities, in towns, in villages, wanted notices for Arthur Clinton appeared, and local police were on the lookout. But the FBI did not stop there. At the same time, special agents went to every art material store in the region and left photographs. 2 photographs, one of Clinton and one of his wife. Then there was nothing to do but wait. Wait for what had to happen sooner or later. Wait for what finally happened in Duluth, Minnesota.
Can I help you, ma'am?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I wanted to look at some brushes, please.
Sure. There's a whole tray full right here.
Oh, thank you.
That's a new shipment. Just came in.
Yes, I see.
I can't say that they're too good.
Do you sell paintings?
Well, that's not my regular line, you know.
Well, I have some watercolors here. I did them myself.
Let's have
I
a look
don't
at
know.
them.
Well, surely. Let's see now. There's just the 2 of them. Landscape.
Mm-hmm.
My husband and I have a camp up in the lake country, and these are local sketches.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're not bad.
Well, I've sold several canvases back home in Cincinnati.
Cincinnati?
Mm-hmm. Would you be interested in them? I don't care about the money. It's just the selling of them. That's very satisfying.
Mm-hmm. Well, why don't you leave them here, and I could handle them for you on a commission basis.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Where do you live?
Well, we're buried up in the woods right now. I'll just drop in here from time to time, see if you've had any luck with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take these 3 brushes.
That'll be $3.
Very well. Here you are.
Thanks. Can I wrap them up?
No, thank you. I'll just put them in my bag. I should be in again by the 1st of the month.
Mm-hmm. Hope I sell them for you.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Cincinnati. Hey, miss! Miss! Oh.
Operator, get me FBI headquarters. And you positively identify this photograph, Mr. Weymouth?
Yes, that's the girl, all right. Oh, what a fool I was.
Her signature is on both these landscapes, Jim.
I let her walk right out of here.
Did she say she'd return?
Yes, she said she'd drop in.
I don't think we can wait for that.
Gentlemen, I wish that there was some way...
Mr. Weymouth.
Yes?
These landscapes. Where did she say she'd painted them?
Why, right up near their camp.
Are you familiar with the country around here?
Of course, I know every inch of it. That's what makes me so mad. If she'd told me where that camp was...
I think she has.
Huh?
If these scenes are near her camp, you should be able to recognize them, right?
Say, I never thought of that.
Do they look familiar to you, Mr. Weymouth?
Let me look at them again.
Surely. Here.
Say, I believe I do know this spot.
Yes?
She's changed it around some, but that's Hibbins Lake.
Where's that?
It's about 40 miles north of here.
Could you take us there?
Be glad to. When?
Right now.
Well, this is the day, honey. This is the day I nail that pike.
Say, he's really got you going,
Oh,
hasn't
look,
he?
baby. If you spend as much time as I have watching that guy flirt all around the hook.
But, darling, aren't there other pikes?
Sure there are. But this one is Big Casino.
Well, I wish you luck.
You want to come out in the boat with me?
No.
Huh?
I want to finish that watercolor of the hills.
How's it coming?
Oh, I've changed it about 4 times.
You'll be running out of paint.
Practically.
I'll leave the car here, sweetheart. We can walk down to the lake.
All right.
I'll get your stuff out of the back.
Thanks. Oh, what a lovely day.
All right, Clinton. Just keep your hands where we can see them.
Arthur.
Don't be alarmed, miss.
Who are you?
Special agents of the FBI.
FBI?
Nora, hand me that box.
Of course.
Wait. Would that be Betsy?
Yeah. Never mind, honey.
trail of a bank robber begins with a description, continues on with a stolen car, leaps across state lines, and ends finally with capture and arrest. Along that trail are clues, good and bad, big and small, right and wrong. The agents of the FBI follow them all. That thoroughness is a great factor in its success. But there is another, a vitally important factor that must never be forgotten. It's in every region, every area, every section of this country. Local policeman, sheriff, and deputy in the entire nation. That cooperation is invaluable. And it extends beyond to the cooperation of every loyal citizen of this country. That is a formidable opposition. That's a defense to stand up against any criminal. That's a protection which could only be found in a country where the people not only make the law, but are the law.
You'll hear about the file on next week's case in just a moment. Will you join the Equitable Society in a salute? A salute to the man on the tractor and to all men who plow the good American earth. Yes, a heartfelt salute to the farmers of these United States. In spite of manpower losses, our hard-working farmers have managed to increase this country's food production by more than one-third. Authorities in England and Russia say that the war might easily have been lost without this extra food raised by America. Today, as it has for many years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is lending the farmer a helping hand. Equitable funds make it possible for thousands of farmers to own their own homes and land and realize that typical American ambition summed up in the words, I want to run my own business. In addition to helping to raise the food that fights for freedom, Equitable funds are heavily invested in other industries which make and transport the weapons of war. Still, other Equitable dollars are invested in war bonds. For in wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country. Next week, a crime against the nation. Espionage. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious. Any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Artie Clinton was played by Mandel Kramer. The music was composed and directed by Van Cleve. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. The sound you hear is that of a grave being dug on a hillside in a lonely section of England in the 17th century. And that was English thunder of the era. And that, a soft English drizzle. Water, earth, sky, elementals. Surrounding James Alsop, money clipper, highwayman, father-in-law, gravedigger. It'll take him about another hour to finish, and about another hour to give it a corpse. For in that time, James Alsop will add murder to his other attributes. And tonight, my report to you on the Alsop family, how it diminished and grew again.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Tell her the horses, William.
Aye.
Take a fresh horse. After we'll clip the coins and you will go down to London.
Aye. What ails you, Father? There's no humor in you anymore. You worry about Christopher?
He's not happy with his wife.
As I said it.
He says she is a shrew.
And what woman is not?
That she's curious.
As the woman Alice is.
That she needs to know what we do, you and I.
So she would gossip about it. That we are highwaymen and money clippers. She would gossip and the law would hear of it and we would jig from a gallows.
It grieves me. It would be a terrible thing.
Hello, father-in-law, brother-in-law. I had never been here before, in the workshop before. I thought to clean it, to dust a bit. What are these clippers for?
Get out of here. Get out of here before I kill you.
She will gossip, Father.
Aye.
And the law will hear of it.
Aye.
The gallows. And death.
Not for us. To work, William.
And they clipped a pile of sovereigns, and William took the clippings to London town. And the rest of the night, James Alsop sat with his thoughts. In the false dawn, he came to a conclusion. His daughter-in-law had to go. For good. England in the 1670s. It was a mess. First of all, the English didn't like the Dutch, and the Dutch felt the same about the English, and they were constantly sending each other's frigates to the bottom. The King of England was Charles II, famed for being a member of the Stuart family, for marrying with Catherine Berganza, and for peeling the oranges of one Nell Gwynn. It was, as I have indicated, a yeasty time, foment everywhere. Colonists were going off in every which direction, to America, to India, and to the Caribbees. It was the decade, too, of the great Fethergill hoax, and it was the decade of plague and fire. Let's look again at a corner of it. The year 1673. And the place, the village of Ham. And a woman named Ursula, walking through a meadow at dusk.
How now, Ryder? Did you have a good ride?
Middling. I think. Only middling.
What are you talking about?
I saw the woman Ursula walking through the meadow, as you said she would be.
And did you kill her as I said you should do?
I am not sure. Therefore?
Therefore what?
I am willing to take but half the amount of money which you promised me.
I promise you a fee, assassin, for the killing of Ursula. I hired your sword for a death. No half payments for work not completed.
It was no fault of mine. I stuck her with my sword, but she moved quickly away. Then I saw some people who were coming, attracted by her cry.
And my son, William, who sent you to me from London, said you were the finest of assassins.
Another day and I'll try again.
Go back to London.
My pay.
Aye. That be your pay. A knock about the head. What you deserve. Get you back to London.
What do you think, Father?
That your wife is a fortunate one. That the wounds are not grave.
The villagers who saw the attack said a rider in a cloak and mask chased her about the meadow with a sword. For what reason? For what reason I cannot conceive.
A mystery.
Who would want to do murder on such a fine woman?
Huh? Yesterday you called her a witch.
Aye, even worse. But I did not mean it.
As I said, what has happened? A mystery.
Who would want to kill her?
Oh, your wife is a provoking woman. She walks alone in the meadow at dusk.
If she ever recovers, I will tell her to do so no more. While I'm gone for the surgeon in Yorkshire, you will take care of my wife, Father.
Aye, that I will. I'll watch over your wife.
Christopher rode off to Yorkshire. And what with William in London selling coin clippings, James Alsop was left in his house with Ursula, his daughter-in-law. September night, and the gathering storm, and this...
What?
Ursula, thirsty, as a body is wont to get when it has been stabbed.
Water.
And the man who could slake her thirst moves. But not toward Ursula. Toward the tool shed for a shovel. Then toward the hill. You know why. That's right. To dig a grave. And while he was digging, you remember it started to rain. And James Alsop lifted his mouth to it because the body is wont to get thirsty when it is digging a grave. But Alsop finished his task, took shovel back to tool house, and did what quite a few grave diggers do, even to this day.
Marky, another.
Good evening to you.
Good evening, Judy.
Buy a hollyhock. Oh, buy one.
Yours a farthing. You keep your ox. Wear it yourself.
You may pin it on me if you like.
Ox become you.
I have only 2 more to sell, and I have nothing to do, and no one to sing my song to.
Oh, tonight I'm busy, Judy.
Now, what could you be busy with in such a storm?
To help my daughter-in-law on a journey.
Journey to where?
To her cousin in Scotland.
Oh, if I had a drink, Mr. Alsop, I would drink to a safe return.
Barkeep. 3 drinks. 1 for me, 1 for the lady, and for yourself, Barkeep. Yeah. Well, now we will drink to the safe journey and the safe return of my daughter-in-law, Ursula, who goes to visit her cousin in Scotland and who probably will not return for a year or so. a thief, did you not? I can't stand to see you suffer, girlie. You'll never suffer again. Now then, up with you. There's a burying to... Tether the horses, William.
Aye.
Take a fresh horse. After we'll clip the coins and you will go down to London.
Aye. What ails you, Father? There's no humor in you anymore. You worry about Christopher?
He's not happy with his wife.
As I said it.
He says she's a shrew.
And what woman is not?
That she's curious.
As a woman Alice is.
That she needs to know what we do. You and I.
So she would gossip about it. That we are highwaymen and money clippers. She would gossip and the law would hear of it and we would jig from a gallows.
It grieves me. It would be a terrible thing.
Hello, father-in-law. Brother-in-law. I had never been here before. In the workshop before. I thought to clean it. To dust a bit. What are these clippers for?
Get out of here. Get out of here before I kill you.
She will gossip, Father.
Aye.
And the law will hear of it.
Aye.
The gallows. And death.
Not for us. To work, William. And they clipped a pile of sovereigns, and William took the clippings to London town. And the rest of the night, James Alsop sat with his thoughts. In the false dawn, he came to a conclusion. His daughter-in-law had to go. For good. In the 1670s, it was a mess. First of all, the English didn't like the Dutch, and the Dutch felt the same about the English, and they were constantly sending each other's frigates to the bottom. The King of England was Charles II, famed for being a member of the Stuart family, for marrying with Catherine Berganza, and for peeling the oranges of one Nell Gwynn. It was, as I have indicated, a yeasty time, foment everywhere. Colonists were going off in every which direction, to America, to India, and to the Caribbees. It was the decade, too, of the great Fethergill hoax, and it was the decade of plague and fire. Let's look again at a corner of it. The year 1673. And the place, the village of Ham. And a woman named Ursula, walking through a meadow at dusk. How now, Ryder? Did you have a good ride?
Middling. I think. Only middling.
What are you talking about?
I saw the woman Ursula walking through the meadow, as you said she would be.
And did you kill her as I said you should do?
I am not sure. Therefore?
Therefore what?
I am willing to take but half the amount of money which you promised me.
I promise you a fee, assassin, for the killing of Ursula. I hired your sword for a death. No half payments for work not completed.
It's no fault of mine. I stuck her with my sword, but she moved quickly away. Then I saw some people who were coming, attracted by her cry.
And my son William, who sent you to me from London, said you were the finest of assassins.
Another day and I'll try again.
Go back to London.
My pay.
Aye. That be your pay. You knock about the head. What you deserve. Get you back to London.
What do you think, Father?
That your wife is a fortunate one. That the wounds are not grave.
The villagers who saw the attack said a rider in a cloak and mask chased her about the meadow with a sword. For what reason? For what reason I cannot conceive.
Ooh, a mystery.
Who would want to do murder on such a fine woman?
Huh? Yesterday you called her a witch.
Aye, even worse. But I did not mean it.
As I said, what has happened? A mystery.
Who would want to kill her?
Oh, your wife is a provoking woman. She walks alone in the meadow at dusk.
If she ever recovers, I will tell her to do so no more. While I'm gone for the surgeon in Yorkshire, you will take care of my wife, Father.
Aye, that I will. I'll watch over your wife.
Christopher rode off to Yorkshire. And what with William in London selling coin clippings, James Alsop was left in his house with Ursula, his daughter-in-law. September night, and a gathering storm, and this...
What?
Ursula, thirsty, as a body is wont to get when it has been stabbed.
Water.
And the man who could slake her thirst moves. But not toward Ursula. Toward the tool shed for a shovel. Then toward the hill. You know why. That's right. To dig a grave. And while he was digging, you remember it started to rain. And James Alsop lifted his mouth to it because the body is wont to get thirsty when it is digging a grave. But Alsop finished his task, took shovel back to tool house, and did what quite a few grave diggers do, even to this day.
Marky, another.
And I'll not ask for wine. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Judy.
Buy a hollyhock. Oh, buy one.
Yours a farthing. You keep your hock. Wear it yourself.
You may pin it on me if you like.
Hocks become you.
I have only 2 more to sell, and I have nothing to do, and no one to sing my song to.
Oh, tonight I'm busy, Judy.
Now, what could you be busy with in such a storm?
To help my daughter-in-law on a journey.
Journey to where?
To her cousin in Scotland.
Oh, if I had a drink, Mr. Alsop, I would drink to a safe return.
Barkeep. 3 drinks. 1 for me, 1 for the lady, and for yourself, Barkeep. Yeah. Well, now we will drink to the safe journey and the safe return of my daughter-in-law, Ursula, who goes to visit her cousin in Scotland and who probably will not return for a year or so. to go and find out I was a thief, did you not? I can't stand to see you suffer, girlie. You'll never suffer again. Now then, up with you. There's a burying to be done.
Pastoral scene in England under Charles II. Cutthroat carrying victim through big storm to grave. A few more details. Darkness torn apart by lightning. Silences shattered by thunder. And the earth, a sea of mud. It was perhaps 300 yards to the hillside, and when James Alsop got there, the grave he had dug was gone, washed away. So, what we've got now is the same pastoral scene in reverse. Cutthroat carrying victim through big storm back to scene of crime. Cutthroat in a quandary.
The plan was to bury you neatly, Ursula. Now what?
Proving that things gang after glee.
Yeah. I told everyone you were going for a visit.
The question.
What shall I do with you?
Seeking the answer. The answer? Not quite. This time the answer, change everybody into warm, dry clothes. And having done this, the stroke of genius. Remove the glass from the window frame into the room, hide it, and set up a cry.
Murder! Murder most foul! Help! Thieves have come and made murder! Help! Help! A thief? Aye, Constable. And killed your poor daughter-in-law. Yesterday a man tried to do it while she walked the meadow. I've heard. And now you succeeded. I heard a cry from Ursula. I came quick to her, but only in time to see her attacker flee. Flee? How? Through the window, sir. Which window? That one. That one? With no glass in it? Of course, that one. And you're sure of it? Aye. Come here. Aye. If the thief and murderer escaped through this window, how did he get through the cobweb which covers the opening? Sir? Stretched across the window frame is a cobweb, as you see. From side to side, so. From top to bottom, so. Sir? Then how did this thief of yours get through it? Sir? You're under arrest, James Alsop. Arrest? For the murder of your daughter-in-law. Charlie? The chains.
Alsop was committed at Colchester Jail. His sons William and Christopher were not to be located. Justice was swift and sure. James Alsop was sentenced and led to the gallows. And as he mounted them, a thing happened.
Wait! Wait! In the name of the king! Do not hang that man.
A messenger with good news, especially if your name was James Alsop of Ham in the year 1673, and the hangman had just indicated that you stick your neck in a noose.
New evidence from London.
Backgammon.
The man who calls himself Topham says he can prove that James Alsop is no murderer. He saw a thief leave the place of murder through the door.
that's the way it was. I forgot.
Bring down the accused from the gibbet.
Our story still has a dolorous end. Mr. Topham from London turned out to be none other than the missing William Alsop, son of James. He could have stayed in London, safe and alive, so he must have loved his father dearly to have taken such a chance. But the only way he changed history was this. Father? Son, William. What happened to Christopher? Well, he had heard what happened to his wife, so asked himself, why return to Ham? He stayed in Yorkshire, where he met the widow Patricia. She was comely, and the next April they were wed. She made puddings and was an uncurious woman. They lived long and happily, and gave to the world 8 Alsops.
The Alsop Family, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. In tonight's story, Ben Wright was heard as James. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Ellen Morgan, Betty Harford, Terry Kilburn, Richard Peel, and Raymond Lawrence. Roy Rowan speaking. Field, Ellen Morgan, Betty Harford, Terry Kilburn, Richard Peel, and Raymond Lawrence. Roy Rowan speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters. And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked Chief J.A. Hickok, who recently retired as Chief of Police, Little Rock, Arkansas, after 31 years of service, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the costume killer.
Chief Hickok, from what you've told me, I know tonight's case is so fantastic, the facts about this criminal are hard to believe.
Yes, Don Gardner, but I've got his signed confession to murder right here in my hand.
Well, when did you first hear of this man, Chief Hickok?
Well, Don, our reports start not too many months ago in the city of Paragould, Arkansas. A tall, slim man about 40 had been sitting in the front parlor of his rooming house. He'd heard a knock at the door, and he was on his way to answer it.
All right.
Hello, Mr. Osprey.
Well, come in, Joy. Don't stand there like a tired old field horse.
Yes, sir. Look, Mr. Osprey, don't be sorry at me because
Don't tell me here. Come on in the parlor. Kids, spend your days and nights trying to pound a little something in their pumpkin heads so maybe they'll amount to something. Get in there.
Yes, sir.
Well, what were you going to tell me, boy? Get it out of you. Think you wasn't born with a tongue.
I tried, Mr. Osprey. Honest, I tried.
Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Now, you got to listen to me, boy. For years I've been showing kids how to do this. Kids, they all think they're smarter than you.
Oh, I don't think I'm smarter than you, honest.
Well, if you listened close to me and done exactly like I told you, you wouldn't have had no experience like that.
I tried, Mr. Osprey.
You didn't do it like I told you. You didn't do a thing I told you.
Well, I was awfully scared. That cop came pretty close, awful close.
Well, after you'd listened to me and after you'd opened the window like I showed you how to open it, you'd have been in there and out with a stack full of stuff before that cop even got close.
Yes, sir, I guess I would, but...
But nothing. I got boys all over this city and lots of other cities. I showed them what to do and how to do it. Now, me and you are going back to that store tonight, and me and you are going to come home with a gunny sack full of stuff.
Yes, sir.
And then after we get that, I'm going to show you a few other things. How to disguise yourself up good so nobody can pick you out. How to pick a lock with just a hairpin. How to break a man's arm with just one twist.
Do I have to learn that?
Of course you got to learn that, boy. Sometimes you got to hurt people. Sometimes after you don't hurt people, you get hurt yourself. And hurt bad.
Did you ever hurt anyone?
Only because I had to.
Bad?
Bad enough. I killed him.
Killed him?
Only 2.
Oh.
That's what I did my time for. And if I'd killed the 3rd one, I wouldn't done no time at all. But I got soft-hearted. Serves me right. Now, never you get soft-hearted, boy.
Oh, no, sir.
Now, you listen to me. And I'll tell you how we're going to get in that store tonight.
Maybe you ought to use the glass cutter some more.
Shh, boy.
You got it.
Sure, I got it. Okay, Joey, I'll give you a boost up. You unlock the window.
Yeah.
Now grab a hold.
Okay.
Now, up you go. Okay, now. Reach in, unlock the window.
Yes, sir. Wait a minute. A little higher.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I got it.
Good boy. Now come on down. If you hadn't did it like this last night, we wouldn't have had all this bother tonight. You got your gunny sack?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to boost you in. You know what to take. And when you get it, you meet me back the room.
Ain't you coming in with me?
There ain't but one way to learn, boy, and that's do it yourself.
But, Mr. Osprey...
Don't stand there arguing with me. Now come here, I'll boost you.
It ain't fair.
Now up you go.
Okay, that's enough.
Now jump down.
Yep.
Everything all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Good boy. I'll see you back the room. All right, I'm coming. Joey?
Yeah, it's me.
Just a second. Come in, boy.
Yes, sir.
Well, good work, boy. You did fine. Where's the gunny sack?
I got it, Mr. Osprey. I left it in the shed.
Well, I told you to bring it so I could give you what you got coming.
I was gonna, but...
But what, boy? Speak up.
There was a cop waiting in front of my house.
A cop?
It's a good thing I saw him, Mr. Osprey. An awful good thing.
You snitch. You...
Please, Mr. Osprey, let me go. I didn't have anything to do with it.
What's he doing there, then?
I don't know.
Huh?
Let me go.
All right, boy. If this cop's waiting for you, that ain't good.
What do we do?
Well, I'll tell you, boy. You go on home and get to bed.
But the cop will
That don't matter none, boy. You got no record. You get off easy.
But I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to.
I'll just give you a talking to. With me, it's a sight different. I'm on parole. They send me back to prison for life. You wouldn't want that to happen to your old friend Slim Osprey, would you?
Oh, no, sir, I wouldn't.
Well, now you see why I got to leave town. Anyway, I got some of my other boys to look in on. I'll be in touch with you, boy. You'll hear from me. You're a good boy.
So, Don, Slim Osprey, a paroled murderer and tutor in crime, fled to his native town of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, where he sought refuge at the home of his sister Etta. But Slim Osprey's sojourn in Hattiesburg didn't prove as pleasant as he had hoped.
Slim!
Yeah, what's ailing you now?
I asked you to weed the garden. Instead, you sit there all day like you were the landlord waiting for his rent.
If you want the garden weeded, weed it yourself. I ain't budging, Etta. I ain't budging an inch.
Honest, Slim, it just ain't right.
If I feel like it, Etta, I'll sit here all week.
I don't know how many times I have to tell you, Slim. You ought to be out working like other men.
Now, looky here, Etta. If there was work I felt like doing, I'd be out doing it. There ain't no kind of work around this town I feel like doing. Can't you get that through your head?
If you don't work, you're blown back in the penitentiary.
Now, look here, Etta.
I said the penitentiary.
Don't you talk to me like that, Etta.
The whole town's talking about you. They all know what you are. I got to bear the shame.
Who cares?
I could see that you're sent back to jail.
Shut up, you old hen. Why should I dirty my hands on you? Fine home you give your own brother, always nagging. Don't know when to stop.
I guess it was a mistake taking you in.
More of a mistake not coming back.
I guess you better leave, Slim.
I reckon the best.
I want you to be packed when I get home.
Yeah. What time you coming back?
I won't be back till late tonight.
Hey.
What?
Who's going to fix my supper?
Nobody. You're not eating here again.
Hey, Etta. You old hen. You ain't sending me back no penitentiary. You ain't even going to think about sending me back.
That, Don, was the moment Slim Usry made up his mind to murder his sister Etta. He knew she would walk home that night, and he waited in the clump of weeds until he heard her footsteps.
Etta? Howdy, Etta. You have a nice time?
Oh, Slim, you scared me.
Did I, Etta?
What were you doing back in those weeds? Did you lose something?
No. I'm just fixing to lose something, that's all.
What do you mean?
Nothing, Etta, nothing at all.
Are you all packed to go? I don't want you in my house tonight.
I changed my mind, Etta. I'm staying.
Who said so?
I said so, that's who.
No, not in my house.
No?
If you don't go tonight, I'm calling the police.
You call him, Etta, you call him.
Slim, no, don't.
Old hen. Try to send me back to penitentiary, will you? Find a way to treat a brother. You old hen. I'll show you. Treat your brother like a wooden dog. Take care of you.
Deputy Sheriff Clarkson.
Deputy Clarkson, this is Slim Usry.
Yes, Slim.
It's my sister, Etta, Deputy Clarkson. She left the house yesterday to go visiting. She didn't come home all night.
Where'd she go, Slim?
Well, I don't rightly know, Deputy Clarkson, but you know, Etta, that ain't like her. Something must have happened to her now. Would you help me find her?
All right, Slim, I'll be right over.
So, Don, the murderer, Slim Usry, reported to the authorities that his sister Etta was missing, although it was Usry himself who killed her. But in carrying out his plan to fool the police, Usry ran into unexpected difficulties.
Okay, let's break right here. More from Gangbusters right after these messages on 670 WMAQ.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Boston Blackie.
Edgar Bergen. John and Blanche Bickerson.
This is Stan Freberg. Would you pay $60 for 60 of the greatest old-time radio shows of all time? Well, now you can by ordering Old Time Radio's Greatest Shows, a 60-episode collection for only $60. The Whistler, Gangbusters, Philip Marlowe, Gunsmoke, and many more, all on top-quality cassettes housed in a designer case. Plus, you'll also receive a 20-page anecdotal booklet giving you the inside story to each and every show.
Hold everything, Stan. This is Carl Amari, owner of Radio Spirits, with a special limited-time offer. If listeners call right now and mention this radio station, they can take $10 off the $60 price. But you must call right now and mention this radio station for this special $10 savings.
Hey, you don't have to convince me. Order toll-free, 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
It's time for Internet Jeopardy!
I'll take Internet Service Provider for $100.
They're the fastest-growing Internet access company in Chicagoland.
Who is TechPort?
You're correct. You control the board.
I'll take Technical Support for $500.
The company with free 24-hour support.
Who is Techport?
Right again. Still your turn.
Give me Internet Best Buys for $1,000, Bob.
Now listen closely. They're the company which offers unlimited Internet access, a free homepage for new subscribers, email, and free setup for only one low fee of $19.95 per month. Plus, the first 30 days are free.
Who is Techport?
Right again. Now, if you answer this next question correctly, you'll double your money and walk away the new Internet Jeopardy champion. How can people sign up with Techport Complete Internet Access?
That's easy, Bob. They call 1-800-830-4880 or log on to www.techinter.com.
Congratulations, you're our new Internet Jeopardy champion. And remember, Techport is your best source for complete Internet access. Phone 800-830-4880.
Now, let's get back to Gangbusters.
Now, you were telling us, Chief Hickok, that Slim Usry murdered his sister Etta and then reported her missing.
Yes, Don. And an investigation was started. The weeded area of the neighborhood was on the list of places where deputies thought the woman might be found, and the search there was in progress.
Deputy Clarkson?
Yes, Slim.
You don't reckon we'll find Etta in here? If anything happened to Etta, it'd break my heart.
I know how you feel, Slim. Let's cut the talking and look.
Okay.
That is Slim.
Hey, boy.
Hold it, man.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Did you find something, Slim? Good Lord. Come away from us, Slim. Come away.
I won't sleep a wink till I get the man who did this. I won't sleep a wink.
Come in.
Hello, Deputy Clarkson.
Slim.
They said you wanted to see me.
Yes. Come on over and sit down.
Sure, Deputy Clarkson. Well, you got any idea who killed my sis?
Yes, Slim. I've got a few ideas.
Well, you just tell me who it was. I could wring his neck with my two hands. I could...
You could what, Slim?
Well, you can't blame me none, Deputy Clarkson. Poor little Etta never did no harm, no one. Murdered in cold blood like that.
You killed two men yourself, Slim.
Well, that was different.
What was so different about it?
Well, I paid for it. I spent 19 years put away. And You don't think it was me killed Etta?
Well, I didn't say you killed her, but you could have.
Well, I didn't. What would I be killing my own sis for?
I haven't any idea.
It's a fine thing. I come down here to help you, and I get accused of murder. Just because I've been in a little trouble once or twice, you can't let a man have no peace. Not even when they're fixing to bury his poor sister.
Hey, Slim.
Huh?
Come here.
What do you want?
How come it was you, out of all the people looking for Etta, that found her body? You seem to know just where it was.
Well, she just happened to be where I was looking. If I killed her, you don't think I'd be fool enough to find the body, do you?
Slim, I don't know what to think.
Well, Don, a few months went by and no new evidence turned up. Then one day Slim Usry left town and went to Little Rock, Arkansas. Shortly after he arrived, Usry walked into a costumer's shop on Commerce Street and asked to look at a wig and mustache outfit he saw in the window.
Yes, sir. Finest wig and mustache in Little Rock. There you are.
Yeah, not bad. I've seen better.
I take it you're going to a party?
Oh, I figured on a couple of parties. You got a looking glass here? If they look good on, maybe I'll take them.
Right in back here, sir?
Oh, yeah.
The mustache sticks right on.
I can see how it works.
Very good indeed. Nobody'd recognize you, not with that on.
How much?
Well, now, let's see. That'd be, $11.80 with the tax.
Okay.
Shall I wrap them up for you?
Sure, wrap them. You don't think I'm going to wear them now, do you?
Sergeant.
What a morning, Captain. I had that witness look at every picture in the file. No luck. Not with that wig and mustache disguise. Good disguise.
You know, I can't remember anyone using a disguise like that on a holdup in years. This must be an old-timer.
Well, the victim thought he was about 40, Captain. It doesn't make him too much of an old-timer. I wonder if he bought that wig and mustache in one of the shops here in Little Rock.
Maybe. But they can't tell whether that stuff came from their shop until they see it. And it looks like we'll have to get our man before they can see it.
Mr. Osprey.
Huh? Well, Joey. Sit down, boy. Sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Osprey.
Call me Slim, Joey. People around here know me as Slim.
Okay, Slim.
By gravy, you growed. How about a beer, Joey?
Oh, no, thanks. Later, maybe. Well, I came as soon as I got your letter.
Yeah. Well, I wrote to you, boy, because I like you. And I want to do something for you. I was sure glad to hear you didn't go to that reformatory.
Well, it was like you said. They gave me a talking to and let me go. They haven't caught me since.
That's good boy, Joey.
I figured when I got your letter you needed some help.
Not just yet, boy. First, you got to finish your lessons.
Lessons? Well, I could do okay now. I've been doing okay.
Well, maybe you could, but we got to be sure about it. Now, tonight, I'm going to try my old disguise trick again. You recollect I was telling you once about disguises?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, boy, tonight, I got a nice little old cafe all picked out. It'll be so easy I won't need help from you. I wouldn't need you even if you was ready. So you just stick around my room.
Sir, what'll you have?
This, stick up.
What?
Reach.
What's the matter?
Everybody quiet.
Wait a minute.
Wait for nothing. I'm in a hurry. Where's the dough?
I'll get it. Hey, it was an accident.
I don't like accidents. Now, don't anybody move till I'm gone. Anybody follow? Get the same.
Get him.
How bad is he, Sergeant?
Luckily, not so bad. Both flesh wounds, Captain. This is his room.
Okay. Let's go in. Hello, Mr. Walters. How do you feel now?
Oh, not bad, considering.
I'm Captain Crossman.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Walters, do you think you could recognize the man who held up your cafe and shot you?
I don't know. Maybe I could. I ought to know that mustache anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Is this the mustache?
Yeah, that's it. I'd swear that's it.
It was found in an alley near your cafe. The hold-up man was seen running up that alley.
That's it, all right.
Thanks, Mr. Walters. We know where it was bought. Now all we've got to do is find the man who bought it.
I'm telling you, Joey, just like I tell all my boys. If you miss doing something one way, no matter how many times it worked, it ain't good no more.
That seems crazy to me. All you gotta do is get another mustache.
No, boy, the police and everybody else on that mustache and wig trick. I gotta try something else.
Yeah, but you promised I could try the mustache trick.
I said no, boy. When I say no, I mean it. Maybe we'll pick up and go someplace else and try it, but not here in Little Rock.
It's nuts, Slim. And we're just getting set here.
And I don't know whether I'm going to stay or not. They got a big charge against me. I could have killed that man last night.
Oh, the guy was shot up a little. Serves him right.
Maybe I should have killed him.
Sure. So, he'd have been number 3.
Joey. Number 4.
Number 4?
You heard me.
You mean you killed somebody since I saw you last?
What if I did? If you want no account. Getting back, we got to change our way of operating. We got to just... Boy, where you going?
I'm going out for some air.
Well, now watch out where you go and what you do.
Well, just going out to get you a present.
Present, boy? For me?
Sure. And one for myself. I'll see you later, Slim.
Captain Crossman.
This is Sergeant Woods. We've got men planted at that costume store. Nothing doing yet, Captain.
Well, keep them there. And at the other stores, too.
Okay, Captain, but it's pretty much of a shot in the dark. This fellow'd be a chump to come back for another mustache.
Maybe. But if he does come back, I want a welcoming party for him.
Joey?
Yeah, Slim, open up.
Where you been, boy? Get in here.
I told you I was going out to buy a present.
Is that it there?
Uh-huh, that's it.
Well, don't stand there, boy. If you're going to give it to me, give it here.
I got 2 of them.
What is it? Give it here, boy.
Not until you promise I can use one.
One what?
One of these mustache outfits.
Mustache outfits?
Uh-huh.
Where'd you get it?
Hey, let go. Please, Slim, let go, will you?
Where'd you get it?
At the same store you showed me. Please, Slim, you hurt me. Please.
I ought to kill you, boy. I ought to beat your brains out.
No, please.
You could have brought the cops here. You know that.
There were no cops. I looked good, honest. Let go, Slim.
Huh? No cops?
I'm positive. I didn't see anybody.
Well, as long as you didn't see no cops, I guess there'll be no cops coming here, huh?
Sure. Everything's okay.
Yeah. You didn't listen to me, Joey. I kill people who don't pay no attention.
Slim, don't do nothing.
Come here, you miserable...
No, let go. I didn't mean nothing.
Didn't mean nothing, now. Oh, please.
Turn you loose. Huh? Police officers, you're under arrest.
Huh? Me?
Please, I didn't do nothing. He was trying to kill me.
We'll see about that, son. Come on, both of you.
Now, watch how you're pulling.
Come on, you.
Okay, kid. Let's go.
No, I don't want to go to jail.
Come on, boy. It's just another lesson.
It should have been the first lesson. It should have been the first.
So, Don, that was the end of the teacher of crime. And Usry, who thought he had committed a perfect murder, made the worst mistake of all. He told someone about it. And the boy, Joey, told the police. In the Little Rock jail, William Usry confessed the murder of his sister, Etta. Usry was returned to Mississippi, where he died in the electric chair in the Forest County Jail a few months ago.
Well, congratulations, Chief Hickok, to you and to the men of the Little Rock Police Department who solved this terrible crime. Principal roles in tonight's dramatization were played by Bill Smith and Jack Grimes. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
And that's
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Red Rock Mesa. Below them, shimmering in the heat of the noon sun, lay Mescalosa Plain, stretching as far as the eye can see. The squat settlement of Mescalosa in the center, the pine-covered hills of the Indian Reservation to the right, and far in the distance, beyond the white sands of the desert, the flat-topped tableland called Red Rock Mesa.
Gosh, Hoppy, ain't that a sight?
Yeah, looks mighty hot down there.
She was mighty hot the last time I seen her in more ways than one.
When was that, California?
In 73, the year before the Comanche War. Me and another feller, now, what was his name?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
No, suppose not. Memory ain't what it used to be. Anyway, me and this other fella get caught 10 miles out of Mescalosa by a bunch of Comanches. And they run us clean across that desert and up Red Rock Mesa. Nearest I ever come to parting with my corps fueler. When they finally corralled the Comanches and put them on the reservation, I shook the dust of Mescalosa off in my boots and promised myself I'd never come back.
Well, I don't think we need to worry about the Comanches now, California. They've been behaving themselves for quite a while.
Well, I still ain't in love with the Mescalosa country. Wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for this horse business of yours. Them Comanche Indians is about as tough as they come. Why, I remember the time once when
Hey.
What's the matter?
That's funny.
Huh?
That smoke over there, the other side of the ridge.
Yeah. What do you reckon?
I don't know. Let's take a look. Well, what do you make of it, California?
Don't know. Looks like somebody's ranch house got burned down.
It's still smoldering. Couldn't have happened more than a few hours ago, sometime in the early morning.
Hoppy, I ain't one to jump to conclusions, but...
Go on, what is it?
Well, a few years back, we never had to think very hard when we run onto a burned ranch house.
Comanches?
Yeah.
We better get out of here. I want to talk to the marshal in Mescalosa.
Get down. Down, Hoppy.
What was that?
Look, in that timber there.
What's an arrow?
Let's get out of here, Hoppy.
Keep down. We might get out the back.
Let's go.
Hold it. They thought of that, too.
Well, they'll have to come and get me.
No, put your gun away. We're surrounded. If we get out of this at all, it won't be by shooting.
There ain't nothing else to do, Hoppy.
Maybe not, but we got to try. This is one spot we're going to have to talk our way out of.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and Red Rock Mesa. For 5 eternal minutes, Hoppy and California crouch in the blackened ruins of the ranch house, waiting for something to happen. Then...
Look. Where? There's one of them coming around that boulder. Give me your handkerchief. Is it white?
Used to be. Here.
Good. Put it on this stick here. There. Now.
Never thought I'd see the day when Hopalong Cassidy would wave a white flag at an engine.
Well, if you want to keep your toupee in place, you'll shut up. Hello over there.
He's coming out.
All right, now. Cover me while I go out to meet him.
Right, Hoppy.
And don't pull that trigger unless you have to. Understand?
Yeah. Good luck, Hoppy.
Thanks. Howdy. You speak English?
Me no white man talk. Me no white man ways. Bring other man here.
I'd rather leave him where he is.
We said bring other man here.
What do you want?
Guns. You have guns?
Yeah, we have guns and we're going to keep them.
Like magpie, you make big talk. You tell other man...
Chief, wait a minute.
A white girl.
What happened? Tell me.
You ask white man. He make big talk.
Who are you?
My name's Cassidy.
Where are you from?
From the Bar 20 Ranch, quite a ways north of here. My friend and I just got here a few minutes ago. Pulled up on the ridge over there and saw the smoke. Came over to take a look.
What are you doing in Mescalosa County?
Just come down here to buy some horses.
I see. Chief, these aren't the men. You must let them go in peace. Bring your friend out here, Mr. Cassidy.
All right, miss. California.
Here, Hoppy. What in tarnation's that white gal doing here?
I don't know, but she sure came at the right time. Come on. This is my partner, California Carlson.
Howdy, ma'am.
How do you do? This is Chief Broken Lance of the Comanches. He's sorry he made the mistake.
Where to that? What are you going to do?
He wants you to go in peace.
Mind if I ask what this is all about, miss?
Oh, it's simple enough. Someone's trying to stir up another Comanche war.
What do you mean?
Almost every ranch bordering the Indian reservation has been raided during the last few weeks. The cattle run off, buildings burned. This is one of them right here.
I see. Do you mind if we...
Oh, of course. Chief, we'd like to talk. You'd better get back to the others.
You tell white man our story, miss.
I will.
It 'Tis well.
Now, what makes you think these raids aren't the work of the Comanches?
I ought to know. I live with them. I keep an Indian school on the reservation. When the trouble started, I refused to leave with the others. I know the Comanches are innocent, but it's useless to plead with the ranchers in Mescalosa. They're ready to fight now. Our only hope is to catch whoever's behind these raids.
So when they saw California and me fooling around this ranch house here, they thought...
Of course they did. You're lucky you weren't killed.
Thanks to you, Miss...
Britt. Martha Britt. You'd better be on your way now. It's a 2-hour ride to Mescalosa.
Just like that, huh?
What do you mean?
Want to stay up here and take care of things all by yourself? Fight every white rancher in the county with a bunch of Indians and a lot of nerve?
I'm not asking anybody for help.
Well, you're going to get our help, whether you want it or not.
You're darn tootin'.
Thanks. Thanks very much. I would like you to do something for me.
And what's that?
The marshal in Mescalosa. His name's Bob Nolan. Keep an eye on him for me, will you?
Sure. I want to look things over in town this afternoon. I'll be back here tonight. Will you meet me?
All right. I'll be here.
She was talking about, Huffy. This town sure spoiling for a fight.
Yeah, she wouldn't have a chance talking to these birds. Well, let's see what her friend Bob Dolan thinks.
No matter what you say. So that's the way it looks to us ranchers, Nolan. We're getting together tonight to take some action on this thing. I hope you'll be with us. But if you ain't, we're going to go it alone.
You're not going to do anything till I say so, Whitman.
I tell you, we're tired of waiting. 3 ranches burned in the last 2 weeks. Over 1,000 head of cattle them Redskin varmints run off.
But I'm not setting off another Comanche war until I've got something more than suspicion to go on.
Is that the only reason, Nolan?
What do you mean?
Are you afraid your young schoolmarm might get hurt if we tackle her precious Comanches? Think it over, Nolan.
Okay, what do you want?
I'm Hopalong Cassidy. This is California Carlson.
Howdy, Marshal. Howdy.
We talked to Miss Britt up in the foothills this afternoon.
Martha, how is she?
Fine.
What did she say about...
She's going to see it through from the Comanche side.
I was afraid of that.
Say, who's that fellow you was talking to?
Sully Whitman. Lost 500 head last night.
Whitman, huh? Looks sort of familiar.
He's like all the rest of them now. Ready to shoot a Comanche on sight.
How many cattle are missing now?
At least a couple of thousand. There's no ranch around here hasn't been hit at least once.
Can't run off 500 head of cattle without leaving a trail.
We followed cattle trails till we're dizzy. Got nowhere.
What do you mean you got nowhere, Bob?
Every trail leads to the same place. Somewhere in the edge of the Tierra.
Tierra?
The Tierra de la Muerte. Sand desert south of here. Wow. Sean, what's happened?
Ambush at the edge of the Tierra. They got Bill and Larry.
They did, huh? You got horses handy, Cassidy?
Right outside.
Okay, come on with me. It'll be dark when we get there, but I'll show you what I mean.
This is the place.
Where'd they fire from, Sean?
The rise over yonder. You can see it in the moonlight there.
Well, what do you make of it, Cassidy? Just like the others. Cattle tracks leading right out into the desert.
How far does the desert go?
100 miles or more. Nothing but sand dunes. Wind washes out the tracks 5 minutes after they're made.
Well, those cattle got to be somewhere. You can't make a couple of thousand head disappear.
You say you couldn't see who fired on you, Sean?
Nope. The shots came from that rise over there, and... Wait.
Huh?
Look. There in the moonlight. It's an engine. Get down.
There he goes.
Come on!
Here's where he fired from.
Sean?
Yeah?
No use trailing him now. He's halfway through the desert. Well, I'm satisfied now, Cassidy.
Yeah?
I saw him, and it was an engine. That's all I need.
Only one thing.
What's that?
Take a look at these tracks here.
Huh?
First time I ever heard of an Indian riding a horse with iron shoes.
He might have stolen the horse.
Maybe. And maybe it was a white man dressed up to look like an Indian.
Huh?
I think he wanted us to see him. There's brush cover all over the hill here. A half-wit would know better than to ride up the hilltop against a full moon and start shooting. Say nothing of a Comanche.
Hey, maybe you're right.
Come on, let's get back to town.
Quiet, everyone. Quiet. I'm tired of sitting around doing nothing Comanches run off our cattle and burn our ranches. I know you are, too. They're with you, Whitman. They got Bill Connors and Larry Baker at the edge of the desert this afternoon. As far as I'm concerned, that's the last straw. I'm ready to move.
Now, wait a minute, Sully. Listen, all of you. First blow struck against the Comanche Nation will start it up all over again.
He's right.
I know there isn't a card in the lot of you. I'm the last one who's going to run out on my duty here. But Hopalong Cassidy and I were down to the scene of the shooting tonight, and we still aren't satisfied it was done by the Comanches. Now, look, boys, all I'm asking you to do is...
Wait a minute. I'd like to ask the marshal here one question. I'd like to know if he's holding back because he wants to do right by the Comanches or because he's afraid a certain little schoolmarm might get hurt in the fighting.
Okay, Sully. Pick him up and back. All right, boys, now get this. There's only one way I can answer that kind of a charge. Be saddled and ready by dawn. We're waiting to hear that. The war's on.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and Red Rock Mesa. It's after midnight now as Hoppy and California ride up to the ruins of the farmhouse where they first met Martha Britt.
Hold it, California.
Reckon she's here?
We'll see in a minute. There she is. Come on. Martha.
Mr. Cassidy, we've been waiting for hours.
They kept us pretty busy. Who's with you?
Broken lamps.
Good. The town's up in arms. They're taking off at dawn, armed to the teeth.
I was afraid of that.
Bob's forced into it. He asked me to get you out of here.
The Indians are depending on me. I can't desert them now.
Don't be silly. You can't help them by hanging around either.
But where can I go? I can't go back to Mescalosa. They think I'm a traitor. I can't stay here in the hills.
Wait a minute.
What is it, California?
I'm thinking.
We haven't got time for that.
No, I'm thinking the time the Comanches run me and that other fella up Red Rock Mesa. Why can't we take Miss Britt there? There's a trail no one knows about on the far side. This fella showed it to me. His name was... Hey!
What's the matter?
I got it. The fella I was up there with. I remember who he is.
Who?
Whit Sullivan. Sully Whitman. They're the same fella. That skunk who's firing up the mob down below is the fella I got run up the mesa with.
You sure?
Sure, positive.
Wait a minute now. 2,000 head of cattle disappear into the desert. Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Look out in the valley there. You can see the mesa in the moonlight. Suppose those cattle were run out into the sand dunes so the wind could cover their tracks. Then suppose they were turned south to the mesa. What's it like on top?
Prettiest land you ever saw. Water there, plenty of grass.
Enough for 2,000 head of cattle?
For a short spell, sure.
So Whitman pulls off the raids, makes it look like the Comanches, then fires up the town for another Indian war. I think I know why now. It begins to make sense.
Wait a spell, you left me behind.
Martha.
Yes?
Tell the chief to get his men together and hold up in the woods here. We'll try to make it back before dawn.
Where are we going?
To the top of Red Rock Mesa. Hold it. There's the rim up ahead. Better leave the horses here.
Right, Hoppy.
It beats me how a trail as wide as this could be so well hidden.
Old buffalo trail, I reckon.
Wait. listen.
Cattle.
Yeah. I think we've solved the mystery of the disappearing cows, California. Come on now.
Right behind you.
Take it easy. They might have a sentry at the top of the trail here. All right, now. Around the other side of this boulder, we ought to get a look at the top of the mesa. Watch where you step.
Harvey, look. Right below us.
It's covered with cattle. There's a campfire over there. A couple more on the other side. Well, there must be 20 men here anyway. And we only want one of them, sir, to bring back with us for a souvenir. Somehow we got to get one of those guys away from that nearest campfire.
Sit down, will you? Shut up. You're giving me the willies pacing around like that. I'm cold. You mean you're yellow? You're scared stiff. Sure I'm scared. So are you. Only I admit it. It's crazy, that's what it is. Cooking up an Indian ward to keep every man in the county busy. Why, we moved 2,500 head of cows off this tabletop. You hear that? Yeah. One of the horses must have walked down the trail a piece. I'll go. You stay where you are. I'll get him. I need the exercise. Crazy cayuse. Wandering down there this time of the night. Yeah. There you are, you. A white horse. We got them. What is this?
Put up your hand. Not a sound, understand, or I'll blow you off the top of this mesa. California.
Yeah, Hoppy.
Stick a gag in his mouth.
Sure.
Tie his hand.
Feet too, Hoppy?
No, he's got a long ride ahead of him. Hate to make him do it side saddle.
Hey, you, Whitman.
Yeah, Nolan?
Come over here. I want you here with me at the head of the procession.
Any particular reason?
Yeah. You're the man who drummed up this expedition. I want you right up in front with the rest of us when the shooting starts.
Still sticking up for the Comanches, are you, Bob?
Sticking up for you ranchers, if you only knew it. Bob! What is it, Sean? Well, it's getting light enough to see the hills now. Take a look over there on the East Ridge. Yeah. Hold it, boys! Pull up a minute! Oh, there.
What do you reckon it is, Marshal?
Yeah, looks like a fire over that burned ranch house.
Injuns?
Maybe. It might be a trap. Yeah. Fan out, boys. Divide into two columns. We'll hit the burned ranch house and the East Ridge from two sides.
You've got to believe me, Cassidy. I don't know nothing. I don't know who the boss is. I never saw him.
Don't tell us that.
If you know what's good for you, you better tell us the truth, mister. I'm telling you the truth. I don't know.
Shut up. Martha.
Yes?
How's the chief coming with the fire?
Be ready in a minute.
Fire?
Yeah, an old Comanche custom. But California, you take care of our guest. I'm going over to help with the preparations.
Preparations? What's he mean?
Oh, nothing much. Just rigging up a framework over the fire. Sort of a perch for the guest of honor. Yeah, back in 73, we used to call it Comanche conversation piece. Nothing like good warm feet to make a man real talkative. Ever had dealings with the Comanches, mister?
No.
Well, you've got a lot to learn. Real practical folks, the Comanches. The chief out there, Broken Lance, he's a Comanche of the old school. Don't make Indians like Broken Lance no more.
What do you mean?
Well, mind the time in 73, just 4 adobe walls, when old Broken Lance here had a couple of white prisoners who knew something they wasn't telling. The first one was real stubborn. He wasn't talking. No, sir. He just wasn't talking. Something like you.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, to make a long story short, they drug out the conversation piece, like you see here, and strung the fella up over the fire barefooted. Then begun lowering him into them red-hot coals, real slow like.
Then what?
The fella wouldn't talk. Just like I said, a real stubborn fellow. So then they coated him with honey from a bee tree and tied him up on top of an anthill. The ants swarmed over that fella something awful, like to chaw him to bits. Fella still wouldn't talk, so they finally lost patience and killed him dead.
Yeah?
What about the other one?
Well, but then them Comanches was awful mad. So when it come t'other feller's turn, they decided to get tough with him.
Sean, what'd you find up there? It's the chief, all right, in the clearing by the burned cabin. They got a fire there.
Anyone else?
I'm not sure, Whitman. I couldn't see no one.
Of course you couldn't. It's an ambush, Nolan. If Broken Lance is there, the woods around that cabin are full of Comanches. I'll stake my life on it.
That's just what you might be doing. Sean.
Yeah?
Ride back to the rest. Tell them to stay right where they are and hold their fire until they hear shots from the clearing, understand?
Right.
What are you doing, Nolan?
We're going ahead to talk to Broken Lance, Whitman.
You're crazy.
What's the matter, Whitman? You yellow?
No, I'm not yellow. Let's go.
There's a cabin down there.
Something's wrong. That fire burning, no one around.
Let's go down and take a look.
Yeah, we better get the others.
Take it easy, Whitman. War hasn't even started, and you're ready to jump out of your britches.
Oh, don't be a fool. You know this is a crazy stunt as well as I do.
Maybe. You're a pretty brave hombre with a mob at your back, Whitman. Just wondering how you handle it alone. Put down that gun.
Let go of my hand.
That gun. Yeah. You know what you did, don't you? 200 men are on their way up here right now, ready to shoot on sight.
Bob.
Cassidy.
Where'd the shooting come from?
Whitman, the mob's on its way up now. Where's Martha?
She's all right.
We gotta get her out of here. Why, those men...
Never mind that now. I think we got the answer what they're looking for.
What's that, Cassidy?
You'll find out, Whitman. Let's go. Over here.
It's a trick, Nolan.
Shut up and get going. Follow him around there.
I tell you, there's something...
Something wrong, Mr. Whitman?
No, just,
What's the matter, boss? Don't you recognize your number one hand?
I never saw this man in my life.
No use, Whitman. They found the cattle on the mesa. I told them the whole story.
Why, you're reaching for an empty holster, Whitman. I got your gun. Now, what is it, Cassidy?
You can head off your army and tell them if they change their course for Red Rock Mesa in a hurry, they'll get their cattle back. Whitman and his gang have a whole 2,500 head corralled up on top, ready to move tonight. Or maybe we'd better all ride out there while Mr. Whitman tells them himself.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Mr. Cassidy,
Yes, Miss Martha?
I want you to know how much I appreciate what you've done. There's peace in the valley again, and I think we'll hold on to it.
And I'm holding on to you, honey. Right here in Mescalosa, where I can keep an eye on you.
All through sharing Martha with the Comanches, Bob?
Right.
I'm sure they can get along without me now.
And I expect you two can get along without a couple of bar 20 cowpokes who ought to be heading back for their home range.
I've been waiting for you to make that suggestion, Hoppy.
Getting impatient, California?
Well, just a mite uneasy, being so close to that there Comanche reservation and all.
What do you mean?
Well, to tell you the truth, Hoppy, I told that fella such a doggone good story about them Comanche tortures, I ain't been able to sleep nights since.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy. We hope you'll be back with us when Hoppy in California again ride out from the Bar 20 for another dangerous and exciting adventure of the Old West. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Red Rock Mesa was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
The King of the Cowboys, Roy Rogers. Brought to you by Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Transcribed from out of the West and into your home, riding the range of mystery and adventure, blazing the trail of Western story and song. Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage, that teller of tall tales, Gabby Hayes, the Queen of the West, Dale Evans, and in person, the King of the Cowboys himself, Roy Rogers.
Oh, howdy, folks. This is Roy Rogers. Buckaroos, the things that Dale and Gabby and I saw up north of Paradise Valley this last week ought to put you on your guard all summer long. And I mean that straight from the shoulder. You'll see why when Gabby starts telling you about it.
They sure will, son. Buckaroos, what we're going to tell you today is dead serious. Excuse me a second till I wring out my whiskers. They're still damp. Had to swim Big Stocking River, you know, and whiskers don't seem to dry as quick as they used to. Or maybe water's wetter these days. There, now they feel better. Well, we call this story The Mystery of Squatter's Island. Roy and Dale and me was headed for Mineral City t'other day when we heard a noise that sounded awful familiar.
Roy, that shooting a minute ago. We heard it, Sheriff.
Sounded like a war had broke loose.
2 federal men were taking supplies to the arsenal at High Point. The Cola gang rode down on them. Escaped with everything. Ammunition, tear gas, and not a big supply, but enough to make Cola and his outfit mighty dangerous in this territory. Let's go after them, then. They headed north towards Pine Grove.
That's where the forest fire is burning, Sheriff.
We'll work out from Stone Valley. Hal Kohler used to be a good friend of mine before he turned outlaw. But now I'd run him down just as quick as I would any other gunfighter. Gabby?
I see it too, Roy. Smoke over to the left.
Whoa, Trigger boy.
We won't have to give up and ride back to the valley, will we?
I don't know. Roy! Wait a minute. Roy Rogers! That you, Sheriff?
Yes, there we go. I'll be right there. He probably thinks we got Kohler coming to get in on it himself.
I've been looking for you folks. Forest fire's out of control. Another blaze is started by Pine Junction.
We saw smoke over that way.
Nothing can stop the flames now until they reach Big Stocking River. Whoa, boy. Well, what about the folks living between the fire and the river? I think most of them are out, but we'd better give up trying to find Kohler and warn them. There's one strip of land still open where they can get out between Pine Grove and the fire coming down Red Mountain. You ride south, Sheriff, and we'll work down so that we come out the river crossing Squatter's Island. If worse comes to worse, we can swim over to the island. Let's ride, Dale and Gabby. Hello there! What's the matter? Fire out of control? There's only one way of getting out, between Red Mountain and Pine Grove. We'd better head that way right now. I can't leave here. My cabin, all I've got. Let your cabin go. Forget everything except yourself and your horse. If you want to get out of here alive, hit the trail, Dale and Gabby. We've got to keep moving. I can't leave, Roy. My wife, she's ailing. Well, have you got an extra horse? Sure, but Dale will help you put your wife on one.
Yes, we'll make her as comfortable as we can, but you've just got to leave here.
Well, while you're doing that, though, Dale, I'll help Gabby warn the other folks up the canyon. We'll be back by that time. No, I've worked too hard to leave everything.
Here's his horse, son.
Climb on. We've got to get you out of here. Your horse doesn't count now. You've got to ride for your life. The fire's coming fast.
We're cut off, son. The flames have cut us off.
That's all right. We've got to the place we picked out. Squatter's Island is out there in the middle of the river.
The swift current, Roy. We can't...
Well, tie a handkerchief over your face, Dale. That'll filter out the smoke.
The heat, too.
There's an awful current in this river, son. I'd a whole lot rather battle a river current than roast in a fire, Pappy. Come on, let's go.
Easy, pal, boy.
As quick as the water comes up to your horse's nose, get off and swim. Hang on to his tail.
Stay in the middle, Dale, so Roy and I can watch you.
You bet. Keep watching me. I'll show you how to get across.
That ain't what I meant.
Off your horse now. Grab his tail. We'll have to fight this current from here to the island. Easy, Trigger. Steady, fella.
We made it, anyhow.
Say, sure took the wind right out of you folks, I guess, huh?
Yeah. We ought to keep in shape like you do, Pappy.
Ain't easy, I can tell you that.
Roy, look behind us. The smoke, the flames, even the twilight sky is fiery red.
There's something even worse, Dale. All that timber burning, homes, barns, animals, and everything.
We're lucky to have gotten out alive.
Hey, my six-shooter is dripping wet, and so's all my shells.
So are my matches, Pappy. But there's a cabin and a barn in that grove of trees. I'm hoping the last fellow who was here left a few supplies behind. Then we can have supper. Let's go have a look. What do you say?
Shame you folks have to wear wet clothes. Of course, such things don't bother me much.
Oh, I'm glad they don't, Gaddy.
Yeah, I ain't a shivering a bit.
Somebody stayed in this cabin, and not so very long ago either. See the tracks?
Maybe they're still here.
We'll find out.
Howdy, folks.
It's our Kohler.
Come in. Raise your hands first. Close the door, Maury. You get their guns, Frank. Bill, it's all right to light the lantern now.
Kind of surprised to see you, Kohler.
Why? I heard you've been looking for me.
What do you mean fooling people by sitting here in the dark?
We were making bets on whether or not you'd get through the river. Keep 'em up, Rogers. Glad you came. We need a couple of good boys to saw wood and polish leather. We use a good cook, too, Miss Evans. Don't try putting any of that wolf bait in our coffee, even though there is a box on the shelf in the kitchen.
Let's cut this, Kohler.
What?
We're not keeping these three. We're getting rid of them.
Wait a minute, Ross. Who's heading up this outfit?
There's no argument.
I am, Ross. What I say goes. Any of you others want to argue the point? If you do, speak up. All right. We have to stay on this island till that fire burns itself out and things cool down on shore. 24, 48 hours, maybe.
Kohler.
Oh, I'm talking.
We're getting rid of these people right now.
I'm talking, Ross. Rogers did me a favor once, and I'm not forgetting it.
That was before you turned outlaw, Kohler.
I don't care when it was. I'm returning the favor. You and your friends will stay alive until we leave. The only thing that can stop it is for one of these others to get big enough to take my job. That might happen, but I don't think it will. Sit down, Rogers. Relax.
I'll let my partner alone.
I'm all right. What do you want, Kohler? What are you up to? 6 of your men sitting here with hands in their guns, but just sitting. What do you want?
I mentioned you did me a favor once, Rogers.
That was a long time ago.
A very long time ago. When I was driven off my ranch, you fought for me.
I fought against crooks.
And we won. Then other crooks came. The other crooks took my land, and I turned outlaw. But you fought for me, and now I'll return the favor. Like I said, I'll see that you stay alive until we can leave this island.
Why? So you can keep on holding us while you bargain with the law?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you right now.
Come on, Pat.
Wait. There'll be no shooting. Yes, Forrest.
Dale.
I caught her fooling around with that box of wolf.
And you hit her.
I've got a gun, Rogers.
Your gun won't do you any good.
Good, you.
That takes care of you.
I had it coming.
Good work, son. Now, come on. Which one of you wants to do what? Come on, I'm ready. We may go down, but we'll go down fight.
Buckaroos, I've been proud of my partner Roy a lot of times, but I've never been as proud of him as I was right then. Didn't make one bit of difference to him that all them outlaws had guns. He whipped the fella that hit Dale, and he dared the rest of them to come on. I'll tell you whether they did or not just as soon as we have a meeting on the kind of breakfast Roy and all his pals eat every morning.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
When you fellas and girls take part in your favorite sport or activity, do you ever picture yourself the top star? Of course you do. So remember, there's a cereal that helps grow the stars of the future. It's Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals. Yes, Quaker Oats helps build the stars of the future. You know, doctors say the more often youngsters eat a good oatmeal breakfast, the better they grow. And here's why they say that. A recent survey shows only one school child in 5 gets the kind of breakfast he should have. So just think of what you are getting when you eat a heaping bowl of Quaker Oats tomorrow morning. You're getting the strength, energy, and endurance that helps build stars of the future. And boy, oh boy, what a scrumptious, creamy, delicious flavor in every luscious mouthful of Quaker Oats. It's a giant in flavor, a giant in nutrition, a giant in value. Yes, tell your mom she gets more value than ever with today's low price of Quaker Oats. It's now an even smaller part of a penny a serving. So, partner, several times a week, enjoy Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals. Get more strength, more energy, more endurance from Quaker Oats, the cereal that can help you grow to be a star of the future.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Well, let's get on with our story, Buckaroos. For a while after we met Hal Kohler and his outlaws on Squatter's Island, I figured my brains had got smoked up in that forest fire. Kohler was sure tricky. He didn't want us killed, even though he knowed we was after his scalp. Well, one of the outlaws hit Dale and Roy cut loose. He laid the feller out cold and then turned to the others. They all had guns, but Roy dared them to come on.
Which one of you wants to do what? Come on, I'm ready. We may go down, but we'll go down fight.
I'll kill Rogers for what he done to me.
Hold it, Ross.
Come on, Ross. I'm waiting.
Quiet. All of you quiet. What of your guns? I'll use mine on the first man who moves.
Kohler, you're working yourself right out as leader of this outfit. You made the suggestion yourself that she use wolf bait in our food.
I said hold it, Ross. What if she was using it? Wouldn't you do the same if you were in her place? I gave these people my promise that they'd be alive until we left here. And that promise goes. I owe Rogers a favor. I'm paying off.
You're paying off if you can.
I'm paying off. He'll be alive until we leave here.
And for how long after you leave, Kohler?
We'll talk about that when the time comes. You three can spend the night in the lean-to attached to the kitchen. There's boxes to sit on. You won't sleep anyhow.
Kohler, I don't like the looks of this. We're not half friend or half enemy. We're all enemy. Let's leave it that way. Well, Dale, Gabby, there's nothing we can do right now except follow orders and spend the night in the lean-to.
Kohler was right when he said we wouldn't sleep in it tonight.
I keep wondering about him. He did suggest using the wolf bait. It wasn't just an accident.
Maybe he wants us to get away, son. He ain't guarding us himself.
He's too busy. He's in bad with his gang because he refused to let them kill us. He's keeping an eye on Ross and any others working against him.
I guess our only chance will come if part of the gang revolts against Kohler.
They won't turn on him, Dale. Kohler's a strong man. I always admired him when he was trying to make a go of things in Paradise Valley. When he gave his word, he kept it. When he believed something was right, nothing could change him. His men must know he's that kind of a man.
Then there isn't much chance for us, is there?
Son. Yes, Pappy? I wasn't going to say nothing about this unless I had to, because you're young and kind of reckless, but, well, toads and porcupines. Now we got to be reckless. Here, take your gun.
Gabby!
Where'd you get that gun, Pappy? When you tackled Ross for hitting Daleroy, you knocked his gun clear across the floor. Everybody was watching you two, so I picked it up.
Gabby, this gun will help a lot.
Just a minute now.
What's first, Roy?
The guard outside the window.
Shoot to kill if they move.
Somebody's at the door. I'll put the gun in my belt. We won't have much of a chance in a fight cornered in a little room.
Cover him now. Get him up. You're covered. That's 4 of us.
I reckon we can count, Ross.
One of you got my gun. It disappeared during that fracas a while ago. I want it.
Why, you pinheaded...
It's in Rogers' belt. I'll get it. Don't lower your hands, Rogers.
You don't want that gun, Ross. You want to go flying back to your... Come on! Let's take these bugs! Let me take this last man, Pappy. You and Dale grab their guns. Get out of here. Come on, we're set now. We'll find a place so we can finish with the rest of this outfit. In this old barn. Go straight through and out the back.
Out the back, Roy. We better stay inside.
Say, wait a minute.
Roy, if we stayed in the barn, they
Look, it's the stuff they stole from the federal men, the ammunition and tear gas. Let's take it. Come on, quick, out the back way.
We can hold them off better if we stay here, son.
No, let them blast away at the barn. After they figure they've killed us, they'll come in, and we'll have them tracked. They'll be inside, and we'll be waiting outside where we can see them, but not be seen.
You called the turn that time, son.
They do think we're in the barn, Roy.
Stay here at the side of the barn where we can see what they do. Hide in this tall grass. Give them a chance to shoot up the barn and go inside.
They're in the barn. Let's blast them out. That ammunition we left inside will help if we can hit it. Hold your fire.
It's Kohler.
Yeah, this may spoil everything.
What do you want, Kohler?
I'm still running this outfit. I gave those people my word
Your
that they
word
failed.
doesn't count anymore.
Put down your guns. I'll go in after them.
No, you won't. I'm taking over here. The boys all agree we have to get rid of Rogers and his crowd.
We'll settle that later. I'm going in after Rogers.
Take one step toward the barn, Kohler, and you'll never take another step anywhere.
I'm walking to that barn right now. I said we'd settle our differences later, Ross, and we will.
Kohler! Ross got him!
Rogers, you're on your own. I tried to pay you back. Too many of my men were against me. I didn't want to do that federal robbery. When it was a success,
Hey, sounds like he's gone.
All right, into the barn. We won't wait any longer. We'll go in and get the Rogers outfit right now. I'm heading this gang. What I say goes.
They're inside now, all of them. But they won't stay long. Dale, wait here. Pappy, go around to the other side of the barn by the window. I'll cover the front. When I give the signal, shoot that tear gas bomb through the window. We ought to shoot them down like they did Kohler. But we'll get them for the law. And the law will take care of them. All right, Dale, Gabby, let them have it. All right, you coyotes, out this way. But drop your guns. We'll shoot any man who comes out with a gun in his hand.
Hey, we sure got him, son. Look at them. Tears streaming down their cheeks.
That did it, Roy. We got him.
Yeah, but there's still a long job ahead of us. We'll have to hold them now until we can get off this island.
When things cool off on shore, Roy, we can send Trigger. Trigger would go for help if we sent him.
Hey, Trigger isn't here, Dale. He's gone. And I don't know what happened to him.
Say, fellas and girls, wouldn't it be wonderful if you could say hocus pocus over the cookie jar and suddenly it would be full of delicious cookies? Well, it's almost as quick as saying hocus pocus when your mom uses Quaker Oats new, fast, one-bowl method for making oatmeal cookies. Yes, the real old-fashioned oatmeal cookies. Hope your moms are listening in, because this new Quaker Oats recipe that's on every package of Quaker Oats and Mother's Oats is amazing. You don't have to cream the shortening. You don't beat the eggs. You use only one bowl. You mix less than 3 minutes. And presto, there they are, ready to pop in the oven. Then, when they come out so yummy and crunchy looking, and the youngsters spot them, presto again. Those oatmeal cookies disappear like magic. But with this fast, easy one-bowl method, you can fill the cookie jar quickly and often. And you can make your oatmeal cookies extra exciting with such goodies as chocolate chips, peanuts, dates, or coconut. Look right now for this one-bowl recipe for old-fashioned oatmeal cookies on your package of Quaker Oats or Mother's Oats. Or get a package first thing tomorrow morning. Remember, Quaker Oats and Mother's Oats are the same.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Sure don't like tear gas, do they?
Kind of tough on the eyes and throat, Pappy.
I'm afraid we're running out of rope, Roy.
When we run out, we'll tie 'em with anything we can find, but we're tying all of them. And they're staying tied until we find a way of getting them across that river and back to Mineral City.
Move your feet together, you toad. How can I tie 'em when they're spread apart?
Roy, how are we going to get them across the river?
I'm hoping we can find Triggerdale.
Maybe Gabby or I could ride in and get help.
That's Trigger. There he is.
Here we are, Sheriff! Listen, you prairie dog. This is the last time I'll tell you before I break your legs. Get them feet together.
I don't know how you got here, Sheriff, but you and your men are sure a welcome sight.
How we got here? Didn't you send Trigger for us?
Send Trigger? Why, no.
Well, he came. What's more, he led the way downstream so we didn't have to go through that smoldering timber.
Good boy, Trigger.
He knew we were in trouble. He didn't even wait to be told.
Well, what's all this?
The Kohler outfit, Sheriff.
Looks like they just went out of business.
They did. And we three want to see that a murder charge is filed against Ross here.
Which one's Ross?
The ugly one with the bruises.
He shot Kohler without cause, Sheriff. Kohler had given us his word that we'd be kept alive until they left. And while Kohler was trying to see that his word was kept, Ross shot him down.
Kohler would have made a pretty good citizen if he hadn't gotten off on the wrong foot a while back, Sheriff. You know, he had all the loyalty and strength a man needs.
Trouble is, he did get off on the wrong foot.
You ring-tailed sidewinder. Sheriff, hold this feller down. I'm going to bust his leg. The skin-headed reptile. He keeps moving his feet apart just when I get the rope all set.
They won't need to be tied now, Pappy. We've got plenty of men here now to take them back.
Well, he's going to be tied. He's been so ornery, I'm going to tie him up and make him walk all the way to town on his knees. The low-down porcupine.
It'll be a sad trip back to town, Sheriff.
Because of Hal Kohler, you mean?
Well, yes. But more because of the country we'll have to see. Everything is burned out, the trees and the grass, the animals, people's homes, all they've worked for.
It's awful, Roy.
Somebody probably threw a lighted cigarette on the ground or left a campfire burning. Now the trees that nature took 100 years to grow are gone. Well, none of the buckaroos who ride with me will ever be careless with fire. I know that. They appreciate the forest and animals too much.
Yes, sir. Roy's mighty proud of you, buckaroos. He'd have been proud of me, too, only the sheriff come up too soon. Shucks, I'd have snapped that rattler's leg like twigs. The big elk, not putting his feet together when I wanted to tie him up. Well, the singer's all tuned up, so let's listen to them. Roy and Dale and Foy Willin, the writers of the Purple Sage. Here's their song.
Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that from now on I'll always be true.
I know that I'll regret it until my dying day. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you. Brush those tears from your eyes. I'm sorry I made you cry. Darling, try and realize I love you until the day I die.
Why won't you love me as I love you? Why don't you want me as I want you to? Wishing and waiting seems to be my fate. Why won't you see this before it's too late? Your love seems so distant, it brings me pain. Don't let all my wanting and hope be in vain. I'm longing for happiness shared with you. Why won't you love me as I love you?
I went away, but I didn't mean to stay. I know I'll regret it until my dying day. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you. The ache in my heart is for That's all for now, folks. This is Roy Rogers saying to all of you, from all of us, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. See you next week. Don't forget, smile to me out of the sunshine and the frown from a rainy day.
Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals, presents the Roy Rogers Show, transcribed each week at this same hour, with the writers of The Purple Sage, Gabby Hayes, Dale Evans, and the king of the cowboys himself, Republic Pictures' great star in person, Roy Rogers. Here's something Roy Rogers wants you to know. He says, partner, I was raised on Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals. Yes, sirree. Roy Rogers knows there's more growth, more endurance in oatmeal than any other whole grain cereal. So ask your mom to give you delicious Quaker Oats often. Then you will be eating the very same cereals Roy Rogers was raised on. And remember, Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same. Republic's latest Roy Rogers picture is Susanna Pass, and Gabby Hayes may now be seen in the Paramount release El Paso. This is Art Ballinger speaking for Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Excited for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
This is Golden signing off. Thanks for watching. If you're listening to rumble.com/c/GAR, we will continue in just a moment after the national anthem.